Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 401-428. 401 I said one-on-one, and you actually said one-on-one. I don't like one-on-one fights. The grey mist quickly enveloped Fudge and Umbridge completely, and then seeped into their heads, following the direction of their facial features. Fudge and Umbridge's expressions immediately turned ferocious, as if they were enduring immense pain. An invisible hand gripped their brains, slowly crushing and ravaging them, but deliberately controlling the force so that Umbridge and Fudge remained conscious. Immediately afterwards, the grey mist began to spread to all parts of their bodies, eventually filling every corner. No matter how much they struggled or opened their mouths wide, they couldn't make a sound. The grey mist seemed to form straws, sucking up everything from the two obese bodies. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the blood in their bodies was slowly drained, their life force was taken away by an invisible force, their bodies gradually withered, and even their souls were torn apart by the grey mist, turning them into its meal. Finally, the grey mist ended this not-so-delicious Christmas dinner and slowly shrank back into the altar. Lord Voldemort held his breath, gazing expectantly at the altar, anticipating the scene he longed to witness. Azkaban chose to establish itself on this island because the First Magic Council discovered the Dementor monster here. The existence of Dementors is very mysterious. Even now, they are still very difficult to control, and there are very few spells that can kill them, let alone back then. The Wizarding Council, after suffering heavy losses, only managed to defeat them, but was unable to completely annihilate the Dementors. The Wizarding Council at the time was established by a group of highly respected magic masters. Their conscience and sense of responsibility did not allow them to let such creatures live unrestrained in the world, nor could they accept the situation where Dementors escaped into the human world and wantonly devoured souls. To prevent the spread of Dementor, these Wizarding Council leaders signed a contract with the then leader of Dementor. From then on, unless permitted by the Wizarding Council, Dementor was restricted to the Azkaban area. In exchange, this place will be converted into a prison, where the Wizarding Council will regularly feed the Dementor's criminals. After signing the contract, the group of magic masters were able to safely explore Azkaban Island and eventually discover the location where the Dementor was born. A grey river whose source and end cannot be found, and whose contents are unknown. Although they couldn't uncover the true nature of this grey river, the magic masters sensed a hidden danger within it. Therefore, everyone agreed to build a defensive layer around the river to prevent it from suddenly erupting and harming the outside world, and to prevent malicious individuals from trying to enter the area. Only those recognized as president by the Wizarding Council at the rule level are qualified to open this layer of defense. Later, the Wizarding Council was reorganized into the Ministry of Magic, and the contents of the contract were changed accordingly, so that only the Minister for Magic could open this place. Although Fudge is now unpopular, he has not officially stepped down from his post according to the rules, so he is still considered Minister for Magic. Of course, Lord Voldemort needed more than just opening up the barriers surrounding the river. After all, he had also studied many evil magics from ancient times, and even when he was still a young man, he had the ability to observe that long river. He could easily open the magic barrier on his own. But now, what Lord Voldemort needs is to completely shatter this barrier and use the chaotic magical fluctuations released when the barrier explodes, along with the blood, life, and souls of the sacrifices he has killed beforehand, to completely detonate the river. This is why Lord Voldemort always wanted influential pure-blood families to retain the Fudge's status, and to temporarily allow Umbridge, who had tarnished the glory of pure blood, to join the Death Eater's camp. After all, only Fudge, the recognized Minister for Magic, could weaken the magic within the barrier to the minimum, thus destroying it completely through sacrifice. He succeeded, of course. At that moment, all the creatures in Azkaban could clearly feel as if they heard the sound of glass shattering. At the same time, the omnipresent magic within Azkaban began to become frenzied, roaring incessantly, as if trying to break free from its restraints. "It's coming," Harley murmured from the crowd, a brilliant green light gleaming in her eyes. "It tastes so familiar." The iron gate at the top of the stairs shattered with a crash, and the iron blocks engraved with alchemical runes didn't even have time to fly out before turning into dust. The bottom of the dark staircase was devoid of any light, resembling a merciless gaping maw, waiting for food to enter. Lord Voldemort opened his arms as if to embrace this beautiful scene. He could vaguely hear the sound of surging waves, and the wails of souls mixed within them. "Senior Riddle, I didn't expect you to welcome me with such a grand gesture." A clear voice suddenly echoed throughout the room. "Oh, Harley Potter." Wand instantly jumped into Lord Voldemort's hands. He looked around but couldn't find the figure he longed for and wanted to tear to pieces. He only heard a familiar voice. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Tonight's banquet would be much more complete without you, our distinguished guest. Although he found no trace of his enemy, Lord Voldemort still bowed gracefully. But why are you unwilling to show your face? Is it because you don't like the banquet I prepared for you? Of course not. I really love the grand spectacle that Senior Riddle has meticulously prepared. A surge of darkness emerged from the corner of the wall, quickly coalesced on the ground, and finally took on a human shape. Upon seeing that familiar face, the faces of the newly released Death Eaters and the newly recruited Death Eaters were instantly filled with excitement and murderous intent. Bellatrix, who was in the lead, licked his lips and made a rude gesture at Harley, while the others let out strange noises. However, those Death Eaters who had attended the Lord Voldemort resurrection party subconsciously shrank their necks and took a few steps back into the crowd, trying to have their companions block their view as much as possible. After all, no one can forget the tragic death of their colleague that night, and since their strengths are similar, it's best to play it safe. As long as I don't do anything too outrageous, I believe that when it comes to the final reckoning, I can at least get a better outcome. Tisk tisk tisk, Senior Riddle has quite the refined taste. It's Christmas Eve, yet you're still committing atrocities in Azkaban. Harley leaned against the wall with a normal expression, her arms crossed over her chest, and even had the leisure to whistle. Oh, dear Harley, I'm a little hurt by what you're saying about me. Lord Voldemort shook his head helplessly, a half-smile playing on his lips. I'm clearly just trying to bring peace to those prisoners. Look, their filthy heads have been separated from their lowly bodies. They looked at each other with disgust, but now they are both free. They no longer had to endure the torment from the Dementor, nor were they trapped in a state of being unable to live or die, they gained lasting peace. What a wonderful thing this is. Riddle is right. From this perspective, it is indeed a beautiful thing for the prisoners. Harley lightly tossed the wand in her hand, so, I wonder if Senior Riddle would be willing to join them in enjoying this wonderful thing. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! A loud stomp echoed as Harley took a step forward, then his entire body turned into a black line. In less than half a second, she traversed the entire room and arrived in front of Lord Voldemort. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a black dagger materialized out of thin air, as if tearing through space, and slashed towards Lord Voldemort's neck. Dwang! A silver shield materialized from the air, deflecting the fatal blow for Lord Voldemort. The shield trembled and made a dull thud. Judging from Lord Voldemort's expression, he hadn't even reacted yet, the protective magic he had set up around himself had automatically activated. Harley didn't expect to break through her opponent's defenses in one go. The dagger in her hand exploded, turning into pure darkness that enveloped the shield. Meanwhile, Harley continued forward, bending his left leg, planning to deliver a beautiful knee strike to Lord Voldemort. Unfortunately, Lord Voldemort realized what was happening and an invisible barrier stood between the two of them. Armor protection is simple and ordinary, but it works well enough. Seeing that her sneak attack had failed, Harley, like a nimble cheetah, deftly shifted her position, twisting her body to dodge the 4 instantaneous Crucio attacks, and returned to the corner. You actually enjoy using those mudblood tricks so much. Lord Voldemort maintained his smile, as if everything that had just happened was merely a gentle breeze. That won't do, my dear Junior. We're the wizards who can use magic. At some point, all the Death Eaters in the room had left this floor of the prison, leaving only Harley and Lord Voldemort. Let your senior teach you how to properly handle a one-on-one fight. A large number of spells flew out instantly, covering almost every place in the room where one could stand. Muggle's little tricks are ultimately not up to par. No matter how fast you are, as long as I cover every corner with spells, how will you deal with it? During a break in his spellcasting, Lord Voldemort even had the leisure to make a couple of sarcastic remarks. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Riddle. I appreciate your concern. Harley spoke up at the opportune moment, and the deep darkness quickly spread, engulfing all the incantations. After a strange, chewing-like sound, a series of daggers suddenly flew out of the darkness. Lord Voldemort instinctively cast 2 transformation spells, attempting to change the shape of the dagger and seize control of it. But something unexpected happened. Even though it was a dagger conjured by Dumbledore, his spell could still steal at least half of it. However, these black daggers seemed immune to his transfiguration, stabbing fiercely into the magic defense in front of him and exploding, continuously eroding the defense line. This reminded him of the scene where Bellatrix had reported to him earlier. Lord Voldemort's expression turned slightly serious. He raised his hand and gently tapped the ceiling above with his wand. After a moment of silence, the lights from the magic lamps on the ceiling were instantly pulled out, forming a new barrier in front of Lord Voldemort. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds came from the air, growing louder and louder. The ceiling was covered in cracks, and small pieces of stone kept falling down. Lord Voldemort swung his wand downwards, splitting the entire castle of Azkaban prison in two, while the stones on the half closest to Harley sank together. "Dear Riddle, have you forgotten?" Harley's voice came from the darkness. "The last time we met, you used a similar move, a shower of rocks. Your magic didn't work last time, do you think it will work differently this time?" At this point, the entire Azkaban prison had been completely split in two, and even in the deepest underground cells, one could still see the dark, overcast sky. A deafening clap of thunder rang out, and lightning instantly pierced through large slabs of stone, shattering everything in its path. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the sky towards Azkaban, whipping up numerous pebbles that spun in midair, poised to strike. "It's all right, I didn't expect this trick to work on you anyway." Lord Voldemort landed on a hill made of rubble, looking at Harley who was at the same level as him. "You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to fight one step at a time. I have that kind of patience. Come out, my dear followers. We must give this girl who has survived this ordeal the utmost respect." A series of magical lights illuminated, and various hidden magics were quickly dispelled. Behind each pile of rubble emerged several goblins, werewolves, or perhaps a giant. Large flocks of dementors flew out of the sky, their long, black robes, like smoke, fluttering in the gale and bringing with them a chilling and terrifying aura. The Death Eaters who had vanished without a trace returned to the battlefield, their faces filled with confidence and fervor. "Now it's round two, do you like it?" Lord Voldemort stared at Harley, a barely suppressed smile playing on his lips. "Riddle, what happened to the one-on-one fight you promised?" Harley's face was filled with anger at being deceived, and she clenched her fist fiercely. "You are the mighty and great Dark Lord, where is your credibility? You actually want a one-on-one fight. I don't like one-on-one fights." Lord Voldemort's voice, uttered as he cast the spell, echoed through Azkaban, instantly eliciting wicked laughter. Even the foolish giant grinned in agreement. "This is a gift from your senior, the most important lesson of your life. In the face of power, credit is utterly insignificant. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 402 The Doomsday Ritual begins. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a large circle formed by goblin, clad in alchemy-infused armor and wielding shields and swords of equal quality, giants as large as mountains, and werewolf, who could transform at any moment due to dark arts, while Dementor filled the sky. In addition, many Death Eaters holding wands filled the gaps in this large circle, making the encirclement completely impenetrable. In the middle of this encirclement, a tall, thin man with an ugly, snake-faced appearance stared at a minor girl. This looks like a scene of violence, typical of the post-80s generation. But Harley, who was right in the middle of the encirclement, looked unusually relaxed, and even had time to nod in agreement. "Yes, Riddle, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Magic is the core of everything, the most important key. But Senior, what makes you think your strength surpasses mine?" The dark clouds in the sky suddenly burst into green light, and the raindrops instantly transformed into sharp icicles that pierced through Dementor's body and fell down. Giants are tough and resilient, while goblins are protected by armor, so they didn't suffer any damage. The Death Eaters were already on high alert, knowing that the girl opposite them was not to be underestimated, so they all prepared to activate their Protega in advance. However, the werewolf creatures that had not yet transformed were caught off guard and instantly let out a series of wails. Their blood flowed rapidly, trickling down the cracks in the rubble and being absorbed by the soil below. "Kill her." Lord Voldemort didn't care about the casualties of the werewolf, he just lazily waved his wand and brushed aside the ice spikes that were coming at him. It wasn't a full moon today, and the sky was covered by dark clouds, but the bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as a werewolf had a breath left, its body trembled. It grew even more muscular, and thick hair grew on every part of its body. The rationality in the eyes of these werewolf have vanished without a trace, and they have ultimately transformed into pure beasts. Many werewolf were originally seriously injured, but now, their bleeding wounds are healing rapidly, and the smell of blood is further stimulating the werewolf. Thanks to dark arts, even though it's not a full moon today, all werewolf have become werewolf-like. Moreover, although these beasts had lost their minds, guided by the moonlight, they did not attack the people around them, but instead rushed towards Harley. The giant's leader, riding high on his horse, pounded his chest and roared, issuing commands to the giant tribe. The giants blinked their bewildered little eyes, and without giving it any thought, they simply picked up their newly issued, enormous iron bars and strode toward the petite figure. The Dementors circled, expanding the black mist in the sky, and swooped down, attempting to be the first to devour the delicious soul on the open ground. The Death Eaters were somewhat smarter and chose to hide in the back, letting the tanks take the first wave of damage. The goblins had originally made the same plan as the Death Eaters, but when the moonlight swept by, despite the protection of their alchemical armor, a look of confusion still flashed in their eyes as they laboriously sprinted forward on their short legs. Watching these minions advance, Harley shook her head, her voice echoing in the ears of all the living beings present. "Senior, do you think letting these grunts charge will have any impact on me? Whether it works or not is up to me to decide, not you." Lord Voldemort was enveloped in black mist, and he flew into the sky. He wanted to choose the best seats in the audience and enjoy the battle. Harley sighed as she looked at Lord Voldemort's attitude. She knew perfectly well why the other side made this decision. After all, even if these grunts didn't achieve anything, as long as they died here, it would satisfy Lord Voldemort's needs. But Harley thought the same way. "Since you insist on helping me complete the ceremony, then I won't stand on ceremony." The rioters moved at an extremely fast pace, with Werewolf at the front even less than 10 steps away from Harley. But Harley put away the wand, interlaced her fingers in front of her chest, closed her eyes, as if she had given up hope of living. Bloodlust and excitement flashed in the werewolf's beast-like eyes as they launched their final charge toward their prey. Unfortunately, they could no longer move forward even half a step, because a phantom image of Medusa appeared behind Harley. A pale blue aura emanated from Medusa's body, swiftly sweeping past the dark creature. Whether it was giant and werewolf with their extremely high magic resistance, goblin clad in alchemical armor, or Death Eater with his magic defense, a deep blue mark appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The ice gradually spread upwards, freezing their bodies and radiating a bone-chilling cold. Under the control of the earthly angel level, the spread of this chill was extremely thorough, yet exceptionally slow. All the dark creatures and the dark wizard felt their blood congealing little by little, their flesh dying bit by bit. However, this chill stimulated the wizard and the dark creatures, preventing them from losing consciousness or dying prematurely. At first, the Death Eaters could cast a few fire spells and warmth spells, and the dark creatures could also forcefully strike the ice blocks and struggle. But all of this was in vain. How could these ants, who were not even demigods, interfere with the extraordinary abilities of the Demoness of Catastrophe? They could only watch helplessly as life slipped away from them, watching themselves turn into ice sculptures. After realizing this, some Death Eaters are still putting up a futile resistance, while others have begun to suffer a mental breakdown. The dark creatures grew increasingly violent, but at the same time, they also experienced intense pain, despair, hatred, and many other negative emotions. After all, even the most irrational animal will have a premonition when facing death and will experience various negative emotions. The goblins briefly regained their senses and attempted apparition. Normally, wizards' anti-apparition charm would have no effect on them, but this time, they were still unable to leave. Realizing they were likely to die there and understanding that Lord Voldemort was unwilling to save them, the goblins immediately began to hurl insults, adding to the atmosphere of betrayal and anger. A variety of emotions accumulated and eventually converged, swirling around Harley. A melodious song suddenly began to play, but the lyrics were not in any language from Wizarding World. Instead, they were in dragon language, giant language, elven language, and many other words that could move nature. The song initially lingered in Harley's ears, but as the wind carried it further and further away. Soon, the area around Azkaban Island was filled with heavenly music. As the song began, the hurricane in the sky grew increasingly violent, arcs of electricity flashed in the dark clouds, and the seas surrounding Azkaban Island were no longer calm, churning with surging waves. Lord Voldemort took in all the unusual activity, his eyes growing even more grave. Unfortunately, he did not speak to warn the servants below, or rather, the living sacrifices. Meanwhile, Death Eater and the dark creatures were still struggling and had no idea of these anomalies. Most of them suddenly felt a surge of hope to survive, because the ice stopped abruptly as it spread to their waists. Meanwhile, Death Eater made a surprising announcement, seemingly having discovered a loophole in these frost systems. In a moment of utter despair, he casually threw a Crucio at the ice beneath his feet. Logically speaking, Crucio didn't touch him at all, so he shouldn't have suffered any pain. However, the Death Eater experienced the excruciating pain of the innocent wizards it had tormented the moment the spell struck the ice. After escaping Crucio's torment, the Death Eater suddenly discovered that the frost that had frozen him had receded somewhat, and he was now slowly climbing upwards. Having seemingly found a glimmer of hope, he endured the pain and tried again, finally confirming his success. Immediately, everyone's spirits lifted. Who would willingly choose to freeze to death if they could survive? Death Eater and the dark creature with a bit of magic immediately began to endure the pain and continuously fire Crucio at themselves. Dark creatures without magic can only watch helplessly as their companions suffer, even wishing they could take their place. Through continuous experimentation, the Death Eaters even discovered a pattern. The more pain a dark art inflicts on itself, the more frost it can destroy. Conversely, the less pain a dark art inflicts on itself, the more frost it can destroy. After realizing this, the few Death Eaters who had regained hope were plunged back into despair. After all, this was clearly the black-haired demon's twisted sense of humor, a wicked scheme devised by that terrifying witch to toy with herself in various ways. However, most of the rioters were unwilling or dared not think about this situation, and simply kept casting spells on themselves in vain and numbly. Harley finally loosened her clasped fingers, not even bothering to glance at the struggling ants below, but instead looked up at Dementor in the sky. The previous layer of dark blue halo had also caused considerable trouble for the Dementors. Although they were not harmed, they were frozen in midair and could not even struggle. We'll deal with the main course last. Let's enjoy the side dishes first. Harley shook her head and clapped her hands lightly. Hurricane. Thunderstorm. With just two simple words uttered, the natural disasters hovering over Azkaban Island instantly erupted into chaos. Thunder roared down from the sky, and a gale howled like a sharp dagger. The Death Eaters immediately realized their perilous situation, so even though they were already tormented beyond recognition by their various dark arts, they still did their best to maintain the magic barrier. Apart from a few Death Eaters whose magic skills were far too low, the vast majority of them survived, their faces showing expressions of relief at surviving a disaster. As for the dark creatures, most of them withstood this natural disaster by sheer willpower, and although they were seriously injured, few of them died. Overall, the first wave of natural disasters did not cause them much casualties. On the contrary, it made the rioters look even more excited. Harley shook her head regretfully. To be honest, perhaps dying just now would have been the most beautiful ending for them. After all, only after surviving a disaster and then falling from heaven to hell can one truly feel despair. With each sound, a series of natural disasters struck. However, these natural disasters are getting weaker and weaker, and each round is just right at the limit of the Death Eater and the dark creatures, making them suffer more and more, but they can always see a glimmer of hope. And just as Harley had predicted, their life force grew weaker and weaker, but their will and faith grew stronger and stronger. Stormy waves. Another word rang out, and the already turbulent waters around Azkaban Island were now churning with towering waves. The few survivors, relying on their senses, numbly erected a new defense. At the same time, they subconsciously looked up, but froze on the spot. The previous natural disasters were clearly getting weaker and weaker, giving them hope, but then a wall of water tens of meters high appeared on the sea. "I don't think we need to resist anymore," one of the Death Eaters muttered to himself, and the person next to him nodded blankly. Despair was evident on everyone's faces, no one felt they could withstand such extraordinary magic. But Harley didn't just want to kill them, she wanted to leave them with nothing but the purest negative emotions. Meteorite. In the spirit world, a drifting meteorite suddenly trembled, as if it were being drawn by something. It slid out of the spirit world with the help of an invisible force and rushed towards Azkaban Island. The ceremony for promotion to Sequence 1, the Doomsday Witch, has officially begun. Doomsday Witch's promotion ceremony. To intentionally trigger an apocalypse that will wipe out a civilization or race, and then, at the end of the apocalypse, to take potion amidst the wails of countless dead and the despair of countless living beings. It is clear that no single group of these dark creatures is large enough to support the Doomsday Witch's ascension ritual. It doesn't matter, since there aren't enough races, we can just add a few more. Using Dementor as the main ingredient, werewolf, giant and goblin as side dishes, and adding a little Death Eater as a condiment, a delicious meal is ready. As for Lord Voldemort, he is the sole dessert of this feast. Thanks to Passing by Next Door Xiao Wang and Micro Burning Light for their generous donations. P.S. There was a small bug. I didn't get the Doomsday Witch extraordinary ability when I went to the City of Calamity last time. My mind was all over the place while I was preparing for the exam, and I forgot about it. So I'm just making up an excuse. I hope the readers will forgive me. End of chapter. 403 Replacing Death. With a deafening roar, a colossal wave crashed down. The meteorite that emerged from the spirit realm followed closely behind, falling upon Azkaban Island. A deafening roar followed, and a terrifying explosion occurred, releasing a massive amount of energy. Tons of seawater were instantly vaporized, dispersing the dark clouds and the surrounding gale, revealing the bright moonlight. Under the magic's influence, the surroundings quickly returned to calm, leaving only the sound of the surging seawater. Azkaban Island has vanished, the main part of the island has not left any remains, not even a trace of rubble or dust. After all, this was a special natural disaster created by the extraordinary abilities of the earthly angel, which an island that was not particularly special could not withstand. But Azkaban Island did leave something behind, or rather, it unveiled the island's veil over certain entities, revealing its true nature hidden beneath the thick rocks. At this point, the location of Azkaban Island has become a huge sinkhole. However, around this void that should have swallowed countless seawater, the seawater did not flow back in, but instead formed a wall of water that flowed continuously but could not move forward even one step. At the bottom of this pit is a long, gray river. A grayish-white mist, imbued with the aura of death, drifted above the river, rising from the spirit world and disappearing thereafter. Above the sinkhole, only Harley, Lord Voldemort, and a group of Dementors remained, still suspended in midair. The Dementors, thanks to their unique properties, had not been killed by the cataclysm. Although they were nearly blown away by the aftershocks of the cataclysm, Harley pulled them back with a flick of his wrist. Harley was already flying into the air when the meteorite fell. She casually put away the Black Knight magic mirror. When the meteorite fell earlier, she had grabbed several Death Eaters and thrown them into the Black Knight magic mirror. These Death Eaters are all somewhat special, and it would be a waste for them to die directly, it would be better to capture them. Dear Senior, is this your goal? Harley glanced at the long, grayish-white river that exuded an aura of death, then looked at Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort was no longer the calm and collected man he had been. His snake-like face was filled with astonishment, surprise, and disbelief, which quickly turned into an extremely ferocious expression. What's wrong, Riddle? Harley asked with a smile, her hands behind her back. Why do you look so angry? By the way, I honestly don't see the purpose of these Death Eaters and dark creatures you sent out. Very good, very good. Lord Voldemort's face was now completely contorted. I never imagined you possessed such weather magic, and you shattered my hopes. I thought you'd at most kill them, but I never expected you'd actually destroy the island. You really deserve to die. Harley Potter. Lord Voldemort was now exceptionally furious. He had meticulously devised a plan, spent a great deal of time and effort preparing, and was witnessing his goal about to be achieved. But just as he was about to succeed, his plan was ruthlessly destroyed. Lord Voldemort's anger was about to overflow, and the veins on his hand, which was gripping wand tightly, were bulging. A black flame suddenly rose up, transforming into a giant python that lunged at Harley. Harley didn't even take out a wand, she just snapped her fingers. A flame of the same color flew out from behind, forcefully shattering Lord Voldemort's flames. Dear Riddle, such a weak and ineffective attack won't do. Harley shook her head, seemingly feeling sorry for Lord Voldemort. Don't be too happy yet. Lord Voldemort's voice was unusually no longer calm. To have such expertise in weather charm at your age truly proves your exceptional talent. But if you spend all your time on the wide-ranging weather charm, how much energy will you have left to research the magic of duels? Wide-scale weather attacks are only suitable for clearing out trash, the real duel is still about individual dark arts. Lord Voldemort swung his wand forcefully, slamming it into the air. Clusters of green light appeared out of thin air and transformed into large nets that flew toward Harley. Avada Kedavra curse, a killing curse. Meanwhile, large numbers of fiendfire emerged from under Lord Voldemort's robes, transforming into fiery pythons that chased after the net and pounced on Harley. Riddle, you're wrong about that. Despite the killing curse and the fiendfire curse right before his eyes, Harley remained relaxed, even having the leisure to refute Lord Voldemort's opinion. You think weather charm isn't suitable for one-on-one duels simply because you're too useless and haven't grasped the essence of this spell. The hurricane, which had been completely dispersed by the meteorite and the towering waves, returned to the battlefield at some unknown time, and was even more violent than before. A massive magic net composed of killing curse collided with the invisible wind blades and was easily sliced apart. The fiendfire serpent was also directly shattered, and the flames that should have burned everything were absorbed into the airflow, ultimately turning into nothingness. At the same time, a giant hand rose from the sea below, and the air currents in the sky condensed into a millstone. Watch carefully, learn well. Harley nodded to Lord Voldemort, her voice echoing through the sky. Riddle, I'll only demonstrate once. Before Lord Voldemort could react, the millstone crashed down, and the seawater's palms rose up. Boom! Another violent explosion occurred. The air currents generated by the collision of the two natural disasters lifted the Dementors, who were fixed in midair, high into the air again, and then pulled them back to their original positions by invisible ropes. If given a choice, those Dementors would probably rather die than be treated like dogs and kicked around like a football. After fulfilling their mission, the raging millstone and the seawater hand slowly dissipated. Lord Voldemort, which lies between the two, has vanished, leaving only a large amount of thin black mist. Harley stared at the black mist with great interest, without making a move. He simply looked at them and then at the Dementors, who, because of his extraordinary abilities, were still serving as VIP spectators in the sky. It's so similar. Could Riddle be cheating on me with Dementor behind my back? After a 1-minute truce, the black mist finally reformed and transformed back into Lord Voldemort himself. He successfully dodged the fatal blow using that previous dark magic. However, it is clear that this magic does not come without a price. Lord Voldemort was in extremely poor condition. A slightly blackened blood mixed with some unknown solid was dripping from the corner of his mouth. The snake's already pale face became even more withered than before, as if it had lost all its vitality. Lord Voldemort's figure was also somewhat unsteady, as if simply hovering in midair had exhausted his strength. Riddle, your skill level doesn't seem that great, Harley couldn't help but kindly remind him. Is it that as people reach middle age, they are no longer in control of their own lives and need to soak goji berries in a glass? Should we sit down and rest for a while before continuing this never-ending duel? Lord Voldemort did not reply, but remained vigilant about his surroundings. He had clearly already completely let go of his perception of magical fluctuations and was on guard against any attacks around him. However, when a whirlwind appeared above his head and a giant seawater hand appeared below his feet, he inexplicably did not detect any signs, as if his senses were blocked by something. He only noticed the two natural disasters when they were about to hit him, and barely managed to use a dark arts derived from Dementor to change his form and escape the calamity. I admit I underestimated you. After suffering such a severe blow, the ferocity and anger on Lord Voldemort's face vanished, replaced by an endless chill. He is now not only wary but also very puzzled, feeling somewhat lost. Even when facing Dumbledore, that 100-year-old man, I was only slightly at a disadvantage. When I was in good form, I could even draw with him, and occasionally I could even dominate him. But now, despite having used his signature killing curse and fiendfire curse, he was inexplicably and completely overwhelmed by a 15-year-old underage witch. Could it be that he had wasted the last 70-odd years of his life? Lord Voldemort even began to doubt himself. Lord Voldemort glanced at the river below and shook his head. Lacking the nourishment of blood and life, even with its previous raging magic, the river hadn't fully boiled. It seemed his plan had failed. Now, the more important thing was to decide on a strategic retreat. Wait a minute. Lord Voldemort stared incredulously at the long, grayish-white river below that was spewing out copious amounts of deathly energy, a sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. Back when Lord Voldemort was still Tom Riddle, he traveled extensively to study and research dark arts. Azkaban Island was the most important stop on his journey, where his life changed. Tom always believed that a prison capable of holding so many prisoners and so many dark wizards couldn't possibly be ordinary or unremarkable, so he chose to go to this island and infiltrate Azkaban prison. While he was young, he did indeed learn a lot of dark arts here, gained a deep understanding of the Dementor's existence, and reached some agreements with the Dementor. But his greatest gain was still from this river. When Tom broke into the bottom cell, he discovered the sealed iron door. He cleverly used dark arts to confuse the seal, successfully opening it and slipping down to explore. There, Tom witnessed firsthand a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, the grayish-white river before him. Although he had a premonition that this place would be very dangerous and had taken precautions, young Tom was still no match for the gray-white river. Although the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness had become very calm and stable by then, the grayish-white mist that it inadvertently emitted still easily dealt a heavy blow to Tom Riddle. He was once a handsome young man, but his face was disfigured after being exposed to a grayish-white mist. This nearly drove Tom insane once he regained his senses, as his handsome appearance was a powerful weapon. He was still quite lucid at the time, knowing exactly where his three treasures, the Hufflepuff's golden cup, Slytherin's locket, and Ravenclaw's crown, came from. Isn't it just using his handsome looks and sweet talk to deceive young girls and old ladies? However, he soon discovered that after being infected by this inexplicable grayish-white mist, his soul, which had become extremely fragile due to being split 3 times, inexplicably became stable, enough to support him to split further without affecting his strength. Tom was overjoyed at the discovery and quickly accepted the fact that he was disfigured. So what if you're disfigured? What does appearance matter compared to immortality and eternal life? It was at that time that he officially changed his name to Lord Voldemort, burying his past and embracing his future. After this experience, Lord Voldemort realized that there were many more secrets waiting for him to uncover in this grayish-white river. 6 months ago, the mysterious wizard, who called himself the leader of the Saints, allied with Lord Voldemort and presented Lord Voldemort with enough evidence to prove the existence of death and the three Deathly Hallows. Lord Voldemort, of course, could not believe it so easily, since evidence can be forged. He conducted extensive research and, combined with records from the House of Malfoy, finally succeeded in finding traces of Elder Wand and historical clues. At the same time, he also connected all of this with the grayish-white river below Azkaban. Lord Voldemort made a bold conjecture that the river the three Peverell brothers crossed was a section of this grayish-white river. The so-called Grim Reaper and the three holy relics of death also originated from this gray-white river that exudes an aura of death. Over the years, the three deathly relics have been lost and wandered, and the legend of death has never reappeared. Lord Voldemort believes this means that the true god of death has long since perished. So after 6 months of research on magic, he devised a bold plan. Dementor's origins lie in the combination of the mist above this grayish-white river and the power of unknown magic. Its essence is part of the grayish-white river, which symbolizes negative emotions. He himself has been eroded by this river and undergone many modifications, making him similar to Dementor in some ways, except that his research leans more towards the realm of death. Lord Voldemort can fly and transform into black mist because after thoroughly studying the Dementor, he forcibly kissed the Dementor with dark arts, similar to the kiss of the Dementor, and devoured it. Could he possibly gain control of the river and become the new Grim Reaper by endlessly devouring the grayish-white mist? Through some simulated experiments, Lord Voldemort believed that this was possible. However, this river is too stable. To generate as much grayish-white mist as possible, it needs to be completely disrupted. In order to be able to contain so much grayish-white mist, it needs to devour as many Dementors as possible, erasing their consciousness and making them a part of itself. As an entity originating from the same source as the gray-white mist, Dementor's unique form allows it to bear even more power. The plan is feasible, but every step is like walking a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to an abyss. Lord Voldemort did not know whether it would succeed. But he was willing to take a huge gamble for this greater power and true immortality. 404 You've committed the sin of arrogance. I went to the hospital, so the update is a bit late. Looking down at the river that had begun to boil and the grayish-white gas rising into the sky, Lord Voldemort couldn't help but laugh. It seems that fate is still on my side. Harley tilted her head and looked at him. Riddle, you don't think you still have a chance to turn things around in this situation, do you? Why not? Lord Voldemort sneered, waving the wand in his hand. I don't know when it happened, but his usual U-wand had disappeared, and in its place was an Elder Wand, a replica of the Elder Wand. When this wand appeared, the previously drifting grayish-white mist in the tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness seemed to have found its target and surged toward Lord Voldemort. Perhaps you are indeed my nemesis, the one who was prophesied to defeat me, but you also have a fatal weakness. That's because you're too arrogant, Harley Potter. You shouldn't have given me so much time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Voldemort vanished into thin air, replaced by a large serpent shrouded in black mist. The grayish-white mist rising below was increasingly drawn in by the force of the pull. The mist began to gather continuously and automatically flowed rapidly into the giant snake's body through invisible channels. Harley narrowed his eyes slightly and symbolically waved his wand, sending 2 pale blue bolts of lightning hurtling towards Lord Voldemort. However, this seemingly casual move startled Lord Voldemort, who clearly did not want to be distracted and have his efforts thwarted. The giant serpent immediately opened its mouth and spat out a large cloud of emerald green acidic mist, which enveloped and extinguished the lightning, before covering Harley. The giant serpent vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it was beside the immobilized Dementors. With a single gulp of its mouth, a Dementor was completely swallowed, its consciousness instantly annihilated under the shroud of black mist. Its body, which was itself composed of elusive black smoke, circled once inside the giant serpent's belly before being expelled from its mouth and merging into the black mist surrounding its body, which originated from Lord Voldemort. The whole action sounds long, but it actually only took less than 5 seconds, and then Lord Voldemort was able to devour the next Dementor. Even Dementor, who constantly absorbs joyful emotions and brings fear and despair to those around him, began to tremble at this moment. They may not have much of a brain, but that doesn't mean they're content to die. Isn't it better to live and enjoy the soul? However, Harley's extraordinary abilities kept them immobilized, preventing the Dementors from moving or escaping. The slightly smarter Dementor leaders even started cursing. Your rivals want to devour us, so were your friends. Why are you keeping us tied down? Unfortunately, it was no use. Harley was still nonchalantly fighting the attack from Lord Voldemort, completely ignoring the group of Dementors. In less than 15 minutes, hundreds of Dementors were devoured by Lord Voldemort. After finishing the feast, he stuck out his forked tongue, clearly still wanting more and not having had enough. The continuous stream of grayish-white mist below was also significantly reduced in a short period of time due to the excessive extraction. Lord Voldemort's attention unconsciously shifted downwards, and he even forgot that he was still on the battlefield. These grayish-white mists are as addictive as cigars, cigarettes, and fine wines in the world of Muggle. Have you finished your preparations, Riddle? Just as Lord Voldemort was still staring longingly at the grayish-white mist below, a voice came from not far away. Harley's face was already showing signs of impatience. Senior, I've given you so much time to prepare, can you please not disappoint me again? Lord Voldemort's somewhat dulled mind, already eroded by corruption, finally realized that he still had an opponent to deal with. His cold gaze returned to the battlefield, hissing and hissing, his voice filled with rage. You've committed a sin of arrogance, Harley Potter. I don't think I need to be too wary when faced with a dessert that has been eaten with a main course. Harley carefully examined the large snake in the distance, her surprise growing stronger. I never expected you to give me such a surprise. Using Dementor to bear the corrosive influence of the River of Eternal Darkness. What a brilliant idea. This ritual might be more effective. After taking potion, I might be able to digest 1/5 of it directly. Lord Voldemort grew increasingly agitated in the face of Harley's aggressive gaze. He felt he was in better shape than ever before, and his current strength was greater than ever before. But for some reason, Lord Voldemort always felt that in Harley's eyes he had become a delicacy, a cake that could be cut up at will, or a fried fish that had already been sprinkled with salt and pepper. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, not even when fighting Dumbledore or Harley. Lord Voldemort decided not to wait any longer and to take action immediately. If he defeats Harley Potter sooner and obtains the Deathly Hallows, he can complete his plan and become the Grim Reaper sooner. A green light shone from the giant serpent, and Lord Voldemort transformed back into his noseless form. The instant he transformed back, Lord Voldemort felt his magic surge, and the world seemed to be under his control. Harley Potter, say goodbye to the world. That's what I should be saying to you, Harley said, raising her hand. Riddle, as a delicious dish, you've already reached your peak. If you wait any longer, you'll become less tasty. Then I won't hold back any longer, and we can begin to enjoy the most sumptuous Christmas dinner. Lord Voldemort sneered and raised the U-wand in his hand. Dozens of thick blue beams instantly appeared in midair and swept towards Harley. An invisible wall of wind appeared between the two of them, seemingly as unbreakable as before, giving them peace of mind. However, this time, the wind wall's defense wasn't as good as before. The blue spell struck the wind wall and immediately turned into fragments of light, which then drilled into the wind wall. With a series of explosions, the barrier created by Harley was breached by Lord Voldemort for the first time. Do you see that? This is my power now. The power of death. Lord Voldemort laughed wildly and brandished his wand, the waves transforming into long whips that lashed at Harley from both above and below. Face is something you earn yourself. Lord Voldemort will repay whatever attack you have suffered in the past. Harley gently twisted the wand in her hand, and two shield charms erected a new defense. The seawater whip shattered before the shield charm, but the shield charm was also whipped to pieces. Although both attacks were successfully defended, this gave Lord Voldemort immense confidence. After all, he couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses before, which made Lord Voldemort doubt himself and his life. Amid Lord Voldemort's arrogant laughter, various colored lights appeared out of thin air, resembling giant nets that continuously covered Harley. Van Fleet's ammunition coverage is the key to victory. The weak need precision strikes, while the strong only need firepower coverage. Facing the ocean of spells that could obscure the moonlight, Harley remained calm and composed, her wand trembling lightly, drawing graceful lines. She stopped defending and instead turned to attack. All spells that could hit Harley were accurately identified, and small, exquisite black fireballs and ice spikes collided precisely with them, detonating them directly in midair. Lord Voldemort's attacks seemed relentless, suppressing Harley and rendering her unable to move. However, Harley's spells were actually impenetrable, and no attack could ever reach within 10 meters of Harley. Moreover, Harley seemed to be toying with a mouse like a cat, without launching a full-scale counterattack. She would occasionally snap her fingers, manipulating the seawater into water arrows that left wounds on Lord Voldemort's body. Because of excessive focus, coupled with the corrosive effects of the grayish-white mist that symbolizes death, his body has begun to show signs of decay. So Lord Voldemort didn't even notice the injuries, simply letting the blood drip down. Finally, after casting another wave of spells, Lord Voldemort subconsciously glanced at the river of eternal darkness below and swallowed hard. But he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was there black liquid on his feet? Lord Voldemort wiped himself off, only to find his hands covered in black blood. A drop of water was pinned in midair and transformed into a mirror out of thin air. With the help of the mirror, Lord Voldemort finally saw his current miserable state. The black mist surrounding him had thinned considerably, and he bore numerous wounds. His face grew increasingly pale, and blood that had turned completely black flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lord Voldemort glanced again at the hand holding Wan's hand. The hand, already withered and thin, now had bones clearly visible and exuded a strong smell of decay. Harley, who had been enduring attacks and seemed to be struggling to breathe, remained calm and composed, with her moon-white dress showing no signs of damage or stains. She even had the leisure to smooth a strand of hair from her forehead and tuck it behind her ear. That long hair has now grown from waist length to body length, and it is currently floating in midair, ready to form a solid defensive line at any time. After consuming so many Dementors and merging with the power of the River of Eternal Darkness, Lord Voldemort did indeed temporarily reach the level of Sequence 2 Earthly Angel. The most obvious sign was that every spell he casually uttered began to carry the effect of a killing curse, exuding an aura of death. But what's the use? Harley has fully absorbed Potion's Demoness of Catastrophe and can skillfully control her own power. Lord Voldemort is essentially an earthly angel who has just drunk the potion, and does not have complete control over his own power. Considering he hasn't even reached Sequence 3, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's like a 3-year-old holding a Barrett M82 sniper rifle. In short, it is lethal, but not a major threat. Riddle, are you already done for? Harley gave a friendly smile after noticing that the attack had stopped. Hey! Lord Voldemort raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He was indeed very arrogant and stubborn, but faced with the current situation, no one could say things like, Dark Lord is covered in wounds and has the upper hand, while Harley Potter is calm and the defeat is inevitable. Of course, he wasn't without a way to overcome his current disadvantageous situation. After all, he still had a trump card. Lord Voldemort is confident that he can surprise his opponents if he uses the magical beast Animagus form. He has always believed that he has taken certain magic to an unprecedented level. His own magical creature Animagus form is an unprecedented miracle. Dumbledore relies on Fawkes to transform into Phoenix, but he can do it all by himself. The fighting power granted by the Animagus form, combined with the wizard's own spellcasting abilities, makes it impossible for a regular wizard to contend with. But, is it worth it? Reverting to his Animagus form for combat would be too taxing on him, potentially impacting his attempt to become a Grim Reaper. Lord Voldemort hesitated, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Riddle, if you don't make a move soon, I'm going to counterattack. Harley's voice came again just in time, laced with provocation and instigation, guiding him to make a decision. What trump card are you holding now? Are you perhaps hiding it until after you die, becoming a ghost and competing with Professor Binns for the history of magic? Do I only use it when I'm in the professor position? Upon hearing this, Lord Voldemort gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. If I'm forced to flee after being beaten, and even need to use Horcrux again to save my life, it seems I won't have the chance to try again. Only by securing the present can we secure the future. Besides, it's not like I don't have ways to reduce my energy consumption, it just requires making some sacrifices. Lord Voldemort's chest suddenly burst open, filling the air with a mist of blood and emitting a putrid stench. A large, emerald-green snake emerged from Lord Voldemort's chest. It's hard to imagine how such a large snake could hide in such a thin, withered body, but Lord Voldemort did manage to hide it and didn't reveal any trace of it during the long battle. After Nagini crawled out, Lord Voldemort's chest wound healed rapidly, and his breath barely weakened. He gently stroked Nagini's head with the hand that was wand, and Nagini obediently licked Lord Voldemort's hand. Lord Voldemort sighed, sighing for his Horcrux. His 5 fingers instantly transformed into sharp claws under his influence. Before Nagini knew what was happening, his master had swiftly and decisively crushed his head. At the same time, the giant snake reappeared and swallowed Nagini's corpse whole. The final round has arrived. Before the giant snake could finish speaking, a confused and eerie green light suddenly flashed in its blood-red eyes. You're right, the final round has arrived, my turn has finally come. Harley's previous languidness was gone, now her face was serious, and her eyes shone with the same green light as Lord Voldemort's. A stone spear, which had somehow taken root in Lord Voldemort's heart, now burst forth from the earth. It pierced through Lord Voldemort's enormous body, which had transformed into a giant serpent, and pinned him in midair. 405 The Doomsday Witch arrives. Lord Voldemort's wounds were bleeding profusely, but he seemed oblivious, only looking down in disbelief at the stone spear that had pierced through the entire body of the serpent. He had considered the possibility of getting injured, but he never imagined that he would be pierced through by a stone spear so inexplicably. In the surrounding void, numerous green specks of light emerged from the locations where some of Death Eater, Giant, Werewolf, and Goblin had died, devouring the dense negative emotions in the air, solidifying them, and then disappearing back into the void. The points of light closest to Lord Voldemort even greedily absorbed the black blood dripping from the sky, growing particularly vigorously. Finally, you've dealt with your last Horcrux and completely merged with the remains of the Dementors and the aura of the River of Eternal Darkness. Harley spoke softly, while manipulating her extraordinary abilities. The seeds sown when Lord Voldemort was resurrected have now fully taken root and sprouted. Vines, made of the same stone as the spear that pierced the snake's heart, crisscrossed the giant serpent's body, completely immobilizing Lord Voldemort, rendering him unable to move even his tail except for his head. Lord Voldemort stared at Harley with hatred, as if he wanted to etch that face into his memory forever. "You can't kill me," Lord Voldemort said a moment later, before transforming back into human form. His voice was weak and feeble. After all, the stone vines had also deformed along with his shrinking, leaving him unable to move even his fingertips and heels. "I said it on the night of my rebirth. I have gone further than anyone else on the path to immortality. Neither you nor Dumbledore can kill me." Lord Voldemort was speechless, staring at Harley in disbelief. Harley was tossing a golden cup and a worn-out crown up and down, and she was wearing a black gemstone ring on her hand. "What's wrong? Keep going." Harley smiled kindly at Lord Voldemort. "Go on, I'm listening. How is this possible?" Blood continued to gush from Lord Voldemort's throat, and his voice had become hoarse. But he still endured the pain, his eyes wide open. "This doesn't make sense. How could you possibly have discovered my deepest secret?" Harley sighed helplessly. "Come on, Riddle, don't you know what era we live in? Your soul, so fragmented and extremely unstable from multiple splits, is obviously problematic at a glance. All right, we've gone off on a tangent. Let's get on your way as soon as possible. The waters surrounding Azkaban Island." At this moment, influenced by the extraordinary abilities of Weather Charm and Demoness of Catastrophe, dark clouds filled the sky, the wind howled wildly, and thunder and lightning struck the water's surface from time to time. The sea was turbulent, with waves several stories high rising up from time to time. The waves crashed heavily against the water, creating a deafening roar. The various aquatic creatures on the seabed seemed to sense the impending natural disaster and desperately fled the area. However, despite the repeated devastation caused by various natural disasters, clumps of black hair always float steadily on the water's surface. The wind and waves kept sweeping around, but they didn't touch the clumps of hair. The surrounding water surface rose and fell constantly, but these hairs remained in a fixed position, and the seawater below them seemed to be still as well. Various natural disasters from the outside world seemed to have no effect on it and cannot cause it any impact. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, all the hairs lit up with a bright green light at the same time. All the hair spontaneously combusted, rising into black flames, which even the seawater could not disturb. Once the hair was completely burned away, the flames began to spread rapidly and merged with other flames in the distance, forming a complete pattern. If viewed from above, one can see a mark on the sea surface drawn with flames, symbolizing the witch pathway. Within the area marked, all natural disasters vanished instantly, the sea calmed, the gale subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and moonlight bathed the sea. The whole world was eerily quiet, so quiet that it even instilled a sense of unease. This is the heart of a ritual, an altar forged from death and despair. Above a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, candles, precious herbs, runes, and other mystical items are now flying everywhere. The lines symbolizing the connection between souls, previously obtained in the Room of Requirement, reappear, and the box containing the fragments of a broken soul floats in the air. The endpoints of all three lines connect to the heart of Lord Voldemort. Although his heart was already parasitized when he was resurrected, and is now pierced by a stone spear, Lord Voldemort is still alive, and his heart is still trembling, trying to break free from the stone spear's hold and continue beating. Lord Voldemort's mindset was completely different from his heart's. His heart was still struggling to survive, but Lord Voldemort was just staring at Harley with the most venomous eyes, muttering the most vicious curses. "It's no use, Riddle," Harley said without looking up. "Do you think these curses will work on me? I am a witch, a true master of curses. So what?" Although he didn't understand what Harley meant by witch, Lord Voldemort remained defiant. "Since I'm destined to die anyway, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh before I die." "You really think so?" Harley finally looked up after finishing a new mark, giving Lord Voldemort a half-smile. "Dear Riddle, before you lie, at least try to hide your eyes, okay? There's still hope in your eyes, and you probably secretly hope that you can survive, don't you?" A flicker of panic crossed Lord Voldemort's eyes, but it was quickly masked by other emotions. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and stopped speaking, afraid of revealing any more useful information. "You don't really think you still have a chance, do you?" Harley asked with a smile, seeing Lord Voldemort adopting a nonviolent non-cooperation approach. "Professor Dumbledore and I have found all 7 of your Horcruxes. 3 of them were destroyed, 1 was killed by your own hand, and the remaining 3 are here. Under these circumstances, do you still think you have a chance to survive?" 7 items. Lord Voldemort asked instinctively, then realized he had spoken out of turn and shut his mouth tightly. "Isn't that surprising?" Harley carefully placed the 2 authentic Horcrux items in their corresponding positions. "Your diary from when you were 16, the Peverell family's black gemstone ring, the Slytherin's locket, the Hufflepuff's gold cup, the Ravenclaw's crown, and your Horcrux serpent cursed with blood magic." Seeing that the other party had already pointed out the names of all his Horcruxes, Lord Voldemort stopped remaining silent. "It seems you really have found all the Horcrux, but how did you discover my secrets when I was hiding so well?" "That's a long story." Harley carefully dripped a few drops of essential oil onto the Horcrux, then, meeting Lord Voldemort's expectant gaze, gave him a wicked smile. "So, to avoid wasting time, I won't tell you." Lord Voldemort's expression froze instantly, as if he had just eaten a rebuttal and felt nauseous. He paused for a while, then chose to ask a different question. "Then can you tell me what the so-called 7th Horcrux is? I don't recall making a 7th Horcrux, or did you and Dumbledore mistake someone else's Horcrux for mine? It's not that bad, we're not that incompetent." Harley had arranged almost all the items, then tossed the small box in her hand towards Lord Voldemort. "Do you remember this box?" "No." Lord Voldemort glanced at the box and immediately denied it. "It's clear that this box is also a very valuable magic item. But I don't recall ever having such a precious item in history, and when I'm choosing a Horcrux carrier, I only select items with a rich historical background." "It's good that you don't remember, it would be a miracle if you did." Harley rolled her eyes. "To put it simply, your last Horcrux is me. 15 years ago, on that night, you killed my parents with your own hands and then tried to kill me. But the killing curse bounced back onto yourself, and at the same time, your already broken soul split apart again, with a small fragment of your soul coming into my body. This is your 7th Horcrux, and the soul fragment has been extracted and now lies in this small, exquisite box in my hand." Seeing Lord Voldemort's bewildered and disbelieving gaze, Harley chuckled and placed the box in midair. There was a symbol representing the witch pathway in that location, and the surrounding symbols all had corresponding items on them, but that symbol was still empty. "Now that all your doubts have been answered, you can die now." "Ha, don't be so smug," Lord Voldemort uttered his last words. "You are more ruthless, darker, and more evil than I am. How could Dumbledore possibly tolerate you? Then there's no need for you to trouble yourself, Senior Riddle. After all, I have one more advantage than you. I understand love, don't I?" Suddenly, everything in the sky burst into flames, connecting with each other. The 3 fragments of soul within Horcrux spoke simultaneously, praying to Harley. "A benefactor of disaster and calamity. The angel who plays the symphony of doom. The immortal returning traveler. Please let us return to where we belong, let us return to our wholeness." After the 3-part name of Harley was sung, an invisible connection was instantly established. Harley waved the wand and began chanting a complex incantation. Although she spent every day helping Hermione with her studies during the first half of 5th grade, she didn't waste any time. After studying Sirius's dark arts books, Harley devised a reverse spell. As long as Horcrux prays to herself, she can bring these soul fragments back to the main body at close range. The 3 soul fragments disintegrated under the influence of the incantation, and the madness that had accumulated in the lower sequence of a certain soul fragment was like water without roots, and was directly purified by the power of the angel level. The scattered points of light from the fragments of the soul dissipated into the air and eventually merged back into Lord Voldemort's body. Only then did Lord Voldemort become truly complete. Although his soul was still flawed, the body of the Dementor made up for it. The stone spear that pierced Lord Voldemort's heart and pinned him in midair, along with the stone vines inside his body, disappeared, but Lord Voldemort remained unable to move. Because every part of his body had lost control, his blood formed miniature tsunamis in his veins, the air he breathed became miniature hurricanes, bioelectric currents formed thunderstorms, and his organs vibrated as if they were in an earthquake. Lord Voldemort's body became a dwelling place for natural disasters. A moment later, Lord Voldemort's body exploded, and at the same time Harley sensed the generation of countless anchor points in the void. After Lord Voldemort absorbed and merged with the Dementor, he was no longer considered human, but rather belonged to a new race with the dual characteristics of Wizard and Dementor. Only by letting them die in a natural disaster can an anchor that conforms to the ritual be formed. At this point, the entire ritual was already running perfectly, and even if there were any disruptors, they would be blocked by the double altars that Harley had set up in the airspace above the Aska Peninsula and in the surrounding sea. With everything in place, Harley took out the extraordinary properties obtained from the City of Calamity and added the lingering, desperate howls that seemed to linger above Azkaban Island as an auxiliary ingredient. A fresh bottle of Doomsday Witch potion is ready. The later the potion is made, the simpler it becomes. The potion for Sequence 9 requires a long preparation time, and every step must be flawless. However, with Sequence 1, it's basically just a matter of mixing the two ingredients in the same bottle. Harley looked at the potion in her hand. The potion, a Sequence 2 Demoness of Catastrophe Advancement, was flashy and resembled the manifestation of various natural disasters. However, the potion of Sequence 1, Doomsday Witch, is quite ordinary, without any special features, and is like just a bottle of plain water. Harley didn't hesitate and drank it down in one gulp. Potion looks like clear water, but it is extremely bitter and emits a strong, rotten stench, as if its existence has reached its end. As the potion entered her body, Harley suddenly felt as if she was about to collapse, not a mental collapse, but a physical one. Her body seemed to no longer belong to her. Every inch of her skin, every organ, and even the consciousness of every snake was rapidly aging and decaying, as if rushing headlong towards the end of the world. At the same time, Harley automatically sank into the spirit world, as if this were her destined coffin. Meanwhile, various thoughts, knowledge, and other chaotic information in the spirit world were washing over Harley's body and soul, seemingly trying to assimilate her and forcibly drag this part of the spirit world into the apocalypse. Harley was teetering on the edge of a cliff, as if one more step would mean certain death. But she stopped and didn't take that crucial step. The vengeful spirits above Azkaban Island wailed, their negative emotions so intense they seemed impossible to dispel. Both the spirits and the vengeful spirits cursed and loathed Harley. The demons in hell stretched out their claws, their goal being to drag the dying back to life. Only by torturing them in every way could they vent their resentment. However, what they didn't know was that their unintentional actions were exactly Harley's goal. These forces, which would normally be enough to kill a mid-sequence extraordinary being silently, now formed a powerful anchor. At the very center of the entire ceremony, there was one anchor point that was particularly powerful, even more powerful than the sum of all the other anchor points. That was the anchor point Lord Voldemort left behind when he died, and it was also the last help he gave to his junior with his life. Countless invisible ropes pulled Harley back from the brink of collapse on a conceptual level, and also pulled her back from the spirit world on a material level. Finally, a dazzling emerald light shone above Azkaban Island, and Medusa, whose every part was imbued with information and knowledge, floated in the air. Its body exuded an aura of decay, ruin, and silence, and even the lifeless air and seawater around it seemed to be pulled toward the end of the world and toward death. Only the tributary below, the river of eternal darkness, remains unaffected and continues to flow. The emerald light flashed again, and Medusa disappeared, replaced by the girl in the moon-white dress. Harley opened her eyes, which were now a vibrant green, devoid of any other color. A symbol flickered deep within his pupils, radiating a dazzling light. Which pathway, Sequence 1, Doomsday Witch, is born. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 406 The invaders sacrificed. Even after his promotion, Harley remained standing in the sky. She did not immediately experience her extraordinary abilities. Instead, after simply confirming that her anchor was still sufficient and her physical condition was relatively stable, she immediately activated her spiritual vision. In the sequential pathway, any one of the pathways will produce 4 qualitative changes. When an extraordinary being advances to Sequence 4, they become a demigod, possessing a mythical creature form and divinity. When an extraordinary individual advances to Sequence 2, their divinity becomes even more abundant, allowing them to freely unleash mythical creature forms, and they will be revered as earthly angels. In the true church, only earthly angels of Sequence 2 can serve as pope or hold certain extremely important positions, or be barely qualified to become servants of the true God. When an extraordinary being ascends to Sequence 1, it can be said that he is nearing the end of this path and can be honored as archangel. At this point, the extraordinary individuals are already qualified to peer into the source matter, and even utilize it to some extent. If one already has some connection with the source matter beforehand, then one can even use the power of the source matter to directly locate the positions of all extraordinary individuals in this path. Even if an Angel King already exists in this pathway, this Angel King cannot resist this lock-on until it detects the detection and shields itself. Once you reach sequence 0, you've already become a true god. How can that not be a qualitative change? As for the past, that involves multiple approaches. Harley had established connections with the City of Calamity early on. For one thing, her extraordinary traits, becoming a Sequence 2 Demoness of Catastrophe and a Sequence 1 Doomsday Witch, both originated from the City of Calamity. So after being promoted, Harley didn't care about anything else. After a brief examination of herself, she activated her spiritual vision and then stepped into the spirit world. The spirit world contains all the information of the past, present, and future, and this information is flashing wildly at this moment. The information about the witch continued to coalesce, and a phantom image separated from it, forming a complex symbol that was projected onto Harley's body. The symbol was eventually branded on Harley's forehead, and it seemed to combine the symbols of the witch pathway and the hunter's path, while also incorporating some elements of the City of Calamity. The appearance of this symbol also signifies that Harley has been recognized by the old city and is qualified to peer into the location of the past. For most extraordinary individuals, sequences 2 through 9 are the end. But for those aspiring to compete with the former powerhouses, sequence 1 is merely a starting point, a qualification. As the symbols were imprinted, both the spirit world and the real world trembled slightly. The earth shook for a moment, thunder rumbled in the sky simultaneously, tsunamis rose from the depths of the ocean, blizzards at the north and south poles intensified, and the tornadoes sweeping across a continent in Great America grew stronger once more. Harley paid no attention to the anomalies that had arisen after he became the only Doomsday Witch at this stage, and instead took the time to scan his surroundings. In the corresponding location in the real world, Harley found no stars, which means that Harley is the only witch in the entire world right now. This was perfectly normal, and Harley wasn't surprised at all. However, at the Ministry of Magic deep within the Department of Mysteries, Harley saw a flame leaping incessantly. The flames were extremely bright, surrounded by an aura of calamity. That was the door to the City of Calamity, a single door that possessed a brilliance comparable to that of a Sequence 2. Harley shook her head. She was indeed qualified to explore that place, but not now. Harley will only choose to go after he has stabilized himself and has enough backup plans. Although the days of being hunted by Eamon were tough, they also provided Harley with a lot of important experience. One of the most impressive things is that there must always be a clone hiding in the shadows. This is an important lesson Harley learned when she killed a Sequence 4 Eamon, and just as she was about to lean against a tree to catch her breath, she looked up and found a crow wearing a monocle still standing in the tree. Harley shook her head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in her mind, and quickly left the spirit world. Great Britain London Underground, Ministry of Magic Department of Mysteries. A fierce battle is raging here, the light of various spells illuminating the dim corridor, preventing either side from advancing an inch. The mysterious intruders, whose identities were unknown, occupied the Department of Mysteries, but instead of invading the 12 research halls, they remained in the outer reception room to intercept R. Meanwhile, the employees of the Ministry of Magic used the various decorations in the elevator lobby as cover to fight off the intruders across the corridor. Almost all of the OR squads that were on duty outside were recalled, and they are now fighting on the front lines. The thieves, who usually only catch petty thieves and peddlers, were also dressed neatly, gripping their wands tightly, ready to step in as a reserve force at any time. Even some employees with some combat abilities were brought in to replace OR who were exhausted due to extreme mental stress and unable to fight, if necessary. That's what they say, but so far neither the strikers nor the Ministry of Magic employees have joined the fight. After all, both sides have been fighting very restrainedly, and so far no one has died. Only a few unlucky guys have been hit by stupefy and fallen in the middle of the tunnel. The Ministry of Magic's side is unable to use unforgivable curses such as the Killing Curse, and is unwilling to use certain explosive spells. After all, no one knows what kind of magic the Department of Mysteries is researching. If it causes a series of explosions, everyone will probably be buried alive underground. The other side probably had the same considerations and did not use spells such as the Explosion spell or the Shatter spell. As for why the other side didn't use Killing Curse, the Ministry of Magic was also very curious. But who cares? It's a good thing if fewer people die, at least we won't have to pay compensation. In the center of R stood an old man with white hair and beard, and a golden-red phoenix perched on his shoulder. The old man didn't hide behind any cover, but the overwhelming curses posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even if a spell approaches, Phoenix will swallow it whole. Professor Dumbledore looked utterly bewildered. He had been involved in the battle for a long time, but the once invincible magic had made no progress this time. There seemed to be a very powerful wizard on the other side. When I tried to break through with my physical body while using the protective magic, I was blasted back by the wizard's spell. This means things are not simple. The other side must have at least one wizard who is at the same level as himself and Lord Voldemort, and who has comprehended certain rules. If it weren't for the fact that the other party never uses killing curse, and if news of Lord Voldemort's intrusion had come from Azkaban, Professor Dumbledore would have suspected that Lord Voldemort himself had infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. But this is worrying. When did such a powerful wizard appear in the wizarding world without anyone noticing? And does his choice to invade at this time mean that he has joined forces with Lord Voldemort? There are too many unknown mysteries above this. Only by grasping it can everything be solved. Unfortunately, even now, the Ministry of Magic team hasn't even taken the first step in making an arrest. They haven't been able to get close to the suspect. Professor Dumbledore did consider using Phoenix's unique apparition to bypass the Ministry of Magic's anti-apparition spell, directly penetrating the Department of Mysteries to achieve a breakthrough from the inside out. However, after a brief moment of thought, he rejected his idea. Since there was a wizard on the other side who was at the same level as him, the interior of the Department of Mysteries, which he had visited countless times, was no longer safe. Who can guarantee the safety of what was originally a safe location? Who knows what kind of traps that powerful wizard has set up inside? No one dares to be sure, and no one dares to make a guarantee. Thus, the situation reached a stalemate, with those inside unable to search the Department of Mysteries, fearing that their strength would be weakened and the enemy would break in. Those outside cannot break in either, as the corridor has limited capacity. No matter how many Aurors are outside, at most only 6 people can pass side by side at the same time, and they will definitely be knocked down by the powerful spells. Albus, what should we do now? Amelia, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Scrimgeour, the director of Aur's office, were both hiding near Professor Dumbledore, using cover. Most of the high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic are now hiding upstairs, too afraid to go home for fear of being photographed by reporters from the Daily Prophet, and too afraid to come down and join the fight. However, Amelia and Scrimgeour were experienced in the last Wizard War and were quite capable in combat. So the two of them, without any fear or panic, stood at the forefront alongside Dumbledore. There's nothing I can do. Professor Dumbledore shook his head. We don't know how many people are inside, their names and identities, their purpose, or whether they can work in shifts. Besides, there's a magic master inside who can rival me, and the battlefield position is so special. The only way to break through is to have Aur and the batter take turns wearing down the opponent's energy, and pray that the opponent is exhausted and cannot get enough rest and food. Amelia and Scrimgeour's expressions grew increasingly grim, even though the Minister for Magic, who had been assigned all the tasks, was definitely in charge of this incident, the Fudge, who had been kidnapped by the other side. However, the two still loved the Ministry of Magic very much and didn't want to see it lose face like this. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was right. If they didn't want to be dragged down with the enemy and cause the Ministry of Magic to be destroyed, they had no choice but to fight a war of attrition like this. Meanwhile, inside the Department of Mysteries, a group of tall, burly wizards wearing masks engraved with various runes were methodically casting various spells. Their coordination was extremely smooth, and the spells they released were very neat, perfectly covering the entire passage without leaving any blind spots. Standing in the middle of this group of wizards was a tall, slender, blonde young male wizard, who was also the only one in the group who was not wearing a mask. If Harley were there, she would recognize him as Peter Peverell, her opponent in the finals of the International Wizarding Duel competition. After intervening briefly to stop Dumbledore, Peter did not interfere with the actions of the wizards around him. He simply smiled and stared at the sky, as if he could see the stars through the thick buildings. Suddenly, he began to listen intently, nodding repeatedly, as if he had obtained some crucial information. However, Peter did not act immediately, but continued to wait patiently. About 10 minutes later, Peter rubbed his hair and muttered softly, "Is it finally over?" He coughed lightly twice, and all the masked, muscular wizards turned around in unison, looking at him respectfully. "Come on, it's time for you to sacrifice yourselves for me." Peter's face was full of a sunny smile, but his warm lips uttered cold words. "Go live and be swallowed up by the City of Calamity, and offer your lives to your gods." "Yes, great God." All the wizards uttered 3 words from an unknown language. They casually tossed the wand aside, then threw off their wizard robes, tearing away the wizard's disguise and transforming into bizarre monsters. The monsters quickly formed a neat line and turned to head deeper into the Department of Mysteries, ignoring the Auror who were still attacking from behind. However, the Aurors did not immediately realize that their opponents had left, because Peter had taken over the battlefield. He snapped his fingers, utilized the consciousness of all wands here to automatically release Stupefy for 5 minutes. The invisible spread of law is attempting to alter the underlying logic of this region. However, things did not go as smoothly as Peter had imagined. Logic seemed to be resisting the commands given to him by the god of the realm of rules. TCH. Peter shook his head. The Doomsday Witch of Sequence 1 is jumping all over you, and you're just ignoring it. I've only condensed a Sequence 2 clone, yet you're keeping a close watch on me. Okay, I'm really impressed by you. Chaos, law of all things, entropy increase. It is a fact that the wizard needs the wand to use the magic. It is a fact that the wizard present cannot use the magic without the wand. Therefore, it is actually the wand that uses the magic. This is a sophistry of logic, a combination of extraordinary abilities obtained through the Black Emperor's methods, to forcibly modify the rules of a certain region in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the rules still hadn't taken effect. Peter suddenly remembered something and glared fiercely at the other side. Damn it, I forgot about that little guy, he can cast spells without a staff. Peter waved his hand, reusing his previous extraordinary ability. However, in the revised rules, wizards present cannot use magic if they do not have wand, was changed to, wizards within the Department of Mysteries cannot use magic if they do not have wand. The rules were set in motion, and after less than 15 seconds of silence, all the wands were back in action, covering the battlefield with Stupefy. Peter glanced back again, watching his family line up and approach the door of the death chamber, smiles on their faces but no emotion in their eyes. God is inhuman. P.S. This location ability comes from Chapter 86, The Mysteries, Messenger, of Book 7 of the original novel, The Hanged Man. The author is unsure whether this ability is available through all means or only through the 3 main characters. However, considering that Klein only used this ability in Source Castle, the author has added a slight twist, writing that anyone who reaches Sequence 1 and has come into contact with source matter can briefly achieve location. And the symbol between the eyebrows, which Little Red also has, should represent the recognition of the source essence. End of this chapter. 407. Red Priest is the priestess of the first, but what about the primordial demoness? 5 minutes later, all the wands stopped casting spells and fell to the ground, not a second more, not a second less. Peter waved his hand, collected all the wands on the ground, and then walked towards the death chamber without looking back. He wanted to leave some traces of the death chamber, and also erase some traces. This is a delicate task. Wherever Peter walked, orange-yellow flames suddenly ignited. The flames did not spread, they simply burned quietly and then extinguished themselves after some traces were cleared away. After a full 3 minutes of ceasefire, the Aurors, led by Professor Dumbledore, proceeded in defensive formation and cautiously crossed the corridor. The Aurors had already noticed that the other side seemed to have given up resistance, and no spells had been cast for a long time. But no one dared to be careless. After all, the other side had suddenly stopped firing for 15 seconds 5 minutes ago. Everyone was talking about it. A bold Auror thought that the enemy was tired and resting when the fire stopped for 10 seconds, and that his opportunity had come. So he rushed forward first. Then, just as he was about to reach the end of the passage, he was blasted against the wall by a large number of Stupefy, and is now lying dead in the middle of the corridor. This made all the other Aurors who were itching to make a move stop immediately, and they realized that this was a trap. Therefore, the Aurors naturally viewed this continued ceasefire as a trap. After waiting for 3 minutes, Professor Dumbledore personally erected a magic barrier at the front, leading the Auror inside to investigate. Upon seeing the empty reception room, all the Aurors had the same thought: they had been tricked. The previous 15-second ceasefire wasn't intended as bait to lure a few unlucky individuals into a trap, but rather to create a fixed impression among the Aurors. The ceasefire is not a retreat by the other side, but a trap deliberately set by them. And those mysterious intruders probably took advantage of this preconceived notion to slip away from the reception room. Search the Department of Mysteries thoroughly. Scrimgeour ordered all Auror squads. The Department of Mysteries has only one passage to the outside world, and it is covered with an anti-apparition curse. Those invaders can't possibly have escaped. Go find the unspeakables first, Professor Dumbledore advised. The opponent didn't use killing curse in the previous battle, so they're not two ruthless thugs. Therefore, the unspeakables should still be alive. Go and see if they've kidnapped all the unspeakables. The Department of Mysteries is too mysterious, the Aurors need the unspeakables to guide them. Scrimgeour realized what was happening and quickly modified the command. Fortunately, Kingsley soon found the unconscious unspeakables in a warehouse used to store experimental materials. They were simply knocked down by stupefy, their memories weren't even erased. However, these unspeakables couldn't provide much information either, since these researchers weren't very combat ready and were taken down as soon as they met the invaders. Only one unspeakable, who had stayed in the lab the whole time and was eventually taken down, was able to provide a small amount of useful information. He remembered that all the intruders were wearing masks, but the leader was not, and he clearly remembered the other man's appearance. As for why these intruders entered the Department of Mysteries, what their purpose was, and where they have now fled to, the unspeakables can no longer provide any further information. Scrimgeour arranged for 2 Aurors to lead the unspeakable with inside information back to the Auror's office, record the information, issue a warrant for his arrest, and then assign search tasks. The Aurors acted with unusual speed, as many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic had already moved from the safe zone to the Department of Mysteries to oversee the operation. Soon, they received bad news. The Aurors discovered a large number of wands around the stone archway of the Death Chamber. The flashback spell detected a large number of Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, and other common combat magic on the wands, indicating that they had been used recently. It can be confirmed that these are the wands of that group of invaders. Among these wands, the wand of Minister Fudge was not found, and Fudge was not among the group of unspeakables either, he had disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing these reports, all the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic present fell silent. Professor Dumbledore went to the Death Chamber himself and paced back and forth at the door for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. The black curtain on the stone archway moved without wind, as if inviting Professor Dumbledore to go inside and explore. Behind that stone archway, Peter was sitting in a chair by the window in one of the rooms, leisurely enjoying the view outside, with a cup of fresh black tea in his hand. On the street below, many pedestrians were strolling slowly. However, something seemed wrong with these pedestrians, they were all bones from the head down. Peter remained indifferent to this, showing no unusual reaction whatsoever. His men had vanished without a trace. Strangely, Peter was now wearing a new wizard robe, a robe embroidered with the likenesses of his men. Meanwhile, the robe was slowly burning in the air, and the rules built from flesh and blood on it emitted mournful cries. Above Azkaban Island in the North Sea, far from the Ministry of Magic. Harley was examining the various abilities that the extraordinary characteristics of the Doomsday Witch had granted him. The core ability of the Doomsday Witch is Doomsday, which doesn't just refer to creating natural disasters and bringing about the end of the world to a certain area. More importantly, this ability can be used on a one-to-one basis against a specific creature or object, forcibly bringing its lifespan to an end. When used at full power, Harley felt confident that his Doomsday Witch, which had already absorbed 1/5 of the potion, could even drag the entire British Isles into apocalypse, causing the islands to collapse and perish. If Harley were to completely absorb all the potion, the scope of his ability would at least double. Another new ability that Doomsday Witch gave Harley was Witch's Touch, a power to temporarily create witches. After his promotion, Harley was able to turn some of the spider silk into black tentacles with eyes. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not the author making things up, Cheek did it exactly like that in the original work. When this ability is used, even an ordinary stone will twist and twist when touched by the special tentacles, stretching out limbs and a head, turning into a woman of varying sizes and with beautiful features. That's right, these women are all witches, and they possess extraordinary abilities comparable to witches below Sequence 5. However, this ability will consume Harley's own power to a certain extent, and the number of witches she can create is limited. They will also automatically revert to their original form after the tentacles disappear. In addition to these two abilities, Harley's mastery of other natural disaster powers has also been greatly enhanced, and his extraordinary abilities have evolved to varying degrees. Harley didn't pay much attention to the witch-like ability, she focused more on her first ability. This apocalyptic ability reminded Harley of her ultimate goal, the ancient cataclysm and the root of calamity, corresponding to the witch hunter's dual pathways. If this past were to take another step forward, incorporating 3 other pathways and adding a unique element, it could become an even more powerful entity. The fourth pillar. The birth of the fourth pillar signifies destruction, existence leads to division, resulting in the end and restart of everything. The 5 sequences it occupies are also the 5 sequences that the first must acquire upon awakening. If these 5 sequences are controlled by the same entity, even if it does not fully contain the pathways and exists only in an incomplete form of the fourth pillar, it will still prevent the first from awakening. This also demonstrates the importance of these 5 pathways and the fourth pillar. And the Witch Pathway's abilities. Harley felt that the meanings represented by Sequence 1's Doomsday and Sequence 0's Primordial and Fourth Pillars were so similar. She inexplicably thought of Emperor Rosal's diary again. After seeing that astonishing entry, "The taste of a witch is really good," Harley threw the diary into the bottom of her suitcase and refused to look at it. However, Harley eventually dug it out and analyzed it bit by bit. As she expected, most of these records were extremely filthy and depraved, documenting Emperor Rosal's decadent life. Harley believed that if Emperor Rosal had followed the same witch pathway as himself, he might have digested Sequence 6 even faster than he had. But if he chooses an unorthodox path and goes down the path of hedonism, Harley truly couldn't imagine how quickly Emperor Rosal would rise to power. However, that's not the point. Although these records are colored, they still contain some useful information. Harley discovered a particularly useful diary entry that documented an organization. This organization is exceptionally mysterious and powerful. Its name cannot even be mentioned in words, and the way it holds its meetings has been described by Emperor Rosal as a miracle. This diary entry only records a piece of information that Emperor Rosal overheard during a members' gathering. The message was only a few sentences long, but Harley remembered it very well. When the members of the gathering were discussing the names of Sequence 0, they mentioned that almost all the names of Sequence 0 were of a high enough rank to appear extraordinary. Only the Hunter's Path Sequence 0, Red Priest, is particularly unique, not very stylish, and could even be described as quite tacky. Hermes, the founder of human mysticism, was still alive at that time and was also a member of the gathering. He believed that the Red Priest refers to the red of war, and the priest can be understood as a worshipper of the essence of power. However, an unnamed member objected, arguing that Red Priest refers to the priest of the Creator, the First. Emperor Rosal himself was more inclined to believe Hermes's account, but Harley was particularly impressed by the account of the unknown member. Harley herself knew that the dual pathways of calamity were so important to the First, and that they must have extraordinary significance. Red Priest and Primordial Demoness are parallel and adjacent pathways. If Red Priest refers to the priestess of the first Creator, then could Primordial Demoness refer to the saint of the Creator? Is this why the power of the Primordial Demoness is so unique? After all, the Primordial Demoness not only symbolizes the yin aspect of yin and yang, but also seems to be a weak fourth pillar that holds the end and the beginning. Harley didn't dwell on it any further. After all, no matter what, the first had to be banished back to slumber. Even if she really is their saintess, so what? Harley is not willing to be subordinate to anyone. After finishing her self-examination, Harley quickly retracted the double altars around her that were responsible for defending against external interference, and concealed the river of eternal darkness tributary below, making it appear to ordinary people as a large hole constantly overflowing with seawater. Only after completing all of this did Harley use the witch's mark. Before long, the magical fluctuations of apparition emanated from the sky. After directly summoning a meteorite to crash into Azkaban Island, the anti-apparition spell here has been completely removed. After Rita appeared, she was about to kneel down and pay her respects when she suddenly sensed something was wrong. "Why is there nothing beneath my feet, and all I hear is the sound of the wind?" Ah! Rita suddenly realized that she was falling rapidly. "Stop yelling." Harley rolled her eyes in annoyance, and a gust of wind carried Rita up. Master, Master." Rita bowed her head and respectfully greeted Harley. When she caught a glimpse of Harley flying through the air without any broom or even a wand, and was able to make herself fly as well, she lowered her head even further. "Do you still recognize this place?" Rita quickly looked up and glanced around, then shook her head in confusion. "Master, I've never been here before." "Then I'll tell you the answer." Harley snapped his fingers lightly. "This is Azkaban." "Oh, so it's Azkaban." Rita nodded subconsciously, adding a few words of flattery to Harley. "I knew it was why this place felt so familiar. Your magic skills are truly exceptional, you can." Rita suddenly couldn't continue speaking because she realized that the environment here was a little bit different from what she had imagined. Rita once tried to infiltrate Azkaban. After all, it's the infamous wizard prison, where all sorts of big news are bound to be hidden. Unfortunately, the protective magic here was too strong, and Rita was unable to infiltrate successfully, only flying around the perimeter. But the environment here doesn't look like the Azkaban Island I remember at all. That's right, your memory is accurate. Harley looked at Rita with amusement. This is the wizard prison you remember. Master, is it your great power that made this place look like this? Rita carefully chose her words. That's right, Harley nodded. Lord Voldemort is coming to break us out of prison tonight, and Professor Dumbledore is tied up with the major incident of the Ministry of Magic being invaded. So I accepted Professor Dumbledore's commission to come here and stop Lord Voldemort. I fought Lord Voldemort, and the aftershocks of the battle accidentally destroyed Azkaban Island. I asked you to come here so that you can report on this battle." Hearing such a bombshell, Rita wore a bitter expression and didn't dare to reply. "I want you to tell the people of Wizarding World that I have killed Lord Voldemort." Harley looked at Rita. "Can you do that?" Rita didn't answer, her brain had completely shut down. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 408 Neville's special Christmas gift. On Christmas morning, snow was falling heavily outside the window, and even Black Lake was covered with a thick layer of ice. Harley's bed was by the window, so she could see the snow-capped mountains in the distance through the water droplets clinging to the glass. Harley thought the snow-capped mountain was really ugly, the snow wasn't thick enough. She would definitely add another layer of snow to the mountain, but not now. Harley didn't get back to Castle until almost 3 a.m. last night, and by then the lights in Castle were already off, leaving the entire dormitory dark. Harley didn't disturb anyone, quickly washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. Harley woke up at just 7 o'clock and didn't want to get out of bed at all. She glanced out the window one last time, then rolled over and buried herself completely in the soft cashmere comforter. After all, it's widely known that the most difficult chamber of secrets escape in the world is. Outside, snow was falling heavily and the temperature was below zero. Inside, the temperature was a constant 20 degrees Celsius. I was covered with a quilt, and there were snacks and drinks piled up on the bedside table. I also happened to have my favorite book in my hand. That's absolutely perfect. Whenever these conditions come together, a mysterious effect is automatically triggered. The person is made of iron, and the bed is made of magnetism. Want to get out of bed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the Doomsday Witch, who could bathe in lava, would resolutely choose to stay in bed at a time like this. However, a pair of icy little hands suddenly reached into the blankets and forcibly solved Harley's Chamber of Secrets escape problem. "Hermione!" Harley cried out, then sat up in annoyance. "Couldn't you let me sleep a little longer? I've been busy until so late." "You were busy until very late?" Hermione asked with a forced smile, her arms crossed. "My dear Miss Harley, could you please tell me what you did last night?" "Huh?" Harley yawned, tilting her head and looking at Hermione with an innocent expression. "I don't know, meow." "Stop pretending to be innocent and cute." Hermione pretended to press her icy hand against Harley's face, which startled Harley so much that she rolled over twice on the big bed. "If you really want to know, I suggest you ask Professor Dumbledore. He's the one who dragged me into being a child laborer." Looking at Hermione's expression, Harley muttered again, "Anyway, it's not like we're doing anything dangerous, maybe." Hermione's ears twitched slightly as she keenly caught the remark. Her already serious expression suddenly turned sour, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Harley quickly changed the subject to Christmas gifts to avoid bringing any more misfortune upon herself. She wanted to take back her original idea. Who said that the calamities controlled by witches were the most terrifying? Hermione was clearly much more terrifying than herself. Hermione probably realized that Harley was unwilling to tell the truth, and since it was Professor Dumbledore's arrangement, Hermione chose not to ask any further questions. The two began packing up the Christmas presents, and needless to say, Harley's Christmas gifts once again filled most of the room. In addition, Lavender and Parvati are looking for opportunities to participate in Slughorn this year. The professor didn't go home for his Christmas party, so his room is now completely full. Harley glanced at her two other roommates who had been having too much fun last night, and thoughtfully cast a soundproof spell on them. While helping Harley collect the unsafe gifts sent by the mystery fans, Hermione tells Harley what happened after Harley left the previous night. Slughorn. The party prepared by the professor lasted until midnight, but many senior officials of the Ministry of Magic left early. In Slughorn the professor seemed to have received some information as well, so he disappeared after 11 o'clock and didn't come out until 12 o'clock to give a summary. And what about Fleur? Harley examined the parchment in his hand, which had been given to him by a magic master. This magic master is really interesting. He wrote down a whole bunch of questions and gave them to himself as a gift. However, some of these questions really hit the nail on the head. Harley felt an itch to investigate them as soon as she saw them. "Of course, I'm going back to France." Hermione's voice suddenly sounded a little weak. "Who told Hogwarts not to have her own room? She even asked me to save her Christmas present for you." "What gift?" "A sweater I knitted myself, but to be honest, I think this sweater is not as good as the scarf I knitted myself." Harley glanced at the bright silver sweater Hermione had tossed on the bedside table, then at the white scarf full of holes that Hermione was holding, and opened her mouth with difficulty. It's all right, the sweater and scarf are both in good condition. Really? Hermione stared at Harley suspiciously. But why do I think Fleur's knitted one looks better? Are you lying to me? Harley even used her witch powers at this moment, a bright smile spreading across her face as she gave Hermione a thumbs up. Absolutely true. If I'm lying, may my good friend Aemon suffer a terrible death. You were lying to me after all, weren't you? Hermione lunged at him, baring her teeth and claws. I'll fight you to the death. 2 spider silk threads appeared out of thin air, suspending Hermione in midair. Hermione struggled fiercely, but like a cat caught in a net, she looked utterly intimidating and rather adorable. On the windowsill, Hedwig, who had just been startled awake, glanced at Harley speechlessly. Good grief, so you can't take a joke, huh? Using your extraordinary abilities to bully people during a roughhousing session. After calming down the irritated little witch, Harley quickly counted the gifts. Sure enough, the group of elderly magic masters still sent various magic books, many of which they had written themselves. I don't understand how these people, at their age, can produce so many papers and new books every day. Writing is clearly so painful, how can they manage to keep it up every single day? Harley returned the industrially produced, hand-knitted sweaters that she often gave her. Although they were mass-produced, Harley personally oversaw the process, so how could they not be considered hand-knitted? Hagrid gave Harley a lot of herbs from deep within the Forbidden Forest, which somewhat overlapped with Professor Sprout's gift. However, objectively speaking, Harley genuinely felt that the quality of the herbs provided by Hagrid was actually much higher than that provided by Professor Sprout. Professor Snape presented a bottle of newly developed potion, a unique antidote, along with its preparation method. According to Professor Snape, this medicine can counteract the magic cadaver poison inflicted when Inferi scratches a person. Harley thought about it carefully. Lord Voldemort seemed to really like using Inferi, and Professor Snape probably gave him this gift for that reason. However, it seems that Lord Voldemort's original Inferi storage was cleared by Harley, and this time he didn't even have time to create Inferi. After carefully collecting the Owl's exam notes from Professor McGonagall, the Goblin spell parchment from Professor Flitwick, and the Weasley twins' elaborate prank package, Harley rummaged through the gifts for a while longer. Finally, she realized one thing: Professor Dumbledore had not yet given her a gift. That wretched old man. Besides the wool suit I knitted for him, I even knitted a matching outfit for Grindelwald. And he just took advantage of me. It's utterly heinous. Harley felt he needed to talk to Fawkes about secretly adding some real cockroaches to Professor Dumbledore's cockroach pile next time. Anyway, both will burst open, so the old man probably won't be able to tell the difference. Harley and Hermione didn't sneak out of their dorm room until after 10 o'clock, heading to the cafeteria. After all, Harley had given so many gifts. Even after throwing away the chocolates and candies that had been laced with aphrodisiacs or other potions, there were still more than 100 gifts left. At this time of day, the cafeteria would usually have already stopped serving breakfast. But today is Christmas, how many little wizards will get up early? Putting everything else aside, Harley's other 2 roommates are still fast asleep. So today, food will be served 24 hours a day. Whenever you come to the Great Hall, the house elves will provide food. The Great Hall was still empty at this time. Most of the students had been partying until the early hours of the morning yesterday. Professor Sprout was covered in mud, looking like he had just finished cleaning the greenhouse and was now in the Great Hall to eat something and rest. When she saw Harley and Hermione, she smiled and waved to them, revealing the warm gloves that Harley had given her. So what exactly did you do yesterday? Hermione persisted, spreading salad dressing on her sandwich as she probed Harley. It's nothing, Harley said nonchalantly. Someone hacked into the Ministry of Magic last night, so Professor Dumbledore went over there. At the same time, Lord Voldemort went to Azkaban to break him out of prison. Professor Dumbledore was too busy to help, so he had to ask me to help stop Lord Voldemort. Huh, Hermione exclaimed instinctively, drawing the attention of Professor Sprout. Hermione quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice. How could Professor Dumbledore let you do something so dangerous? You're only 15, you're not even an adult yet. Harley looked at Hermione with surprise. If I told you that I killed Lord Voldemort last night, would you faint? Hermione's expression froze, and she remained silent for a long time. Eat up, Harley said calmly. I think the news will be out in the newspapers tomorrow. No, some of them should be available today. Harley suddenly spotted several owls in the sky and realized that today's, the Daily Prophet, had not yet been delivered. It seems Rita wrote the article overnight, and the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet was well aware of the importance of this news, so he was willing to delay the delivery of the newspaper in order to publish the news this morning. Hermione took the newspaper and eagerly flipped through it, wanting to find out what was going on. She even forgot to give the owl a copper nugget, which earned her a couple of pecks from the owl in displeasure. I remember you're a longtime subscriber to the Daily Prophet. Harley handed Hermione 6 copper nits to the owl, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Why do we need to pay on delivery? I subscribe to the Daily Prophet to collect the valuable parts and save them separately, Hermione replied casually. Do you think there's anything of value in preserving the war of words among various Ministry of Magic officials this year? Indeed not. Harley nodded, then silently added in her mind, the political acumen of this group is far inferior to that of the nobles and officials of the Kingdom of Rune. Hermione did not respond, she was too shocked to speak by the contents of the newspaper. Has the Bureau of Mysteries been invaded by you-know-who and Death Eater? Azkaban at the same time, the you-know-who prison break also occurred at Wizard Prison, and the island where it was located, vanished. Leaving only an empty void. See, it's not a big deal, is it? Harley finished the smoked bacon on her plate as if nothing had happened. I told you it's not important. You call this unimportant? Hermione couldn't help but grab Harley's ear. I was wrong, please have mercy, sister. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Neville wearily got out of bed. Seamus and Dean, believing they had no hope of being invited, had already gone home. Ron was still fast asleep in bed, looking like he would sleep until noon as usual. Neville began to take stock of his gifts. As usual, he didn't give many gifts, after all, he only has a few friends. After opening most of the gifts, Neville was surprised to find that there was one more gift hidden at the very bottom. That was Harley's gift. Flat packaging, is it a notebook again, like in previous years? Neville muttered, a Hanhu smile spreading across his face. That's great. I was really worried about the owl's exam. He eagerly tore open the packaging, only to find a mirror inside. A mirror. Neville was immediately intrigued, he didn't like looking in mirrors. To find out the truth, Neville held the mirror in his hand and examined it from all angles. However, the mirror looked very ordinary, just like the ordinary mirrors sold at roadside stalls in Diagon Alley. Moreover, the gift package only contained a greeting card with a single sentence written on it, which left Neville even more confused. The glass feels strange, it looks like it's been treated with herbs. Since he couldn't figure out the intention, Neville stopped guessing. After smelling the herbal scent on the mirror, he subconsciously stroked the mirror and tapped it lightly twice. The moment he struck the mirror, a burst of light suddenly appeared on it. A dazzling flash of emerald green appeared, and Neville's bed was empty. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Neville rubbed his eyes and looked around, trying to figure out what had happened. Upon realizing that he had left his dorm room and was in a strange little room, Neville's face was filled with terror. Until he saw the corner of the room, which was covered with iron locks. One end of the iron chain was connected to a ring on the wall, while the other end was tied to a witch wearing a tattered wizard's robe and covered in blood. It is Bellatrix Lestrange. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 409 Hello, Tom, goodbye, Lord Voldemort. Neville's breathing became heavy the moment he saw the witch in front of him. He recognized the face, after all, it was she and 3 other damned scumbags who had caused his parents' tragedy. It was for this reason that Neville began to memorize the portraits in the newspapers from a young age, hoping that one day when he saw them, he would have the opportunity to take revenge. And now, their mastermind is lying right in front of him. Do you like this Christmas present? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Neville turned his head and saw Harley, dressed as Santa Claus, leaning against a sofa in the corner. I went to great lengths to make this gift for you. Harley's voice was incredibly cheerful. As for your other 3 enemies, I'm very sorry, but one of them, Barty Crouch Jr., escaped from Azkaban prison a year and a half ago and was ultimately rewarded with a Dementor's kiss by the Ministry of Magic. Rodolphus Lestrange and his brother Labastan died last night, and their bodies were never found. So all I can offer is this Bellatrix. That's enough, Neville said softly, his voice unusually firm. Harley, can I do whatever I want with her? Of course. Harley shrugged. Whether you want to give her a killing curse right away, or slowly use Crucio on her, it's up to you. Just don't let her get away. However, this is the mirror world within the magic mirror I gave you, and only you are qualified to bring people in and out. As long as you don't intentionally let her go, she absolutely cannot escape. A deathly silence fell over the room. After a long while, Neville finally asked a question. Then, Harley, can you teach me how to duel? And a duel with the intention of killing. Harley tilted her head. It's possible, but why did you suddenly think of this question? Because I want to kill Bellatrix with my own hands. Neville's voice was resolute. I want to duel her and avenge myself in a fair and square way. Only an opponent killed in a duel is worthy of comforting my parents." Harley looked at Neville with some surprise. She really didn't expect that this seemingly timid child, who usually stuttered when he spoke, could say such things. "Of course, I'll always be here." A wand appeared in Harley's hand at some point. "So, what do you usually?" "It's just a magic image." Harley interrupted Neville's question and casually punched a wall. The expected collision did not occur. Harley's hand simply disappeared into the wall. "See, that's it." Harley shrugged. "It's just an image. You can have me train with you as long as you want." "Really?" Neville was noticeably more excited at this point. He eagerly pulled out the wand, seemingly unable to wait a moment longer. "Let's start now." After receiving the message from Phantom, Harley expressed her understanding, but felt she wouldn't do it. Most people will have one of three mindsets when facing such a mortal enemy. They either torture the other person to death with the cruelest methods, or kill them outright, not wanting them to breathe even a second longer, or choose to have a fair and square duel with them. However, Harley always felt that this was wrong, and that such a method of revenge was such a waste. When facing an enemy, one should squeeze every last bit of value out of him, even using his corpse as an anchor point for one's own advancement. Of course, since Bellatrix has already been given to Neville as a Christmas present, it's up to him to decide what to do with it. At this moment, Harley was sitting in the headmaster's office, obediently facing Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore was enjoying his one honey milk, and to be honest, Harley couldn't understand how he could drink that stuff. After taking a couple of sips of his delicious drink, Professor Dumbledore finally got to the point. "Harley, thank you so much for your help last night. Without you, Azkaban would have fallen completely. So how was last night? Did it go smoothly? Did you get hurt?" "Very smoothly." Harley nodded. "I spent a very pleasant Christmas Eve with Riddle and his followers. How could I be injured? Riddle was so friendly. It was quite enjoyable." Professor Dumbledore chuckled, picking up a photograph as he did so. The photograph showed a giant ocean whirlpool. "So I'm a little curious, where did such a big island as Azkaban go? I was thinking that it's one thing for your party to blow up a prison, but you wouldn't blow up the island as well, would you?" "Hey, Professor, that's not the right question," Harley said, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. "It's Christmas Eve party, everyone's bound to have a blast. They accidentally destroyed the island. Anyway, I think it's all Riddle's fault." "Are you sure?" Professor Dumbledore took a deep breath, calming himself down. "I'm curious, what exactly happened last night? Just how intense was your fight to wipe out Azkaban?" "It wasn't that intense," Harley waved her hand dismissively. "I just personally made Riddle graduate from his life forever. From this day forward, there will be no more Tom Riddle in the wizarding world, nor Lord Voldemort." So it was Tom who was killed." Professor Dumbledore thought for a moment before he understood what graduation from life meant. However, he still looked confused and helpless. "But that's not enough to destroy the entire Azkaban island, especially since there are so many prisoners on it who aren't Death Eaters. Although they are guilty, their crimes do not warrant death." Professor Dumbledore's voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Wait." Professor Dumbledore jumped to his feet, his chair being pushed aside and crashing into his prized bookshelf. "You said you killed Tom." The old principals, who had been quietly huddled in the Phineas photo frame on the wall watching the drama unfold, suddenly erupted into a commotion, only quieting down when Harley began to explain. "Yes, that's right." Harley looked completely innocent. "Riddle was so ruthless and wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to fight him to the death. In the process, I accidentally overused the power of Weather Charm, which led to the destruction of Azkaban Island. That makes sense, doesn't it?" Professor Dumbledore did not reply immediately, but slowly sat back down in his chair, calming himself down. After a long while, he asked in a trembling voice, "Are you sure Tom is completely dead? We've already confirmed that Tom manufactured more than one Horcrux. And we still don't know exactly how many pieces have been made. I was planning to have you go and sound out Horace next semester. By the way, you know, Horace was Tom's former dean and potionsman." "Professor, based on certain indications, I suspect these two men may have shared some particularly dark secrets." "Principal, what era are we living in? Still using traditional methods to find Horcrux?" Harley's expression showed a hint of disdain. "Have you forgotten? I was once a Horcrux, and I'm also an expert in curses. So using my body as a base, it's not difficult at all to find other Horcruxes by following the connections between these soul fragments." Professor Dumbledore frowned, sat back in his chair, and casually took out the book, Dark Arts Unveiled, from his drawer, quickly flipping through it. Harley yawned, knowing she was going to have to wait again. She leaned back, and the remaining bench automatically turned into a recliner, allowing Harley to wink at Fox on the cabinet. Unfortunately, Fox was a germaphobe and refused to pick up cockroaches, such dirty insects, and put them into Professor Dumbledore's cockroach pile. This made Harley shake his head. What a boring phoenix. After flipping through the book for a while, Professor Dumbledore finally nodded. Indeed, this method can be explained from a magic point of view, but I need more evidence. Evidence? Of course there is. Harley casually pulled out Hufflepuff's golden cup and Ravenclaw's crown from his pocket, and named Horcrux one by one. Quote. The last Horcrux was the snake beside him. He killed the Horcrux with his own hands and absorbed its power. Harley quickly described the order in which he discovered Horcrux in the course of the battle. In order to eliminate such a huge serpent, when ordinary spells had no effect, I forcibly summoned a meteorite. The giant snake that Riddle transformed into was quite resilient. It wasn't completely dead even under the meteorite, allowing me to finish it off. It's a pity that Azkaban Island has completely disappeared, leaving behind that deep pit. As he spoke, Harley shook a pocket he had specially set aside, and a corpse fell out of it. To increase the credibility of the story, Harley specially created a corpse of Lord Voldemort. Although Lord Voldemort's remains have vanished, who would know? With just a little dark arts and some power from the realm of death, a steaming hot corpse is ready. Moreover, this corpse is more realistic than a real corpse and can withstand any scientific or magical examination. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, feeling the unique magical aura remaining on it, and considering that the vessels and numbers of Horcruxes listed by Harley perfectly matched all the signs Lord Voldemort had shown in the past. Professor Dumbledore has finally confirmed Lord Voldemort's complete death. He stood up again in agitation, inflicting a second heavy blow on the chair and bookshelf behind him. However, Professor Dumbledore didn't care, and even ignored several precious magic books that had fallen down because of his rough handling. He just laughed, but the laugh was unusually bitter. He remembered the cabinet burning in flames when he first visited the orphanage to see that child. I recalled how I deliberately treated that boy coldly when I discovered his wicked intentions, and never had a heart-to-heart talk with him face to face, and even expressed my wariness of that boy to other professors. I recalled my indifferent attitude when that child came to Hogwarts for job interviews twice. He thought of the Order of the Phoenix members who died because of this child, and the Ministry of Magic. Or, the innocent Wizarding World crowd, and the completely unaware ordinary Muggle. Scenes flashed through the old man's mind, as if they had happened just yesterday. That child was conceived through aphrodisiacs, didn't understand love, and ended up in an orphanage. I had long seen the darkness in his heart, but I only criticized and scolded him without ever guiding him properly, or even thinking about it. Perhaps it was that initial burst of fire that made him believe that only power was the truth in this world. Professor Dumbledore's voice grew louder and louder. If I had treated Tom with patience and love, would the outcome have been different? Would they still be dead? Unfortunately, it's all in the past, and I'll never have the chance to verify it again. Thank you, Harley, for your kindness in correcting an old man's mistake from his youth. Hello, Tom Riddle. Goodbye, Lord Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, leaving scabbers-like stains on his robes. The office was deathly silent. The old principals all closed their eyes and joined Professor Dumbledore in a moment of silence. About half an hour later, Harley appeared at the edge of Hogsmeade, rubbing her temples. It must be said that Professor Dumbledore is truly a talkative man. He can chatter on and on for so long, and he even sang a song with several other senior principals. Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore's flashback scene ended rather abruptly. Professor McGonagall stormed in, furious, and launched into a tirade against Professor Dumbledore. It seems Professor Dumbledore has dumped a huge pile of documents on the deputy principal again and forgotten that he needed to rush to the Ministry of Magic. Harley yawned, and the Black Knight magic mirror floated above her head. A wave of darkness emerged from the magic mirror, covering a large area of the ground. When the darkness completely dissipated, several Death Eaters, covered in blood and looking extremely disheveled, appeared on the ground. The Death Eaters were so frightened by Harley that they backed away immediately. Quiet. Harley's voice wasn't particularly loud, but it startled all the Death Eaters into immediately holding their breath. Do you know why I let you out? Harley's voice carried a chilling coldness. Just hearing it made the Death Eaters feel as if their very marrow was about to freeze solid. Old Malfoy, being the most quick-witted, knelt down without hesitation. My lord, whatever you require, I will obey your orders. As he spoke, he crawled forward a few steps, seemingly trying to lick the toes of Harley's white leather shoes. The others also suddenly realized what was happening and tried to emulate old Malfoy. Harley suddenly felt nauseous. With a light step, the thick snow on the ground instantly turned into chains, suspending the group in midair. Were you told to crawl forward? The Death Eaters looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what they had done wrong. Lord Voldemort, the old master, clearly enjoyed Death Eater licking his feet like that, so why doesn't it work here? Old Malfoy, who still serves as the Minister for Magic's dedicated advisor, has the keenest sense of things. Although he doesn't know what happened, he thinks that an apology and some nice words are the right thing to do. Seeing the group of Death Eaters fawning over her again, Harley sighed, and all the Death Eaters instantly turned into ice sculptures. Harley waited a full 5 minutes before deactivating his powers. After thawing, the Death Eaters were all shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Quiet, now listen to me. Harley snapped her fingers. I'm sparing your lives because you're known as fair-weather friends in Death Eater, and you've never killed anyone or committed any capital crimes. However, you are still deeply sinful and need to pay for your mistakes. And now, I have an important task of atonement to entrust to you. Master, we will obey your orders. Old Malfoy was the first to speak, saying respectfully as always. No matter what the task is, we will do our best to complete it. It's good that you have this awareness. Harley nodded in satisfaction, and more than a dozen corpses appeared out of thin air beneath his feet. The Death Eaters were instantly terrified as they looked at their old master and former colleagues, almost letting out a scream. I need you to take these to Rita, and she will arrange your next tasks. This is the story of a magical young man, just kidding, who bravely ventures into the Marvel Universe to find the Clo cards. 410 Ministry of Magic, look at what you've been protecting. What happened on Christmas night in 1995 was destined to be remembered throughout Great Britain. It left a significant mark on the history of magic. The Daily Prophet's lateness is unusual. Normally, even in the worst weather, the owls would deliver the newspaper to their customers on time. Occasionally, there may be slight delays due to the need to change the news, but at most, the delay will be less than 5 minutes. Today, the Daily Prophet was a full 3 hours late, the first time since the newspaper was first published. This has led almost all wizards to wonder what caused the Daily Prophet to be so late. And when they get the newspaper, they almost always can't wait to flip through it and find out what's going on. The wizards didn't have to wait long. They soon found the answer on the front page of the newspaper and were all astonished. Last night was Christmas Eve. Everyone was enjoying delicious food at home, admiring the snow falling outside the window, and marveling at the peaceful and prosperous wizarding world. But unexpectedly, under the cover of that peaceful night, the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries was invaded by you-know-who and his minions, the Death Eater and Dark Creatures. Even more frightening is that Minister Fudge was arrested and Umbridge's senior deputy minister also mysteriously disappeared. You can't even protect your own minister and deputy minister. Ministry of Magic, look at what you've actually protected. But the news didn't end there. On the second page, another major story was published. Before these intruders were caught, a you-know-who prison break occurred in Azkaban. According to author Rita claims that she has reliable first-hand information proving that you-know-who personally participated in the prison break and even directly caused the complete destruction of Azkaban Island, turning it into a deep ocean crater. After reading the 2 news articles, the same question came to mind again for all the wizards. Ministry of Magic, what exactly can you protect? These 2 bombshell news items directly shocked the entire Great Britain. Wizarding world spread rapidly to other countries. After all, although the British Empire is now in decline and no longer as powerful as it once was, it still has Dumbledore, the undisputed #1 in the world, to support it, and its ancestors were still very glorious. They own Azkaban Wizard Prison and its unique Dementor jailers have a renowned reputation throughout the international wizarding world. While the Department of Mysteries is not well known among the general public, it is extremely important in the eyes of the Ministries of Magic in various countries. Both have now been invaded, with Azkaban being transformed into a giant void in the ocean, which is truly shocking. The disappearance of the minister and the senior deputy minister has made the British Ministry of Magic a laughingstock. In addition, another important name caught everyone's attention, you-know-who. After the initial shock, a profound sense of dread followed. Who is you-know-who? He is the famous Dark Wizard, or rather, the Dark Lord. You can't deny his mastery of the killing curse and his speed of killing just because he's a madman. Although he rarely visited the European continent during his prime, seemingly indicating a low social status, that was only because he was stopped by Dumbledore, encountering the final boss right at the start of the game. The newspapers openly declared that this terrifying being who once instigated the Wizard Wars had been resurrected and returned, and even provided concrete evidence. In an instant, panic gripped the entire wizarding world. Many wizards, after reading the newspapers, began to quickly take stock of their family's assets and pack up their valuables. At the slightest sign of trouble, they prepared to move their entire family abroad. That's normal. Although Lord Voldemort didn't have time to do anything evil after his body was reshaped, he only invaded the Ministry of Magic once and broke into Azkaban prison once, without causing any direct harm to the residents of Wizarding World. However, this noseless wizard left an indelible scar on the hearts of almost all members of Wizarding World. Who doesn't have a few relatives who died at the hands of Lord Voldemort or his henchmen? The fear that Lord Voldemort instilled in the Wizarding World will likely only gradually fade away as these generations grow old. The senior officials of the Ministry of Magic were also extremely upset when they saw Rita write this news, as if they had swallowed a fly. They were already having a huge headache, since so many wizards had disappeared without a trace in the Department of Mysteries, which meant that there must still be loopholes hidden in the Ministry of Magic. The option of suicide had long been ruled out of the minds of the Ministry of Magic's senior officials. Who wants to die? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't choose death. Putting myself in their shoes, it's quite obvious what those invaders would do. As for the wands scattered around the stone archway of the Death Chamber, they were considered a poor illusion, merely meant to mislead the eye. The wizards certainly carried spare wands. Besides the Ministry of Magic being hacked, the disappearances of Fudge and Umbridge are also giving the officials a major headache. You must understand, this isn't just some random nobody going missing, it's the Minister for Magic and the Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. While Fudge has no power and could leave, dignifiedly, at any time, Umbridge, who is now also no longer well-liked and is a loyal supporter of Fudge, may also be forced to leave, dignifiedly, at the same time as Fudge. However, the two were, after all, the two with the most power and the highest status in the Ministry of Magic on the surface. Their disappearance not only slapped the Ministry of Magic in the face, but also brought a strong sense of insecurity to all employees and officials of the Ministry of Magic from top to bottom. If the Minister for Magic and the Deputy Minister can disappear without a trace, what about us? In addition, there was Azkaban. When the Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic arrived in Azkaban, the minds of these professionals were momentarily stunned. The Aurors were certain they hadn't gone to the wrong place. This was Azkaban, a place they could reach with their eyes closed. But they were also certain that beneath their brooms lay not the familiar island, nor the familiar prison, but only a gigantic void. Countless seawater was pouring into it, and they didn't know when it would be filled in. So, what about such a huge island like Azkaban? No matter how powerful you know who, are, or how well you break into prison, there's no need for you to deliberately make Azkaban disappear. My worries were already piling up, and then Rita wrote it all down. How are we supposed to convince the people of Wizarding World that they're protected now that you've done this? As a result, Wizarding World, which is usually slow to act, actually managed to gather its senior officials by 10 a.m. this time and held its first meeting of the day to discuss countermeasures. However, by noon that day, the Ministry of Magic suddenly realized that it seemed he didn't need to do anything anymore. Because the Daily Prophet ingeniously printed a midday newspaper, which it euphemistically called a Christmas special edition. This new issue of the newspaper published a series of articles on the theme of the Guardians of Christmas Eve, the victorious Harley Potter and the utterly dead you-know-who, all written by Rita. After obtaining a great deal of first-hand information from Harley, Rita spent the night poring over several thick ancient books on the history of magic, finding numerous narrative records of ancient wizards, and using these records to fabricate an epic war. The battle was so spectacular that it was as if the sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking open, and storms and tsunamis were appearing, with the Great Tao itself seemingly being obliterated. Even Harley herself was amazed after reading the article, realizing that this was how she had dealt with her senior, Riddle. Rita's description was so detailed that I would have believed it myself if I hadn't experienced it firsthand. To increase the credibility of the story, Rita took a series of photos after obtaining the corpses of Lord Voldemort and several of his notorious Death Eaters. Malfoy and the other Death Eaters also attended the filming, claiming they were atoning for their sins and making amends. At the last moment, they had a change of heart and provided Dumbledore and Harley with a lot of crucial information. They themselves were trying to verify the authenticity of all these events. After all, they were all Death Eaters. The entire Wizarding World erupted in excitement. The Second Wizarding War had ended almost as soon as it began. Countless owls were flying erratically in the sky, unusually active during the day and resting at night. Even Muggle noticed this strange phenomenon. Many wizards were visiting each other's facilities, exchanging their joy. Many wizards were so overjoyed that they cried tears of joy, broke the secrecy law, and rushed into the streets in their wizard robes to celebrate. Once bitten, twice shy, the inhabitants of Wizarding World never want to recall the fear Lord Voldemort instilled in them again. The Ministry of Magic also received a message from Professor Dumbledore, learning that everything Rita said was true. Everyone was completely bewildered, feeling as if they had been kept in the dark. They knew nothing about it, yet it was all over. But what does it matter? Fools are often blessed. It's great that I don't have to worry about anything. In short, why hold a meeting or worry? Let's celebrate together. After a brief period of celebration, everything returned to normal. Amelia lived up to expectations and successfully became the new Minister for Magic. She was the popular choice with extremely high approval ratings. Her election not only satisfied the ordinary wizards, but also relieved all members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The position of Minister for Magic should belong to the Director of our Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What right do you, a Deputy Director of the Department of Magic Accidents and Disasters, have? Amelia didn't celebrate wildly like Fudge after taking the stage, as she had too much to do. The Ministry of Magic has now determined that the mysterious wizards who invaded the Department of Mysteries are likely Death Eaters in disguise. After all, the timing of their invasion coincided so perfectly with the timing of Lord Voldemort's prison break, even a 3-year-old little wizard wouldn't believe they weren't related. Leaders of other countries have also confirmed that these invaders are not their own country's dark wizards. However, simply identifying the person is not enough. The Ministry of Magic also needs to conduct security checks on locations including the Department of Mysteries in an effort to prevent such intrusions from happening again. In addition, the deaths of so many prisoners and Death Eaters in Azkaban also need to be addressed. It's said that debts are settled upon death, but this rule in the Muggle world doesn't apply to the magic world. To commit heinous crimes and then try to escape punishment by dying. Who would still believe in the glory of justice then? Thus, the purge began. The Ministry of Magic started investigating each pure blood family. If it was confirmed that a family had produced a Death Eater, the Wizarding world would be compensated based on a comprehensive assessment of all the information. The method for identifying targets is also very simple, just look for deaths in certain families. The Ministry of Magic has already obtained a considerable amount of information from Harley and has confirmed this is the most effective method. At the end of the Christmas holidays, Amelia personally spoke with Harley, warmly inviting him to endorse the Ministry of Magic as its brand ambassador and help restore its reputation. Harley readily agreed to this unexpected stroke of good fortune. Her current anchors can only sustain her until she becomes Angel King, which is definitely not enough. Only by further deepening the impression of her on her existing fans and expanding to include new believers abroad can she more effectively support a Sequence Zero. After receiving Harley's consent, Amelia had a detailed conversation with Harley about what happened on Christmas Eve, and it was Harley who suggested this method of determining the Death Eater based on the deceased. She was quite certain that, under her multiple natural disasters, what kind of Death Eater could survive? At least, a typical Sequence 4 demigod certainly wouldn't be qualified. Amelia approved of Harley's approach and immediately decided to follow Harley's suggestion to deliver another blow to these grieving families. Adding fuel to the fire and kicking someone when they're down is a wonderful thing. The Christmas holidays have come to an end in the blink of an eye, and Hogwarts is back to school as usual. During this time, Harley attracted more and more attention as she walked around the school. She just went out for a meal, and a huge crowd gathered around her, with many first and second graders coming up to ask for autographs. But that's normal, after all, this is the Wizard's rising star who personally killed Lord Voldemort and is on par with Professor Dumbledore. Although everyone had long recognized Harley's exceptional talent through a series of championships and papers, who would have thought that while they were still fretting about the assignment due tomorrow, he had already solved Lord Voldemort? What is a gap? This is a gap. Furthermore, Rita continued to publish TV series in the newspapers. She had once again found the key to generating buzz and was preparing to expand on the battle between Harley and Lord Voldemort, writing at least 15 episodes. Of course, there are also people who don't like Harley, such as some Slytherin snakes that have lost their parents in a physical sense. However, they didn't dare to cause trouble for Harley, as their home was currently under investigation by the Ministry of Magic. Although most of the high-ranking members of the Ministry of Magic are pure blood, their stances differ. Just like the Crouch family, which has turned to dust in history, and the Burns family, which is currently at its peak, both families are pure-blooded, belonging to the bloodlines that can be valued immediately after joining Death Eater. However, these two families are also the most steadfast in their opposition to you-know-who. Amelia Bones' brother was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix and died in the war against the Death Eater. Now that these families are in power, expecting them to show leniency towards the Death Eater families. That's simply impossible. End of chapter. 411. The mysterious thing that could explode at any moment. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Although a month and a half has passed since Lord Voldemort's death, many departments have not yet fully returned to normal operation. After all, when Minister Fudge was captured, those damn Death Eaters set several fires to create chaos. Many documents were destroyed in the fire, and it's not something that can be recovered in a short time, so it's perfectly reasonable that work cannot proceed normally. Of course, whether or not some of the documents were actually burned by Death Eater is anyone's guess. After all, who knows why Death Eaters would be interested in the nearly 50-year procurement records of Gobu Stone Club, the official subsidiary of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the portkey usage records of the portkey office of the Magical Transport Department. The latter could be loosely explained as them setting a fire while stealing portkey, but the former, why would a group of thugs be interested in Gobu Stone, which is usually ignored. But none of that matters. No one's coming to investigate anyway, so we should make good use of this unexpected opportunity to settle accounts. Only the Department of Mysteries had fully resumed normal operations at this point. After all, this is a research department, and it's not well known. Wizards who are willing to come to the Department of Mysteries as unspeakables are basically very passionate about magic. Even August Luke Wood, who joined Death Eater, had a lifelong passion for reading classic magic books and exploring all sorts of strange and unusual magic. He was willing to join Death Eater partly because Lord Voldemort had become his faith, and he was fighting for his faith. On the other hand, it was also because Luke Wood was optimistic about Lord Voldemort's future, believing that the Dark Lord would inevitably rule the entire wizarding world in the future. At that time, as one of the earliest people to join the Dark Lord's camp, he will surely be able to hold a high position and recklessly plunder all kinds of classical books from the people of Wizarding World. Even the unspeakables who joined Death Eater have this mentality, so it's impossible for Dragon to burn down its warehouse in the Department of Mysteries. So, a month after the intrusion, the Department of Mysteries was back to normal operation. This was because the Aurors, following Scrimgeour's instructions, thoroughly searched the Department of Mysteries in an attempt to find vulnerabilities in its defenses. One weekend night, the Ministry of Magic was deserted except for an Auror squad and 2 striker squads on duty. But the Department of Mysteries was brightly lit, and the magic fanatics were still engrossed in their own research labs, studying magic that was ahead of its time. In the Brain Hall, 2 unspeakables are powering up an artificial magic brain on a table in the corner and recording some data. One of the unspeakables suddenly complained, "When are those crude barbarians who only know how to kill and set fires leaving?" The director is really something, actually allowing that kind of fanatic with a mind full of combat magic to enter our Department of Mysteries. The person he was referring to was Auror in the reception room. After searching for a full month, the Ministry of Magic still found nothing and had to stop the search, allowing the Department of Mysteries to resume its work. However, Scrimgeour firmly believes that there must be a loophole hidden in the Department of Mysteries, so every week a squad of strikers, led by 2 Aurors, is stationed in the Department of Mysteries, living room to prevent emergencies. Other senior officials in the Ministry of Magic, concerned for their own safety, also expressed their support for Scrimgeour's arrangements. They probably won't leave. Unspeakables, who is currently energizing his brain, shook his head and put down the wand. If it weren't for the exceptionally high level of secrecy within the Department of Mysteries, coupled with our director's strong objections, Scrimgeour would have wanted to assign R and the strikers directly to various departments. Merlin's white beard, how are we supposed to get our work done? The unspeakables who spoke first dipped the brain he was holding back into the nutrient solution in a large water tank on the table, and removed his insulating dragon leather gloves. Thank you, Director. Thank you for your reasoned argument. Suddenly, it doesn't seem so hard to accept that there's a team of batters and are stationed in the reception room. As long as they don't come in and interfere with our research, it's fine. As they chatted, the 2 changed out of their white coats, which were covered in various disgusting slimes and unidentified objects. Damn it, how long has this experiment been without progress? These brains should at least give us some response. Nothing magic can make them react. Stop thinking about it, old buddy. Let's go grab a drink. Maybe a little fire whiskey will get our brains buzzing and a new idea will suddenly pop into our heads. The white lights in the brain room went out. But less than 5 minutes later, they came back on with a bright green light. Harley was standing with his hands behind his back in front of a huge water tank. The water tank is located in the very center of the rectangular room and is filled with a dark green liquid. Many pearly white things floated in the liquid, drifting lazily as if they were alive. How interesting, an artificially created magic brain. Harley bent his right index finger and tapped it lightly on the glass. The brain inside the water tank seemed to be startled and suddenly darted far away. A moment later, these brains seemed to realize they had been provoked and began to scramble to jump out. One of the brains was the most agile, leaping directly into the air and hovering there. Many ribbon-like things composed of moving images burst out of my brain, spreading out rapidly like rolls of film, and even spewing out colorful brain matter. These brains, are they similar to the consciousness modifications of the spectator pathway? Harley analyzed with great interest. Those who come into contact with it may be implanted with memories and thoughts that do not belong to them, and may even develop consciousness originating from a third party. A very creative idea, but it probably won't be of much use to Wizard with its high enough occupancy. There are also traces of the ancient alchemists of the Earth Path Sequence 4. They tried to recreate the life transmutation, but unfortunately they haven't succeeded yet. These brains are still not truly alive, they need to be immersed in these auxiliary potion fluids to maintain their activity. If they are removed from the fluid for an extended period of time, they will die automatically. What interesting magic, but which idiot added melee capabilities to these brains, making these ribbons only useful for strangling people? Harley's face showed a hint of distress and anger, as if a teacher were facing a test paper from an unfamiliar student, on which were some wildly imaginative, outrageously wrong answers. She gently tapped the air with her left hand, and black flames instantly rose up. These magic brains were not afraid of fire when they were created, and their ribbons were incredibly tough. However, when faced with the black flames before them, they seemed to be facing their natural enemy and abruptly shrank back. The black flames rapidly spread towards the ceiling, eventually engulfing the brain. Even though the brain had no mouth, a scream still rang out in the room. The other brains in the giant tank were also startled by the scream and darted deep into the dark green liquid, not daring to show their faces. Harley ignored these thoughts and turned to leave the room. Before formally entering the death chamber and passing through the stone archway into the City of Calamity to seek uniqueness and the other two Sequence 1 extraordinary properties, Harley had much preparatory work to do. She still needed to process the Source Castle admission ticket in her hand. Nurmengard, in addition to the Chaos Sea deep beneath the castle, there is another clone, and clones also need to be assigned to keep an eye on the various tributaries of the River of Eternal Darkness. In addition, the other 10 chambers in the Death Chamber also need to be properly handled before formal entry. After all, these halls are not ordinary entities, their research subjects are likely to be other important and extraordinary characteristics, uniqueness, or even a part of a certain source substance. These are all unstable factors, and Harley must investigate them thoroughly before officially entering the City of Calamity. Before the iron door behind me, which belonged to the Brain Hall, closed, a bright green mark appeared on the door, the symbol that represented the witch pathway. The iron gate slammed shut, locking the dark green behind it out. So the circular room turned pure black again. Everything was black, including the floor and the ceiling. The surrounding walls were inlaid with 12 identical black doors. Except for the doors leading to the Brain Hall and the reception room, which each had a bright green mark, the other doors were completely pure and did not even have handles. The branch-shaped candles that adorned the walls lit up automatically as Harley stepped in, their shimmering blue flames illuminating the room. The flames flickered slowly, casting a cold light on the gleaming marble floor, making the black floor beneath our feet seem like a dark, deep pool. The wall began to spin rapidly, eventually turning into a blurry blue light and shadow, interspersed with a large patch of emerald green. Even after everything had settled, the witch's mark remained, and it had subtly seeped into the depths of the door. Harley nodded and pushed open the next door. Soon, the doors were covered with markings, as if this were not the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic, but a gathering of the demoness sect. Harley had also explored most of the halls. After visiting so many halls, Harley had only one thought. It's really lucky that the Ministry of Magic has been able to exist peacefully until now, and that none of its employees have encountered any problems. Putting everything else aside, that Prophecy Hall definitely hides an extraordinary attribute of Diviner's Path Sequence 2 Miracle Master. It is precisely because of this extraordinary characteristic that so many prophecy crystal balls exist in the Prophecy Hall. However, for some unknown reason, the negative effects of this extraordinary characteristic were not manifested at all, and its characteristics were only exerted in a negligible small part. Of course, this is definitely a good thing for the Ministry of Magic. Although the extraordinary properties of a mere Sequence 2 or in Archangel Harley is nothing compared to her, but if she really unleashes her power, it will definitely be enough for those rookies from the Ministry of Magic to enjoy. They probably don't even need to think about their next life, because the negative effects of the extraordinary characteristics of the earthly angel level will prevent these weaklings, who are not even demigods, from even becoming ghosts. They will be permanently bound and turned into puppets. There is also a time hall, which houses a large number of clocks, where the constant, busy ticking echoes in the air, and diamond-like sparkles everywhere. At the end of all these clocks is a tall, bell-shaped crystal dome, filled with constantly churning and shimmering luminous energy. Within the crystal dome lies a constantly cycling time. A jewel-like egg rises and cracks repeatedly, from which a hummingbird emerges, only to quickly age, die, and eventually return to being an egg. Harley studied it for a while and determined that this place might be related to the Mercury Serpent, the first sequence of the fate path, which was why time on this hummingbird kept looping, as if it were trapped in the cycle of fate. Moreover, something is vaguely missing from this glass case. Perhaps it's the disappearance of some extraordinary characteristic of the thief's path sequence, the temporary insect. I had experienced something similar when I was studying the extraordinary item in Hermione's possession. The time converter had come into contact with an item of a higher level through the same pathway. It seems that something must have happened in the time chamber back then, but unfortunately the Lord of Mysteries has already fallen, so we can never know what happened back then. If these halls were only dangerous to the Ministry of Magic, then the penultimate hall that Harley opened posed a huge threat to her personally. Harley was so terrified when she saw what was behind the door that she almost self-destructed, and was resurrected at the pre-arranged resurrection point. After all, she saw the starry sky in that hall. The Department of Mysteries, Starry Sky Hall was completely dark, filled with planets. When Harley opened the door, Pluto was right in her face. The pressure this would exert on an informed extraordinary individual is no less than that of an ordinary muggle going to a boxing match only to find that his opponent is Megatron, and then realizing that he has signed a contract for a fight to the death. Fortunately, these planets did not undergo any abnormalities. After a brief investigation, Harley also discovered that these planets were once connected to the starry sky, but now, their connection with the starry sky has been completely severed. It's likely that the outer gods didn't like ants spying on them, but they were also afraid that their casual infection of ordinary wizards would awaken the first, so they simply cut off the connection. That's why Harley felt that the employees of the Ministry of Magic were really walking a tightrope every day. If they had a brain fart, it was uncertain whether the first would wake up, but they would definitely die in an instant. After leaving the Starry Sky Hall, only 2 doors in the Department of Mysteries remained unmarked. Behind one of the doors, an aura of impending doom lingered. It was clearly the death chamber. That wasn't Harley's destination in her infiltration of the Department of Mysteries, so she had overlooked that door beforehand. Harley's gaze was fixed on the last door. 412 Without the soul of transfiguration, you are committing pure blasphemy. This last door is very special. Harley simply waved the wand lightly, just like she had done with the previous doors, and then waited for the doors to open automatically. Surprisingly, the door remained completely still, showing no respect to Harley whatsoever. Harley frowned, assuming the door was locked. The previous doors weren't locked, so Harley had developed a habit of not using Alohomora. Alohomora. An Archangel-level Alohomora covered the door, and with a click, the lock opened. Immediately afterwards, the sound of an iron lock falling to the ground came from behind the door, indicating that there were many chains covering the back of the door. But the door in front of them still remained closed. Harley raised her eyebrows slightly, and flames instantly covered her long black hair that reached her waist. Frost also instantly covered her body, forming a thick protective barrier. After completing the preparations, Harley took a step forward and gently placed her right hand on the iron gate. The door itself wasn't heavy, but it felt as if something was blocking the doorway from behind. Harley pushed hard once, but couldn't push it away. Harley's surprise deepened. After all, she was an assassin of Archangel caliber, she couldn't possibly be that weak in terms of strength. It seems that what's behind this door is quite something. Harley's eyes gleamed with a vibrant green light, and layers of green light emanated from the point where her hand touched the door. The iron gate suddenly vanished, leaving nothing behind, as if it had reached the end of its life in an instant. However, the contents of the room did not spill out, because a layer of green covered the entire door frame. From the outside, the room was pitch black, and it wasn't the kind of darkness in the planetary hall that could make you float. Rather, it was a deep, profound darkness, as if it were a void. Such passionate feelings. After standing at the door for a long time, Harley sighed softly and shook her head. As a witch symbolizing calamity and despair, she did not like this room. The word, love, itself doesn't match the image of a witch. But Harley continued forward, passing through the new door she had created herself without any hindrance. Comma 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 comma. After passing through the door, the scene inside the room suddenly changed. Harley walked into a living room, and the door behind her was slowly closing. Harley stared blankly at the living room in front of her, at the clothes rack beside her, the sofa not far away, the radio on the coffee table next to the sofa, and the television opposite. There was also a painting hanging on the wall. It was a family portrait. The handsome young man with dark hair embraced his wife, a young woman with deep red hair, emerald green eyes, and a striking resemblance to Harley. The woman was holding a baby in her arms, and the baby was happily sucking its fingers. Harley stared at the family photo, her raised arm drooping down, her defenses pressed tightly against her sides, not spreading outwards. The black gemstone ring on the necklace around her neck was faintly glowing, as if maintaining the room's luster. Harley. A vibrant voice suddenly came from the depths of the room, and the young man and woman in the portrait actually came down the stairs. Welcome home. Harley didn't reply. The glasses perched on her nose were exerting extraordinary influence on her brain, mixed with negative effects. Extraordinary items made from the extraordinary properties of the spectator pathway sequence 4 manipulator have no effect on an archangel, though they are sufficient for stimulation. However, Harley seemed oblivious to the warning coming from the depths of her soul, and simply watched quietly as the two figures opposite her smiled and looked at her. She had fought against extraordinary beings with spectator pathways or powerful individuals wielding extraordinary items with spectator pathways, and had also faced such images that struck at the heart's weaknesses. However, it was a life or death battle, and after a long life, her childhood memories were not so clear, so the impact was not that great. Now, Harley has passed through the demoness of Unaging sequence. Memories from any point in her life are as clear as if they happened yesterday. Looking at the image before her, Harley inexplicably recalled that night when her father didn't take the wand, but still resolutely stood in the living room. His own mother covered the stroller with her body and used her life to perform the last magic, preventing Lord Voldemort from harming her. When Harley chatted with Hedwig, she always referred to herself as a beautiful 17-year-old girl. But she knew in her heart that no language could conceal the fact that she had lived for hundreds of years. Time had not left any marks on her body, but the years that her soul had lived through were real. She thought that after hundreds of years of travel, playing so many roles in the sequence, experiencing pain and despair, witnessing lies and betrayals, and turning her sword against her fellow shipmates, nothing could hurt her anymore. But now, Harley touched her cheek, where tears had already streamed down her face. The reason I've been on a journey is because I can't find my home. After a long while, Harley grasped the ring on her chest, its emerald green sheen covering it. The surrounding rooms collapsed and disintegrated like bubbles, turning into a flurry of snowflakes. It was the legendary resurrection stone on this black gemstone ring that combined with the energy of love in the Department of Mysteries room to create this soul-stirring, almost surreal illusion that seemed to summon the dead from the underworld. Now, the resurrection stone is suppressed and isolated by the archangel level, and the illusion naturally has a loophole, quietly shattering under Harley's power. Goodbye, Harley said softly, reaching out to catch the last piece of foam that drifted down as James and Lily's images shattered. Aside from that initial call, they didn't say anything else from beginning to end, only smiling as they looked at their child. The familiar yet unfamiliar room vanished, leaving only darkness, but this darkness was not cold at all. On the contrary, it was incredibly warm. Harley took a deep breath, turned and walked toward the door without the slightest hesitation. After she left the room, the iron gate automatically closed, as if nothing had happened. Harley raised her hand, and a thin roll of parchment appeared in her palm. Naming it, Hall of Love. Characteristics: it contains a vast energy called love. The true layout inside is unknown. Researchers who enter will feel warmth and see false illusions. These illusions may include family, hobbies, desires, and many other people or things that can be associated with the word love. Albus Dumbledore highly praised this room but refused to step into it himself and even expressed his fear. Warning: the room is extremely dangerous. More than 95% of the unspeakables have died. The unspeakables died by being trapped in hallucinations and unwilling to wake up. Note: 1. A small number of awakened unspeakables indicate that fantasy has the power to bewitch people. For example, when deceased parents appear, they may plead with their children to stay, enticing people to become addicted to it. Second, the operating principle has not yet been studied, but it is speculated that it is a negative influence from the nearby Death Chamber stone arch, and the two have certain similarities. Third, the locations of the two halls cannot be moved. The Death Chamber exists because of the stone arch, and the Love Hall exists because of this room that already exists. Recommendation: use magic to seal the area and delay research. warn other unspeakables or visitors to strictly prohibit them from entering this hall to avoid increasing the death toll. No unspeakables currently listed. A list of unspeakables who have died is attached. Below this parchment recording the Hall of Love are 3 more parchments, on which are written numerous names of the unspeakables who sacrificed themselves. Harley shook her head, and an invisible spider web shoved the parchment back into the office of the director of the Department of Mysteries. She turned her head to look at the door again and waved gently. The iron lock behind the door flew up automatically, locking the door completely, and the heavy padlock slammed down. "Goodbye," Harley said softly, then walked towards the reception room without looking back. She dared not use the mirrored teleportation here, who knew what she might end up in. Who knows, he might just plunge headfirst into some source substance and end up face to face with the first. That would be hilarious. Harley's figure disappeared behind the iron door leading to the living room, the candlelight went out, and the room returned to complete darkness. The witch pathway markers have disappeared inside the door, only occasionally does an eye appear on the door, scan the area, and then disappear again. Death chamber, behind the stone arch. Peter Peverell was still sitting by the window, rubbing his temples, looking puzzled. I clearly sensed the target approaching, so why did it circle around and then run away? Is it playing me for a fool? He sighed and touched the long robe he was wearing. The robe, made of flesh and blood, was engulfed in flames of disaster. In just a month and a half, 1/5 of the robe had already been burned. Damn it, is it really too much for a Sequence 2 clone to contend with the power of the source matter? For the first time, regret appeared in his eyes. The being who controlled the rules realized for the first time that he seemed to have underestimated the rules and his own father. Hopefully, it's not too late. A piece of parchment appeared at Peter's fingertips, wrapped with the magical power of the contract. The 2 bright red words on the parchment read, Harley Potter. When parchment appeared, the city of Calamity seemed to sense something. The skeletal monsters, still bleeding profusely, stopped walking down the street and stared at the spot where Peter was sitting. In a more distant place, invisible to the naked eye, countless monsters of all shapes and sizes from the surrounding streets also turned their gazes toward this place. This delicious food is definitely for me to enjoy, I can't let you guys have it. The annoyance in Peter's eyes had disappeared, and he resumed his ever-present smile. A series of rules enveloped the parchment, isolating it. After losing their target, the monsters immediately lowered their heads and began to walk in an orderly and quiet manner, shrouding the entire city in an eerie atmosphere. The semester following Christmas is always busy and stressful, as final exams are just around the corner. When Professor McGonagall placed a magic sign in the last row of the Transfiguration classroom, showing exactly 60 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds until the owl's exam, all the students instinctively panicked. When Professor McGonagall distributed career brochures to students and began meeting with them one by one to discuss their career plans, many students realized that something was wrong. The sorting hat I wore when I entered the school seems like it was just yesterday, but now I have already completed almost 5/7 of my journey. As for planning, most people have absolutely no planning, so they are even more panicked. Hermione, on the other hand, was full of confidence and told Professor McGonagall directly that she was prepared to compete for the position of Minister for Magic. This left Professor McGonagall speechless for a while, until finally he simply waved his hand, indicating Slughorn. The professor might be able to offer Hermione more help. After Hermione left the office, it was Harley's turn. As Harley walked in, Professor McGonagall immediately put aside all the advertisements spread out on the table. Harley, let's stop talking about our careers. I want to discuss your transfiguration paper with you. Quote. Harley tilted her head and blinked. Professor McGonagall, are you sure you don't want to talk about professions? Is there any need for discussion? Professor McGonagall casually pulled a thick stack of parchment from his drawer. You're now the Minister of Magic's brand ambassador. If you were to take a position directly at the Minister of Magic, which department wouldn't welcome you? However, I don't think you need to go to the Ministry of Magic, since that would be a waste of your talents in all aspects. Personally, I would prefer you to focus on transfiguration. I think the International Transfiguration Association would be happy to appoint you as an honorary member and provide you with regular subsidies. If you can take over my transfiguration, a professorship would be even better. Harley blinked. So Professor McGonagall was here to poach her. Professor Flitwick had hinted to himself when teaching him dueling that he hoped Harley would succeed him as the spells professor. And now Professor McGonagall is here too. But Professor, I want to be a Hogwarts principal, huh? Dumbledore, who was drinking tea in the headmaster's office, spat out his honey tea, but he didn't care and just stared at the silverware in front of him. Good heavens, I'm still an old man, and you already want to be a Hogwarts principal. That's really fantastic. Lord Voldemort is dead, his mistakes have been resolved, and Dumbledore has long wanted to retire. Professor McGonagall coughed and nodded. It's a good thing to have such a goal. I think Albus would be very happy. However, in recent principals, like Dumbledore, they first served as Transfiguration principals. Professor, and then principal. So let's talk about Transfiguration instead. Professor McGonagall spread the parchment on the table and pointed to a passage on it. Let's talk about your point of view. Harley glanced at it, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. That was the occult knowledge related to the cursed transformation ability of the Silent Disciple in the Prisoner's Path Sequence 3 that I had restored in my spare time. Because it is used in combat, it causes significant damage to the body. In the world of sequence pathways, the first priority in battle is survival. Even the most severe negative pathways can be accepted if necessary. A mere extraordinary ability that has a destructive effect on the body is simply too ordinary here. However, the mainstream transformation philosophy of Wizarding World vehemently denounces this view, considering it evil magic, even more so than dark arts, though not dark arts. Generally, only those who are obsessed or even fanatical about transfiguration would study these things. Professor McGonagall has always disliked this idea, believing that transfiguration, which can damage the body, is unacceptable. So after I finished compiling this article, I clearly only intended to keep it privately. Harley suddenly realized that she seemed to have mixed this thing up with last week's paper. At the time, I was still planning to hack into the Department of Mysteries, so someone else submitted my assignments for me. The person handing in the assignment probably didn't look at it carefully. After confirming that the first and last parchments were correct, they handed in all the parchments. Miss Potter, I'd like to ask you why you hold this view on transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's expression was ambiguous, and Harley instinctively leaned back. Outside the door, many Gryffindor students were chatting and discussing their future career aspirations. Suddenly, the office door opened, and Harley rushed out. At the same time, a roar echoed throughout the entire floor. This is pure blasphemy. You have no transfiguration spirit. ... Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 413 Don't be superstitious, believe in magic. Despite Harley's fight to escape, he was easily apprehended by Professor McGonagall. Hermione had been waiting outside all along, and had cruelly taken advantage of Harley's misfortune. Professor McGonagall criticized Harley's deviant research from multiple perspectives, vowing to correct Harley's transfiguration mindset and guide him onto the right path. Harley managed to slip away from Professor McGonagall only after writing numerous formal guarantees. As Owls approaches, the atmosphere at the school is becoming increasingly anxious and uneasy. Many students have inexplicably started exhibiting strange behaviors, as if they would be letting down their hard-earned study time if they didn't engage in some kind of performance art. Ernie Macmillan began to enjoy interrogating others about their study time. Whenever he finds out that someone else has studied for longer than him, he starts to question them repeatedly, trying to find loopholes in their statements to prove that they haven't actually studied for that long. When he finds out that others have less study time than him, Macmillan feels happy and even a little excited, and starts to show off his perfect study time. He even made a special table listing how many hours he studied each day, and he kept repeating it over and over again. Some people are at the other extreme. For example, Hale's Stephen kept sighing and saying that if he didn't do well on the exam, he would have to go back to inherit the family business in Diagon Alley. But soon, he heard Susan Burns lament. Susan said she didn't know if her aunt would be willing to let her intern as a Minister for Magic assistant if she could only get 6 certificates. Upon hearing this, Stephen shut up completely and never mentioned his family's shop in Diagon Alley again. In addition to these bizarre practices, various black market transactions also began to flourish in Hogwarts. At the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey started offering a range of calming potions and tranquilizers early on. Students who were too anxious about reviewing their studies came here, drank a bottle of this, and immediately felt that their backaches and headaches were gone, and all their anxiety disappeared. However, this also has a slight negative effect. The students' minds and their desire to review also disappeared. Those who drank potion just wanted to lie in bed like corpses. Once the effects of the medication wear off, they will jump out of bed in a panic, continuing their studies with even greater anxiety. Soon, after realizing that these 2 potions were not very effective, the 5th grade students chose to change their target. Students began privately exchanging various so-called high-quality potions, such as brain-boosting agents, dragon claw powder, and brain-clearing agents. The 6th and 7th graders were more experienced in this regard. They knew that the school hospital's potions were not very effective, so they prepared a large quantity of supplies in advance. Harley once caught Eddie Camichel, a 6th grader from Ravenclaw, trying to sell Dean and Seamus a bottle of Bayfi, claiming that he got 9A grades on his ALS exams last year, all thanks to this bottle. At the same time, he offered buyers extremely low prices, selling only 12 galleons per pint, which is only half the price of the official stores. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the two potential customers opposite him, Camichel quickly changed his tune, offering to lower the price again, saying that buying all three together would only cost 35 galleons and 16 silver sieves. At the same time, Camichel looked extremely distressed, as if he had made a huge concession and suffered a huge loss. This greatly excited Dean and Seamus, who wished they could buy it on the spot. However, Harley decisively confiscated it and poured it all into the girls' restroom toilet. When Camichel saw it was Harley, he initially wanted to say something, but then he suddenly remembered Harley. Having won the Magic School Potion Contest, he quickly slipped away. Dean and Seamus, on the other hand, seemed unconvinced and wanted to argue. This made Harley want to curse. Did these two have some kind of misunderstanding about their potty skills? Baffy, a high-end potion, requires a full 2 hours of brewing, involving numerous steps, and no mistakes can be made at any stage. Moreover, the ingredients for Bafferate Brain Awakening Elixir are extremely precious, and many of them contain highly toxic substances. If not prepared properly, it could cause injury or even death to Wizard. Once successfully prepared, the undiluted Bafferate stimulant solution has a chance to permanently enhance Wizard's thinking ability. The diluted Bafferate stimulant solution can also greatly enhance Wizard's thinking ability in a short period of time. Even a low-quality bar-feeding brain-boosting agent can only temporarily improve Wizard's memory and reaction speed, but it may cause permanent damage to Wizard's brain afterward. Therefore, this potion has always been a key focus of the Ministry of Magic, and it is extremely rare and expensive on the black market in Nocturne Alley. Even if 1 or 2 bottles were occasionally placed in those notorious black market drugstores in Nocturne Alley, few wizards dared to buy them. After all, who can be sure what quality of the stimulant it is? And even further, is it actually a stimulant? No one dares to gamble with their life. How could an ordinary, unconnected 6th grade student like Ravenclaw produce such an extremely rare and precious potion? Harley herself was the first to disbelieve it, and felt that anyone with a brain wouldn't believe Camichel's nonsense. But Dean and Seamus continued to argue their points. For the sake of their exam scores, they were willing to debate even against a perfect hero who could kill anyone they knew. Harley, the buffet brain-boosting drug is incredibly effective. And we've heard that Camichel did indeed get 9 honors last year. Don't be silly. Harley interrupted Dean without hesitation. The reason why Camichel was able to get 9 A's last year is because he has been in the top 3 of his grades since the 3rd grade, and he studies until after midnight every night and gets up at 5:30 in the morning to continue studying hard. Besides, this doesn't contain Bafferate, but rather a brain-enhancing agent, and it's a diluted, low-quality product. This thing can only make you react exceptionally fast when you're studying tonight, and then your brain will probably completely shut down and become inoperable for the next 5 days. Do you trust your own judgment, or mine? Seeing that the two were still unconvinced, Harley shook her head. By the way, I'm really impressed that you two managed to copy so little from my paper. Dean and Seamus then realized that Harley's potions skills were indeed many times better than their own, and completely abandoned their idea of buying potions. These two dim-witted guys aren't even classic examples of being scammed. Many students have poor grades but are still blindly confident. They can't recognize the fakes and still hand over their money to their seniors without hesitation. They are typical examples of being scammed and still helping the scammers count their money. I wonder how Professor Snape will feel after seeing this. He'll probably just feel relieved to finally be free from this misery and no longer have to be a professor. Potions teaches these students who, despite having attended school for 5 years, still possess an innocent and naive quality in their eyes. 2 months is not a short time, but it's not a long time either. When the number on the counter at the back of the Transfiguration classroom dropped to single digits, all the students panicked. Professor McGonagall stopped lecturing during the last Transfiguration class in 5th grade and instead handed out the exam schedule, student seating order, and specific requirements. Just as it is written on the parchment in your hands, Professor McGonagall's voice was stern. Your ALS exam will last for 2 weeks. The morning will be a written theory exam, and the afternoon will test your practical skills. Of course, given the special nature of astronomy, its practical exams will be scheduled for the night. What if we encounter bad weather? A student immediately raised their hand. Will the astronomy practical exam be postponed? No, so don't try to pray for bad weather with Muggle's shoddy rainmaking knowledge. Professor McGonagall glanced at the student. Remember, we are the wizards. Don't be superstitious, believe in magic. Your seniors have personally tried various methods of praying for rain, and none of them have succeeded. By the way, even if there is bad weather, the professors can use weather charm to deal with it, so don't expect the exam to be postponed. Professor McGonagall paused, his gaze sweeping across the class, his voice growing even more stern. I must also remind you that every exam paper is made by the Wizarding Examinations Authority and is covered with various anti-cheating spells. Don't bother with those low-level tricks like automatic answer quills, memory balls, cheat sheets, and automatic error correction ink. Your seniors have already tried them for you. In recent years, new regulations have been added, prohibiting the engraving of important knowledge points on the barrel of a quill pen or writing knowledge points on one's thigh so that professors cannot look at them. There are female professors in every examination room, precisely to facilitate dealing with such situations. At this point, Professor McGonagall gritted his teeth, as if some student of Gryffindor had made such a foolish mistake. Of course, those caught cheating also bear the corresponding legal consequences, being sentenced to up to 3 years in prison or detention, and fined a certain amount. The most serious case was even sentenced to the maximum 7-year Azkaban prison term and fined a huge sum. Can you promise me that there won't be any idiots like this in our class? The students all sat up straight and answered in unison, yes. That's good, Professor McGonagall nodded. I hope you can all strive for your future and achieve good results. Owls, first exam is on curse theory, scheduled for Monday morning. On the day of the exam, Harley chose to sleep in a little longer and didn't get up until 7 a.m. After all, you play a lot during big exams, play a little during small exams, and don't play at all if there are no exams. After she changed her clothes, she pulled back the curtains and saw that, to her surprise, Lavender and Parvati, who were always sleeping in, were already up early. After a year in Hogwarts, most students, except for a few exceptionally hard-working ones, become seasoned veterans. He would stay out in other dorm rooms until 2 a.m. and then sleep until 10 a.m. He would skip breakfast if he had to get up early, and arriving at the classroom right on time had become the norm. If there's one student in the dorm who can get up early, then he can become the dorm's godfather, and enjoy being called godfather by his roommates. Parvati and Lavender are among the best. On weekends, they can even sleep until 3 p.m., skipping both breakfast and lunch. This seasoned pro, suddenly waking up early, seems unbelievable. Yes, it's the author's roommate. The author has always wondered, is there any difference between sleeping at 2 a.m. and waking up at 10 a.m. and sleeping at 11 a.m. and waking up at 6 a.m.? But after glancing at the books in their hands, it was all right. The two of them were each holding a thick book called The Magic of Achievement, and were asking each other questions. In Gryffindor's common room and at the dining table, students were frantically reviewing the material from previous semesters. No, using the word review isn't quite accurate, it should be called preview. After all, they've never seen these topics before. In this situation, Harley could only sincerely wish them good luck. She, who was always studying diligently, didn't need to study like this. But Harley's smile soon faded, because Hermione sat down beside him with a thick stack of parchment. We shouldn't waste the last moments before the exam, Hermione said earnestly to Harley. These are the key points of charms I've summarized, and I think we should memorize them again. I don't think you're at a level where you need to memorize all this, Harley argued forcefully, fighting for her rightful place. What we need before the exam is to relax, listen to music, and clear our minds. These things can wait until after the exam. Hermione was clearly a little flustered. Besides, I've already summarized the key points. Harley was thus forced to assist Hermione with a final round of intensive review until Professor McGonagall arrived and rescued her. Harley, Professor McGonagall appeared behind Harley at some point. The examiners have arrived. Professor Macheben and Professor Toffel are the chief examiners this time, and they invite you to come over. Okay, Professor, I'll go right away. Harley hurriedly stuffed all the parchment into Hermione's arms, flashing a mischievous smile, and then followed Professor McGonagall out of their seats. Hermione was taken aback at first, but by the time she realized what was happening, Harley had already disappeared. She ground her teeth fiercely, crumpling the parchment in her hand into a ball. Hateful. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 414 Elegance, timeless. It's said that the wizarding world has a small population, the entire British wizarding world only has tens of thousands of people, so there's no intense competition. But the person who said that is absolutely talking nonsense and hasn't considered the actual situation. On the one hand, the wizarding world has few people, so the demand is low. And since everyone is a wizard, they can be self-sufficient in many aspects, so there are very few positions available. On the other hand, those old men and women in wizarding world are really too resilient. Just like the group from the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Professor Makibin was the chief examiner for the regular wizard level exams and the final wizard level exams in the last century. She was also in charge of many of Professor Dumbledore's practical exams. And then there's Professor Toford, who's 159 years old, the oldest among this group of old wizards, and he holds multiple positions. In addition to serving as the chief examiner for the 2 wizard-level exams, he was also responsible for creating the corresponding exam papers and compiling the exam syllabus. If needed, he would also make a trip to Wizengamot in his spare time to assist with the adjudication of cases. These 150-year-old seniors are working so hard, who can say that the competition at Wizarding World isn't severe? When Harley arrived at the examiners' lounge with Professor McGonagall, the group of elderly men and women were still arguing about academic issues. They were full of energy. Harley didn't stay with them for long. After just a few words, it was time for the exam. The Great Hall had been cleaned up by then, and students from other grades went back to their classrooms, while 5th and 7th graders wandered around the foyer. At 9:30, students were called into the Great Hall one by one from each college. The Great Hall had been rearranged. The 4 college tables had disappeared, replaced by numerous single desks, all facing the teacher's table at the far end of the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall stood alone at the long table, an hourglass beside him. After all the students were seated, Professor McGonagall glanced at the time and then showed them the exam paper bag. The exam this morning is on the theory of spells. The exam paper is in my hands and has been sealed tightly with magic. I will ask 2 students to examine the samples and sign them. After you receive the test paper, please check both sides for any printing errors, omissions, or missing pages. If you find any errors, please point them out. If there are no problems, please fill in your name and student ID number first. Then do not write anything or look at the test paper. Wait for the exam bell to ring before answering the questions. After the students at the front had finished checking their exam papers, Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and all the exam papers and draft papers floated automatically to the students' front. Professor McGonagall turned the hourglass upside down, and at the same time, a bell rang from the ceiling. The exam begins. Harley looked at the exam paper and couldn't help but shake her head. It's unclear whether the Wizarding Examinations Authority lacked confidence in Professor Flitwick's teaching abilities, or whether Professor Flitwick simply failed to report his course progress to the Wizarding Examinations Authority. This question is really something. Wow, it's incredibly clever. Harley simply beckoned with her finger, and the quill pen automatically dipped in ink and began writing rapidly on the paper. Professor McGonagall clearly noticed the commotion, but after only glancing at it, he turned his attention elsewhere. As Harley finished the first page of questions and was about to move on to the next page, she suddenly heard the sound of pages turning in front of her. Harley blinked. Was someone doing it faster than her? Wait, it's Crabbe from Slytherin. Oh, never mind then. He probably doesn't know anything, and he remembered what Professor Flitwick said about not dwelling on questions you don't know and just skipping over them, so he inexplicably flipped over. Harley looked away, feeling no emotion, and turned to the next page. Her mindset wasn't affected at all, but other students might not be. Many students heard the clear sound of pages turning and instinctively looked up. They're still struggling with the questions. How come someone has already finished the first page? Many students began to doubt themselves, wondering if their review was inadequate and if they had missed many knowledge points. Just when they finally managed to shake off the influence, they heard the sound of pages turning again. Harley turned the page gently, but to their ears it sounded so powerful and so awe-inspiring. This page-turning gesture is filled with contempt for the exam paper, as if pointing at it and saying, anyone with hands could do this kind of exam. Several students' resolve crumbled instantly, their hands gripping the quill trembling uncontrollably, staining their exam papers with black ink. This made Professor McGonagall, sitting in the faculty section, frown. Did his students really have such a bad attitude? 20 minutes into the exam, Harley glanced at the paper in front of her, which was covered with writing, and raised her right hand high. Parvati, who was chewing on a pen behind her, suddenly brightened up. What does Harley raising her hand mean? Is there something wrong with the test? No wonder I couldn't answer so many questions. It turns out the problem wasn't with me, but with the exam paper. What is it? Professor McGonagall glanced at the hourglass beside him, then silently walked to Harley's side. Reporting, Professor, I would like to hand in my paper. Harley looked intently into Professor McGonagall's eyes. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, just about to say that the exam administration rules stipulated that papers could not be handed in until half an hour before the end of the exam, when a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. All right then. After hearing the instructions, Professor McGonagall nodded. The examiner has given you permission to submit your paper. Please make sure you take all your belongings with you and do not leave anything behind. Also, please do not disturb other students. Everything on the table vanished instantly. Harley stood up lightly, nimbly passed through the students still taking their exams, and left the great hall. Her footsteps were light and silent, but almost all the candidates looked up at her with stunned expressions. Elegance is timeless. Professor McGonagall glanced at Harley's exam paper. It was quite well written, it could even be used as a standard answer key. However, this also left Professor McGonagall somewhat worried. If Harley was this good at every course, how could he possibly persuade her to study Transfiguration? What about the professor position? Professor McGonagall's mind raced, and he even considered whether he should use his position as dean and, through Hermione, whisper sweet nothings in her ear and play the emotional card. During lunch, no one discussed Harley handing in her paper early. After all, this is Harley. She has such good grades, won so many championships, and even personally defeated the legendary you-know-who. Even if Harley were to take the ultimate wizard exam right now and get 12 excellent certificates, her classmates wouldn't be surprised. Most people just sigh and say, indeed, the difference between people is sometimes greater than the difference between people and dogs. After a brief moment of admiration for the genius, the students focused more on the correct answer. I don't know why so many people are keen to check the answers as soon as the exam is over. Isn't that just making things difficult for themselves? In particular, many people believed that what Harley wrote was the standard answer, so they all gathered around and asked him all sorts of questions. Once they realize their answer is wrong, they will have a mental breakdown and return to their friends to wail and cry, which may even affect their afternoon exam. Why bother? What's even worse is Hermione. She got almost everything right and was definitely entitled to an excellent grade, but she still kept nagging Harley. I'm not sure I've fully expressed my happiness in writing, I feel like there's something wrong with my spelling. Harley looked up at the ceiling, her eyes filled with utter despair. The afternoon session was the practical exam on spellcasting. To prevent students from interfering with each other when casting spells together, they were to wait in a small room next to the Great Hall. The candidates were called into the examination room in alphabetical order of their surnames, while the rest continued to wait and did their final review before the exam. When Harley entered the examination room, only 3 people remained in the small room, just like when they were sorted into different colleges. As soon as Harley entered the Great Hall, many examiners immediately called out to her and asked her to take their exams. Some examiners even tried to push away the students in front of them. Harley could only smile sheepishly and obey Professor Flitwick's arrangement to go to Professor Toford's place. Professor Toford clearly had a long and distinguished career. Even if you didn't know his age, you could tell he was the oldest among the group. After all, he's completely bald, sadly. Perhaps this is the fate of British men. Harley suddenly remembered that many old professors had a good relationship with Dumbledore, but didn't like to see him. Harley surmised without malice that they were probably envious of Dumbledore, who, despite being over 100 years old, still had a full head of thick silver hair. Harley, Professor Toford greeted Harley, long time no see. In fact, dear Professor, Harley pointed out Professor Toford's mistake, we just met this morning. Oh, really? Professor Toford blinked. Alas, you must forgive an elderly person. They don't have much time left, and every day is precious to them. By the way, would you like me to continue proctoring your defense against the dark arts practical exam? Tiberius, the professor from the Machi class, who was giving Malfoy an exam nearby, heard this and immediately smacked Professor Toffel with his cane across the aisle. We agreed on fair competition, no cheating allowed. The other elderly people glared at Professor Toford, pressuring him to raise his hands in surrender and make a statement. After calming the other professors down, Professor Tofudi gave Harley a mischievous smile. Sigh, you know, everyone wants a chance to interview you, especially since you beat you-know-who. The practical exam for defense against the dark arts is sure to be amazing. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic and start the exam. Take this egg cup and show me a few side flips. Harley didn't even use the wand, she just waved her hand, and the egg cup in front of her began to do side flips and even perform various acrobatics in the air. You can use multiple magic spells, the more spells you show, the higher your score. Professor Toford blinked. If you can use your own magic, you might get extra points. Harley thought for a moment, and then a gust of wind suddenly blew through the great hall, catching the egg cup that was falling downwards due to the disappearance of the levitation charm. A fantastic weather charm. Professor Tofuti clapped. And the execution was so precise, I couldn't do that. Professor Toffel seemed to really enjoy giving Harley the exam. Even after the three people behind Harley had finished, Professor Toffel wanted to give them some new questions. After completing their tasks, the other examiners, who were bored, gathered around. Professor Flitwick had to cough repeatedly to remind Harley before he could finish his exam. In the following exams, Harley continued to finish the theory exams early with ease, and then became highly sought after for the practical exams. During the Transfiguration practical exam, an old lady directly tested Harley on advanced human transfiguration, a subject Harley would only learn in 7th grade. She even hoped that Harley could simply transform into another person using human body transformation. During the potions practical exam, several potions masters almost secretly put together a new set of materials, prompting Harley to administer a dose of brain boosting on the spot, while Slughorn. The professor was also secretly supporting him from the sidelines. Even Harley himself was somewhat tempted, but Professor McGonagall appeared in time to stop these people's bold ideas. During the defense against the Dark Arts exam, Great Hall became Harley's personal stage. Flames danced in the sky, the ground was covered with a thick layer of frost, and although the sky outside the window was clear and blue, thunder kept rumbling. The guardian deity Medusa, in its magical creature form, wielded its snake-like hair in the Great Hall, shattering bolts of lightning that flew towards it. Harley herself didn't even move a finger, let alone use wand. Several top dueling masters who survived from the last century were itching to have a duel, and some even wanted to have a live duel with Harley. Of course, it wasn't a one-on-one duel, but rather all these dueling masters coming together, with some even suggesting calling on Professor Flitwick. In particular, two of these masters are champions of the International Wizarding Duel competition, yet they still consider it perfectly reasonable to have an extra player against one opponent. Their reasoning was quite reasonable. Even if so many people attacked you-know-who together, they could only restrain him for a short time at most, and could not even cause him any harm. Harley single-handedly defeated Lord Voldemort, especially considering that Lord Voldemort was surrounded by a large number of dark creatures and Death Eaters. It's obvious who's stronger and who's weaker. The old men just wanted to have a friendly spar, and they weren't willing to be one-sidedly beaten. This inexplicably reminded Harley of a short story she stumbled upon while learning Chinese to translate Emperor Rosel's diary. It is said that during the Three Kingdoms period in ancient China, there was a fierce general named Liu Biyu. He never killed any famous generals, but he was widely recognized as extremely strong. Why? Because it would be laughable if multiple famous generals attacked other people, but it was perfectly reasonable to attack Liu Biyu, and even Liu Biyu himself thought it was normal. Harley also recalled a particularly famous story from this period called the Battle of the Three Heroes against Liu Biyu, and the purpose of the story was actually to praise the three heroes. That's absolutely outrageous. The people around cheered, and Professor Flitwick even pulled out the wand, but in the end, it was Professor McGonagall who stopped everything. This infuriated the examiners, who were considering whether to find a reason to send Professor McGonagall on a field trip when Harley took the final wizard exam. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 415 Entering the Death Chamber, stepping through the stone archway. With the Owls and Nest exams concluded, the 1995 school year was drawing to a close. Hogwarts. The Quidditch tournament has ended. Gryffindor Academy's Quidditch team unsurprisingly dominated all three games, winning the Quidditch Cup with an extremely high score. The other colleges were not surprised by the result, since they were guaranteed at least a top 4 finish. Harley's scoring ability when paired with Firebolt is simply too strong. He can break through 3 blocks at once. How can anyone play with his head? By this time, people from other colleges had reached a consensus. At worst, they could wait until Harley graduated in 2 years and then the other colleges could compete for the Quidditch Cup. The point difference between the colleges in the College Cup is just as huge as in the Quidditch Cup, with Gryffindor far ahead and dominating the competition. Unless the Weasley twins blow up the headmaster's office or Professor McGonagall's office in the last few days, Ravenclaw, who is in second place, probably has no chance of making a comeback. With everything seemingly settled, the students decided to give up and simply lay lazily by Black Lake, enjoying the sunshine. Anyway, there are no classes for the next week, so students can enjoy life at castle to their heart's content. Especially the 7th grade students, who are about to leave this castle forever. Unless they are able to return to teach, they will probably never go back to Hogwarts again, barring any unforeseen circumstances. So in these final moments, even the Weasley twins didn't indulge in pranks or promote products. Instead, they wandered through the castle, gently touching every statue, every entrance and exit of every secret passage, wanting to imprint these most beautiful memories into their minds forever. Harley finally completed all the preparations. The tickets for visiting Source Castle have been reviewed and are ready for use. After being promoted to Doomsday Witch, Demoness of Unnaging's resurrection ability was further enhanced, and all the additional resurrection points were deployed. A large number of magic mirror clones and wand clones were also completed, which reduced Sirius's galleon wins at the Quidditch World Cup by half. This alarmed Sirius, who was usually insensitive to wealth. He wasn't afraid that Harley would spend money, but rather that Harley would spend it recklessly, such as becoming addicted to activities like gambling. Upon learning that Harley had purchased only potion materials, Sirius immediately waved his hand, saying that Harley could spend as much as he wanted and shouldn't be polite. In short, Harley is now all set. Tonight, he will retrieve the uniqueness and the other two extraordinary properties, and while preparing for the potion digestion, he will also study how to accommodate the uniqueness and advance to sequence 0. As evening fell, a fiery red sunset blanketed half the sky, as if the entire sky were ablaze. The clouds in the sky kept gathering, resembling a city in the sky. Faced with such beautiful scenery, many students skipped dinner and rushed out early to admire it. Hermione, of course, wouldn't miss such a beautiful view, so she took Harley to the edge of Black Lake. However, whether it was her imagination or not, Hermione always felt that Harley seemed to be in a bad mental state, appearing depressed or lacking energy. However, when Hermione examined the evidence closely, she found no direct evidence. She could only conclude that she had been staying up too late for the regular wizard level exams and was hallucinating after suddenly relaxing after the exams. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysterious Matters. It was rush hour, and many Ministry of Magic employees disappeared into the fireplace, while senior officials left through rooms specifically designated for apparition. The research enthusiasts in the Department of Mysteries also put down their work, planning to grab a quick dinner before returning to continue their investigation of the mysteries of magic they love. After the entire Department of Mysteries fell silent, Harley's figure slowly appeared. This time, she wore an elaborate black gown and a thin black veil, just like when she returned, as if attending someone's funeral. Harley had a clear goal. Instead of trying things out everywhere like last time, she went straight to the Death Chamber. The Death Chamber is very large, much larger than any of the other rooms except the Hall of Prophecy. The room was very dimly lit, only 3 candles were lit after Harley entered. The candles emitted a faint glow, seemingly ready to be extinguished with a single breath, and a cold atmosphere permeated the entire room. The room is rectangular in shape, with a depression in the middle forming a huge stone pit about 20 feet deep. The room was surrounded by rows of stone benches arranged in tiers. It was unclear who these benches were for, or who would have the leisure to come here and get so close to death. Harley was standing at the top of a stone staircase between 2 benches. The staircase descended at a very steep angle, making the whole structure resemble a circular theater. However, there was no curtain or carpet at the theater stage, there was only a high stone platform with a stone archway on it. The archway looked unusually old and dilapidated, exuding an aura of decay and death, as if a gentle breeze could topple it over. There were no walls supporting the archway, only a tattered black curtain hung facing the doorway. Harley didn't immediately descend the steps, but instead strolled slowly up to the top, admiring the stone arch from all directions. There's nothing special about it, it looks very ordinary from any angle. Passing by its back, one can even see the black curtains on the front, making it seem as if it were just an ordinary stone archway, merely a decoration. But once you get close to it, no one will think it's ordinary. When viewed from the front, this stone archway exudes an eerie aura both inside and out. Although Harley closed the door after entering the room, turning the entire room into a closed space without even a breeze. But the black curtains continued to sway gently, as if an invisible hand was lightly touching them. Upon entering the room, Harley heard faint calls and shouts coming from inside the stone archway. Harley has now become an assassin of archangel caliber, and hearing is always an essential skill for assassins. Harley's hearing has now been enhanced to an incredibly terrifying level. Even so, Harley still couldn't make out what the voices coming from inside the door were saying. However, upon hearing this voice, Harley subconsciously felt that it sounded like her father and mother's voices. Harley temporarily deactivated occlumency and shut down the hypnosis in her mind. She closed her eyes and surrendered her body to instinct. Loud footsteps suddenly echoed in the room, the sound reverberating throughout the empty space. When Harley opened her eyes again, she found herself in front of the stone archway without even realizing it. Has it been enticing me to go in? Harley's left hand was covered with a layer of emerald light as she gently stroked the stone archway. The archway appeared normal, but the summoning had intensified. Or only certain people summoned. Those who have witnessed the death of loved ones. Harley didn't rush to break through the tattered black curtains, but instead carefully studied the framework of the stone archway. Her hand gently traced every mark on it, feeling the engraved patterns. Harley inexplicably thought of the previous files and the idea that some researchers in the Department of Mysteries believed the Hall of Love might have been influenced by the stone archway of the Death Chamber, resulting in unpredictable changes. This idea doesn't seem to be unfounded. Pure love shouldn't lead to death. Has the power of the source material already shown signs of spreading outwards? Harley shook his head. The door to the room suddenly creaked open, paused for a few seconds, and then slammed shut again. Hedwig, Harley said without turning around, casually tossing a magic mirror to him, I'm counting on you. Hedwig caught the magic mirror in his mouth, turned his head and stuffed it into the feathers, his eyes full of worry. It fits so well with Spectator Pathway that it can be said to be playing the role of an audience member at all times. Even so, Hedwig has only just been promoted to a Sequence 4 demigod, the manipulator, and Potion hasn't even digested much of it yet. In this kind of game at the earthly angel level or above, a mere ordinary demigod can be said to play no role whatsoever. So Hedwig could only wait anxiously outside the stone archway with his magic mirror. Don't worry. Although he didn't turn around, Harley could still sense Hedwig's anxiety. She turned around, picked up the little snow owl, and stroked Hedwig's feathers. I've left so many respawn points, nothing will happen. But, Hedwig opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Harley knew what it was worried about. After all, the place it was going to was the City of Calamity, the highest point that the Witch Pathway could reach. After dying there, can the demoness of Unajing's eerie resurrection ability really work? Nobody can be sure. It is indeed very risky, but I have to go. Harley sighed. On a smaller scale, the First's resurgence will definitely lead to the destruction and rebirth of Earth. If he absorbs enough pathways, even the entire universe may be reincarnated. Even if I am Sequence 1, I cannot escape it. On a larger scale, I have friends, family, and people I love in this world. How can I give it up? A series of complex expressions flashed across Hedwig's face, before he let out two sobs and nuzzled against Harley's chest. Sister Harley, please don't die in there. Don't say such discouraging things. Harley flicked Hedwig's head hard. What are you thinking? I'm so lucky, I'll definitely come back alive. Then, I wish you good luck in your military endeavors. Hedwig flapped its wings and flew to the corner of the room furthest from the stone archway, where it stood against the wall. The psychological invisibility shrouded that corner, making it impossible for anyone to notice Hedwig's presence. Harley sighed again and turned to face the black curtains. The black curtains fluttered more and more frequently, and the sounds inside grew clearer and louder, as if beckoning Harley to come in. Harley reached out and gently lifted the curtain, then swiftly stepped across the stone archway. The curtains fell, and the area below was once again completely covered. The death chamber fell into an eternal, deathly silence once more, with only the candlelight flickering softly. Outside the death chamber, Nurmengard at Castle, Dumbledore was drinking mead with Grindelwald, reminiscing about the old days. There are no towers struck by lightning, no silent monsters ravaging the battlefield, only two old men chatting, as if they have returned to that summer. They were young and full of vigor then, ready to embark on a journey to trace the path of death, challenge death itself, and charge toward immortality. Below the castle, in a space unknown how deep underground, the chaotic sea faintly rippled. At the passage leading to Chaos Sea, countless jewel-like, crystal-clear seeds emerged from the cracks in the rocks, quickly taking root and sprouting into magnificent flowers. At the former Azkaban outpost, countless waves of seawater continued to surge into the deep pit, without ceasing. Faced with this strange phenomenon, the Ministry of Magic could only deduce that some kind of magical natural landscape had probably been created here, so they chose to move Azkaban to another location. Above the deep pit, a broom floats in midair, with a magic mirror attached to it. Centaur territory, Unicorn territory, Black Lake in the Merperson settlement, something new appeared along the passageways. Glistening seeds, tiny mirrors like flower petals, and wands lying haphazardly on the ground like weeds. Alps, the former giant stronghold. Harley sat on a towering tree, swinging her legs. She held a mirror in her hand, while a large number of freshly made stand-in wands were scattered around her. On the ground in front of the big tree, there are 4 loaves of bread, positioned at the 4 corners of a square. In the center of the loaves is a piece of parchment with 4 sentences written in Chinese. Fusheng Xuanwang Immortal Lord. Fusheng Xuanwang Tianjin. The God of Blessing and Prosperity Xuanwang. Fusheng Xuanwang Tianzun. In the world of Muggle, there are many Muggles. Astronomy enthusiasts and astronomers alike were excited at this moment. They suddenly discovered that planets can also emit light. At this moment, besides the moon, the other planets in the solar system also emitted various colors of light in the sky. This unprecedented and breathtaking sight could drive those in the field to madness. Of course, most existing astronomical telescopes are not advanced enough and can only provide a vague view. Occasionally, there are a few particularly advanced telescopes, but for some inexplicable reason, they break down just as they are about to be used. This saddened the astronomy family greatly, but little did they know that it had actually saved them from a disaster. Because those shining stars are like eyes, casting their gaze upon the distant Earth. Their eyes were filled with coldness, devoid of any humanity, as if they were waiting for something. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 416 Walking in the City of Calamity. Behind the stone archway, Harley was standing on a stone-paved road. The road was straight and wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground was paved with neat stone slabs, just like any ordinary street in a great British town. Harley was currently standing in a road lined with 2-story houses with their own gardens, and in the distance, she could vaguely see tall buildings. This is the City of Calamity, Harley remarked softly with a hint of amusement, quickly glancing around. The door behind her that allowed her to enter had disappeared, she didn't know where it had gone. It seems that the stone archway's location is fixed in the Ministry of Magic, but its location in the City of Calamity moves randomly. Black flames erupted from Harley's body as she tried to make a mark at her feet. But Harley extinguished the flames after only a few seconds. She shook her head, suppressing the idea of marking the spot at any time. This place is too mysterious and too dangerous. If we leave our power behind recklessly, unpredictable consequences may occur. Harley hadn't forgotten the clone formed by the stand-in wand a year ago. The betrayal of that clone was so sudden, it inexplicably developed an independent will. I received no warning, nor did I sense any change in the surrounding environment, or any intruding force. However, that clone had indeed slipped out of his control. Fortunately, the clone at the time did not seem to have much thinking or fighting ability, otherwise Harley suspected that she might have had to go through a tough battle, or even be injured unexpectedly. Now, Harley's strength is vastly different from before, she has become Archangel. If another mutation occurs, the scene will likely not be as ordinary and harmless as it was before. Once bitten, twice shy, Doomsday Witch won't fall into the same trap twice. Harley stood still with her eyes closed, carefully noting down her surroundings. Harley dared not enter the spirit world here, nor could she remember the corresponding location through the spirit world, so she could only resort to some other tricks. After completing the initial tasks, Harley opened her eyes, looking slightly confused. According to what God and the Mysteries once said, when they re-enter the City of Calamity, the extraordinary characteristics of the other 2 sequences 1, Doomsday Witch, and the uniqueness of the Witch Pathway, should allow them to directly sense Harley's presence and accept the summons. But now, Harley could only vaguely sense 3 powerful and familiar high-level items in the distance, and those 3 items remained motionless, showing no sign of coming towards her. What happened? Harley frowned, as an unexpected situation had arisen. Her original plan was to wait here for a while, until the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness, under the influence of the extraordinary characteristics aggregation law, would control the natives of the City of Calamity to come. When Harley last arrived at the City of Calamity, he had already determined that there were many unknown beings here who were permanently bound and enslaved by the City of Calamity. Harley's task is to kill it in order to obtain the extraordinary trait he needs. A fierce battle is inevitable in this process, but this method is much safer than delving into the City of Calamity in search of extraordinary features and uniqueness. Although Harley had already gained the City of Calamity's approval when he was promoted to Sequence 1, he shouldn't have been in much danger. However, this place is ultimately a mysterious and terrifying source of energy, and Harley does not have the courage to roam freely here. Now, before the plan even began, it had completely failed. This left Harley with a conflicted expression. However, it might not be an accident. Maybe Mysteries and God just didn't reveal the actual situation to him. Or perhaps, after all, this is the City of Calamity, and the path that God and the Mysteries take has no connection to this source matter. Therefore, it's possible that even they themselves didn't understand the city's operating rules, nor did they know what the future held. After the 2 of them jointly prevented the arrival of other extraordinary characteristics and uniquenesses last time, this forced aggregation originating from the first settings may have completely disappeared. Since the truth is unclear, Harley can only replan the strategy based on the current situation and personally go to obtain the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness. After lamenting his bad luck, Harley's face contorted in pain. A silver gem, as smooth as flowing silver water, slowly emerged from between Harley's eyebrows and shattered. The jewel's bright silver interior flowed freely, eventually transforming into a shimmering silver woven fabric that enveloped Harley. To conceal the complex symbol between his brows, Harley had been using the invisibility cloak to hide its presence. Only this extraordinary item, corresponding to the sequence 2 servant of the hidden, combined with Harley's own power, could barely achieve this. And now, the Potter family's heirloom invisibility cloak has been draped over its newest owner for the first time. Harley didn't intend to delve into the City of Calamity. Instead, she planned to lure extraordinary traits to her, so she didn't use the invisibility cloak to conceal her presence. But now, Harley is going deep into the City of Calamity. She wouldn't dare do it without keeping a low profile. As the invisibility cloak enveloped Harley's body, she was like a painting on a canvas, being erased bit by bit from the air by an eraser. The stone-paved streets were once again deserted and lifeless, except for the occasional glimpse of the figures of the local inhabitants behind some windows. Harley ran quickly through the streets, trying to avoid making too much contact with the City of Calamity. Each time she landed, she would lightly touch the stone slab with her toes, lean her whole body forward, and then float forward a long distance before landing again, repeating the previous action. Harley's timing in arriving at the City of Calamity seems ill-advised. The stone archway's previous location within the source matter was roughly on the edge of a city, while the sequence 1 extraordinary and unique attributes are positioned closer to the city center. Therefore, Harley still needs to travel a long way to reach his destination. As Harley continued forward, the previously empty street began to show some signs of human activity, which could perhaps be loosely described as signs of human activity. As they reached a certain location, the air was suddenly filled with a hazy, pale white mist, and several figures appeared within the mist. People walked slowly down the street, dressed in normal clothes. Some were in suits and ties, while others wore short-sleeved shirts and jeans. Aside from moving rather slowly, these figures looked no different from ordinary residents of the Muggle world. However, if you quietly approach a pedestrian and observe them carefully, no one will think that way. Beneath these ordinary clothes lies not normal human skin, but dark red flesh and blood, wounds oozing deep yellow pus, mutilated organs with bite marks from wild animals, and even blood-stained bones. Harley noticed more than once that the pedestrians walking past her were nothing but a skull with some rotting flesh, a blood-soaked spine, and 2 clean white leg bones, all connected together in a very strange way. Even so, these strange creatures continued to move slowly and rhythmically along the stone path, as if everything was normal and there was nothing unusual about them. They wander aimlessly through the streets. But after a while, one of the monsters might suddenly walk into a nearby house and even lock the door behind it. Further in, Harley even saw a dilapidated carriage and a small car that was reduced to a frame. The former was riddled with cracks and holes. 3 of the horses pulling the cart were just bones, and half of the flesh was missing from the remaining leg. It was also completely hairless, covered in lividity. The coachman's skin was bluish-black all over, and his clothes were so swollen that they seemed to burst out of disgusting pus if you poked him, much like the giant vision that occasionally appears in the Muggle murder case. The latter was covered in rust, with only 3 wheels remaining, and the hood was gone. The engine inside was covered in flesh and blood, and within the flesh and blood were constantly rotating eyes. The car was packed with passengers, but each passenger was also just a head, their hair standing on end as if it had grown into the metal roof. Below the heads was nothing. The driver's seat was also empty, with only 2 bloodied hands gripping the steering wheel. Even so, the car could still drive normally, which looked rather creepy. These strange scenes serve as a warning to any living being who comes to the City of Calamity. This is not a peaceful place. Harley didn't waste any more time on these oddities, she simply remained quietly on high alert. After wandering through the City of Calamity for an unknown amount of time, Harley finally arrived at her first destination. This is a supermarket, but Harley's expression became even more serious when she saw the supermarket's name. Because this supermarket is Sainsbury's, a century-old chain store in Great Britain, and a frequent destination for ordinary Muggles when shopping. And this is further enhanced by the familiar signs of damage on the store's signboard, the familiar way the merchandise is arranged as seen through the windows, and many other details. Harley was certain that this was the shop near the Dursleys' house. But Harley vaguely remembered that the store was destroyed when he was a sophomore at Hogwarts due to an explosion in the underground gas pipeline and the resulting fire. According to the Dursleys' conversation, nothing could be salvaged from the store, and several employees also failed to escape. And now, this shop has inexplicably reappeared here. With that thought in mind, Harley gripped the wand tightly in her hand, ready to unleash the spell at any moment. Harley completely suppressed her urge to use her witch powers, fearing it would provoke the City of Calamity. The invisibility cloak automatically lifts and reassembles. Harley gently waved the wand, coating it with a transparent shell, before melting it back into her forehead. Just as she was about to enter the supermarket, a crisp sound came from Harley's neck. Snap! A crooked line of blood appeared on Harley's fair neck, like a child's doodle. It was as if an invisible hand appeared in the air and grabbed Harley's head. A series of crack sounds came from her body again. Harley's head was lifted up by an invisible hand, which also dragged out her bloody spine. All of Harley's ribs and spine snapped with a series of cracking sounds. The power of the City of Calamity bypassed the witch's passive life-saving abilities and acted directly on Harley. Harley's face remained expressionless, but suddenly a wand fell from her hair. The wand shattered instantly, turning into dust. However, this is not enough. With the mark of City of Calamity concealed, the damage that City of Calamity can inflict on Beyonders of the Witch and Hunter paths is lower than that of other paths, but the difference is limited. Furthermore, this is already a relatively central area of the City of Calamity, and a mere wand substitute cannot withstand so much transfer damage. Then more wands fell from Harley's long hair, turning to ashes before they even hit the ground. And these ashes would be rolled up by the hair and hidden somewhere unknown. All the damage was not completely transferred until the sixth wand fell. Harley's head and spine automatically fell back into her body, all the wounds healed instantly, and the bones reconnected completely, as if nothing had happened. Harley couldn't help but sigh softly. This is the City of Calamity, the source matter above Sequence 0. She turned her head, rubbed her neck, and finally strode towards the supermarket. As Harley got closer, he could see more clearly that the supermarket glass was covered with tiny cracks, as if it had been struck hard by a giant sledgehammer. Logically speaking, ordinary glass should have shattered completely after such damage. However, these pieces of glass remained firmly connected, showing no signs of falling off. Finally, Harley reached out and pushed open the supermarket door. Almost at the same time, a voice rang out. "Hello, are you here to shop? Please come in. P.S. In the original City of Calamity, there's a West Telegraph office and trams. Therefore, the author makes a reasonable deduction. If the locations destroyed by disasters happen to be within the City of Calamity's jurisdiction, corresponding traces would appear there. In the original work, the City of Calamity is located on the western continent, and the scene Klein saw through the fog matches the magical city of the Min Kingdom era, with horse-drawn carriages and trams, which should be considered corroborating the author's conjecture. Also, this book does not involve the concept of destiny. I've subscribed to the entire book but haven't read it yet. I heard that the Iron-Blooded Cross Society has appeared, which may cause some conflicts in the setting. Please understand. End of chapter. 417 Battle against Medusa. The voice coming from the supermarket was calm, with nothing particularly unusual in its tone. However, the way she spoke, enunciating each word clearly, gave off a strong sense of eeriness. Harley stepped over the threshold with an indifferent expression and casually closed the door behind her. The supermarket checkout counter was covered in burn marks, and the familiar cashier was standing behind it. Unfortunately, the left half of her body had disappeared, leaving only her right arm draped over the counter. From the side, one could still see a clearly defined spine, still vibrant muscles, and blood that seemed never to dry. Harley looked at the face before her, staring at the half-eaten, blood-stained face, and shook her head. "Welcome to Sainsbury's Supermarket." Seeing the customer in front of her remain silent, simply staring at her, the cashier's half-open mouth began to open and close again. "Excuse me, is there anything you need to buy?" Harley did not reply. Faced with this strange phenomenon, going along with the other party's rhythm was undoubtedly the worst thing to do, and a slight mistake could lead to death. Suddenly, a pocket watch appeared in her hand. Harley glanced at the time and pressed the button lightly. 20 seconds. An invisible ripple spread out, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The time hall contained many treasures, and Harley couldn't possibly remain indifferent. After all, the unspeakables lacked the ability to decipher them. Rather than let these treasures gather dust in their hands, Harley would rather let them shine himself. Moreover, most of those items are extremely dangerous. If even one of them is damaged, it could trigger a chain reaction, potentially even blowing up the entire London or the entire Great Britain archipelago. So Harley went all the way and kept the items in the hall that were suitable for the unspeakables to study, while taking all the other items that were too dangerous. This precious pocket watch, crafted by a master craftsman and obtained from the head of the Italian Mughal mafia family, was transformed into an extraordinary item comparable to Sequence 3. While primarily based on the wrong path, it also incorporated elements from other paths. Although its level isn't high, it has the ability to change the course of a battle at crucial moments. Now, in this small supermarket in City of Calamity, time seems to have stopped, and even the air feels slightly thick. Harley was unaffected. The pocket watch in her hand disappeared into her bosom, faintly emitting a glow before vanishing. Instead, a pistol was used, a Mies van der Wesson M500 revolver from the same Mughal as the pocket watch. When one cannot afford to waste too much of one's own strength, it is human wisdom to learn to make flexible use of external resources. Goodbye. Flames shot from the muzzle. Modified by alchemy magic, the green .50 Magnum high-powered pistol bullet cleaved the spine of the strange creature in front of it, neatly splitting its already mangled corpse in two. Harley even blew on the muzzle of the gun in a cool manner and casually loaded another bullet, keeping the magazine full of 5 bullets. This scene felt somewhat out of place in this setting, but Harley remained completely calm. The viscous air returned to normal, and the pistol in Harley's hand disappeared, replaced by a third weapon, a short, sharp dagger. At the same time, the silver gem on Harley's forehead suddenly dimmed considerably, and an invisible power of concealment enveloped Harley's entire body. Harley's face turned pale, and a certain magic mirror on her body instantly shattered into countless fragments, taking the severe negative effects of being actively infected by the river of eternal darkness's concealing power in Harley's place. The witch took 2 steps back and floated lightly to the corner of the supermarket wall, her figure disappearing from the spot once again. She held her breath and began to wait quietly. Behind the cashier's 2 severed bodies continued to ooze more blood, which seeped down the cracks in the floorboards. The bloodstains were mixed with specks of green, as if they were some kind of delicacy. The supermarket floor was quickly licked clean of all the blood, followed by a tremor, as if a seasoned diner had tasted a rare delicacy. A rumbling sound came from underground, and the floor suddenly cracked open, sending more than a dozen shelves flying into the air. A gigantic Medusa hangs upside down from the ceiling, its body supported by a vast web woven from spider silk in midair. This bizarre creature, possessing the extraordinary characteristics of the Doomsday Witch, rapidly scanned its surroundings with its mindless eyes. Meanwhile, its nose twitched constantly, as if trying to use some scent in the air to pinpoint the target's location, but unfortunately, it found nothing. As Medusa's gaze fell upon a certain corner, a sudden movement occurred behind him. Harley transformed into a black streak and appeared behind Medusa in an instant. The dagger was plunged heavily into Medusa's back, in the spot corresponding to his heart. The blade of the dagger was too short to pierce Medusa directly, and might not even reach her heart. But the sharp blade shattered instantly, and numerous fragments swirled within Medusa's body, further tearing the wound. The various vicious curses attached to the blade also erupted at this moment, inflicting another heavy blow on Medusa. Suffering such a severe blow, Medusa let out a wail of agony as she stared at the ceiling. The wails were incredibly shrill, as if they could pierce one's eardrums. The supermarket's already cracked glass shattered with a crash, shards flying out onto the street. A small, passing creature was caught in the storm of glass shards, its ribs severed. At the same time, a dark blue halo instantly spread outwards in all directions. It intended to use widespread freezing to locate the attacker. Although it seemed irrational, Medusa still made the right choice based on its biological instincts. However, the pale blue aura seemed to have no effect. Even though the supermarket was covered with a thick layer of frost, the attacker still did not reveal himself. Seemingly puzzled by the lack of response, Medusa continued to furiously slap the ground with its tail. Since magic damage is ineffective, let's use pure physical methods to find the enemy. The supermarket's space, which was negligible compared to Medusa's, was simply not enough for it to fuss over. In an instant, dust filled the supermarket, shelves flew up, and all the items that the snake's tail touched turned into stones. Some even faintly grew heads and limbs, but they had no facial features and no vitality. Unfortunately, Medusa still found nothing. Concealment is not just about being invisible, it's about completely hiding one's existence from every angle. Harley nimbly maneuvered around the clutter and Medusa's random attacks in the confined space. A thin layer of black flames had somehow appeared on her body, protecting her from the frost. Harley did not rush to make another move, but patiently waited for an opportunity. When extraordinary individuals on the same path clash, they are aware of each other's extraordinary abilities and have corresponding countermeasures. This is why high-sequence strong individuals from the same pathway generally have an overwhelming advantage when fighting low-sequence extraordinary individuals. Harley and the monster before him both belonged to Sequence 1, so Harley's advantage in ability wasn't particularly obvious. However, Harley possessed extraordinary items and a sharp mind. That's enough. Medusa stopped after less than 10 minutes of going berserk. He had no brain, but he knew he couldn't keep squandering his power like that. There is another monster in this city with similar strength to himself, as well as another treasure that he desperately desires. The two monsters have been locked in a tug of war, each hoping to kill and devour the other, and in turn acquire the treasure, thus advancing to a higher level. Now that a challenger has appeared in his territory, he must kill him to maintain his dominance. But this does not mean he can lower his guard against his old enemy. Medusa is currently only on high alert, while using the extraordinary abilities of Demoness of Unaging to heal his injuries. The wounds within him looked horrific, enough to be fatal at any moment. However, for Medusa, who existed in angelic form, they were not even considered serious injuries. Medusa's head of snake hair grew rapidly and burrowed into the wound from the previous dagger stab. There, the snake's hair split a second time, turning into countless smaller snake heads that pulled out the fragments of the dagger piece by piece. The flesh and blood tainted by the incurable curse attached to the dagger were bitten off piece by the snake hair, and new flesh and blood quickly grew back. It was clear that this method was extremely painful. Medusa, a bizarre monster with little reason, was trembling constantly, but he still did not give up on his bloody and cruel treatment. The treatment was nearing its end. Although Medusa's aura was slightly weakened, he still retained considerable fighting ability. Seeing that he was no longer being ambushed, Medusa seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The moment his injuries were completely healed, his perception of his surroundings was reduced to a minimum. Although the vulnerability only appeared for a moment, Harley still managed to detect it. The figure reappeared, but this time Harley held not a dagger, but another M500 revolver. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and a silver bullet flew out, coated with a time domain rune made from the witch's snake hair. Harley used the time tamper from Hermione to create two talismans that barely reached the level of demigods. He then attached these two talismans to .50 magnum high-powered pistol bullets. Medusa's movements froze instantly, as if time had stopped for him. Two condensed, pale purple lightning bolts closely followed the time bullet, piercing Medusa's eyes. The last two bullets struck the supermarket ceiling. Instantly, the force of the wind was released into the room. After firing 5 bullets in less than 0.2 seconds, the pistol disappeared, and the Black Knight magic mirror took its place. Darkness spread, howling towards Medusa, trying to engulf and devour it. This time, however, the darkness spread extremely cautiously, for fear of disturbing the sleeping city of Calamity. The bullet only froze Medusa for less than half a second before losing all effect, but the cataclysmic bullet, imbued with the power of lightning, pierced Medusa's eyes. Doomsday, end of days. Harley spoke for the first time after Medusa appeared, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. The nature of the remaining power at Medusa's wound suddenly changed. The originally violent lightning rapidly aged, heading towards the end of time, and Medusa's eyes also aged along with it. A piercing wail rang out again. This time, Harley used her most powerful ability, inflicting injuries that struck the witch's core. Even the Doomsday Witch level, Immortal, would have a headache because of this. The sky in City of Calamity, which was originally a bright red, as if it were filled with flames, suddenly turned into dark clouds. But what descended from the clouds was not a torrential downpour, but heavenly fire and thunder. These natural disasters, amplified by the power of the City of Calamity, even covered more than 2/3 of the city's area. Meanwhile, Medusa's apocalyptic power spread wantonly in all directions, causing the ground to age, houses to collapse, and not even leaving a trace of dust, completely disregarding the depletion of its own power. The darkness Harley unleashed was destroyed before it even got close enough to fully approach. He has now completely lost his mind and only wants to kill this intruder, completely disregarding another adversary in the city. Unfortunately, Harley had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few wands seized from Death Eater on the ground. The wand continuously unleashed spells, interfering with Medusa and driving her further into a frenzy. As for Harley's true form, she had already taken advantage of the cover of the hurricane bullets to evacuate to a nearby 3-story villa. The interior of the building was filled with flesh and blood, and a woman was cooking in the kitchen. However, what she was stir-frying was not normal ingredients, but rotten and smelly meat. When Harley entered the room, the hostess was still holding a wok, looking indifferent, and asked Harley a question, but the only response she received was 2 alchemical magic bullets. Harley swiftly killed all living creatures in the building, then quietly watched the battle from the rooftop. On the battlefield, all the wands had been destroyed, leaving only one stand still fleeing and provoking the opponent. The clone's eye sockets didn't hold emerald green eyes, but rather a deathly darkness. If this clone showed any abnormality, a power from a different source could instantly blow its head off. This tug of war seems likely to continue for a long time, until Medusa is completely weakened, at which point Harley will. However, an unexpected visitor accelerated the battle. As the two sides destroyed another two-story building, the ground suddenly collapsed. A gaping maw appeared from the smoke and dust, swallowing Harley's clone whole. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 418 Harvesting the extraordinary characteristics of the Doomsday Witch. The troublemaker arrived, a python with blue and gray stripes. The python was very large, appearing to be even bigger than Medusa. When Medusa was recklessly unleashing his power, the powerful being who possessed another Doomsday Witch extraordinary ability also sensed that his old rival was using his power recklessly, so he began to move rapidly in this direction. Once the giant python confirmed that Medusa's aura on the ground was somewhat weakened, and that its physical and spiritual energy had been greatly depleted, it naturally would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and prepared to launch a sneak attack. Although the unknown creature that was constantly fighting Medusa did not seem powerful, the giant serpent still chose to ambush it. After all, to have Medusa pushed to this point, even a giant serpent with little critical thinking wouldn't believe that the other party was weak. The right approach is to first address the unknown and uncontrollable factors, and then slowly wear down the already weakened old friend. He was certain that he would enjoy a sumptuous feast tonight. On a rooftop not far away, Harley, despite having lost one of her clones, didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she wore a satisfied smile. After all, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With the concealment providing cover, the other party couldn't detect Harley, but Harley had sensed the giant python's presence long ago. So why bother fighting? She could just sit back and reap the benefits. The ensuing battle unfolded exactly as Harley had predicted. Medusa was in a state of severe injury and berserk rage, so naturally he couldn't assess the situation. The old adversary was blind and his face still bore the traces of the apocalypse's corruption. It was clear that his strength was far inferior to what it used to be, so the giant python naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity pass. The two naturally became entangled, and various natural disasters and apocalypses appeared around them, bombarding the other's massive body. The decaying apocalypse spreads rampantly, eroding everything in its path and causing the earth to collapse, spreading a gray-white color and causing massive damage to the buildings in the city of Calamity. The apocalypse descended upon the city. Apart from the two Sequence 1 monsters, all the other weak creatures huddled in corners, trembling and not daring to move. What immense power! I wonder what kind of might the Angel King and the Primal Ones possess above the Doomsday Witch. Harley's eyes gleamed with azure light as she constantly observed the city's movements. But the city itself remains asleep, seemingly unaffected. That's true. It's just two children they brought together playing around. They don't even have the right to leave here. For the city of Calamity, this power may seem capable of destroying everything, but it is ultimately insignificant. The battle lasted a long time before it came to an end, and the two sides finally fought to a draw. The giant python's body tightly coiled around Medusa, its massive jaws biting into Medusa's shoulder, its fangs radiating an apocalyptic power. The eerie green blood flowed down Medusa's shoulder, and the ordinary pebbles on the ground were transformed into miniature witches by her high-level corruption. However, before they could even experience the world, they were directly mutated and killed because they looked directly at Archangel's mythical creature form. Even on the verge of death, Medusa did not give up on inflicting damage on its opponent. All the snake heads at the ends of its hair burrowed into the gaps in the giant snake's scales, tearing at the flesh with all its might. The places touched by the snake's fangs turned grayish-white and became hard stone. Both sides are in dire straits, but Medusa is clearly further from heaven and closer to death than the python, and will most likely be the first to succumb. Seeing himself on the verge of death, Medusa seemed to break free from that violent state. A resolute glint flashed in his crazed eyes, and his body suddenly disintegrated, his flesh and blood turning into fuel that ignited the black flames. When a Sequence 1 is sacrificed and burned, the power of the black flames clearly increases by more than one level. Moreover, although its level is not high, it is the most suitable ability in this situation. Because it was close quarters combat, the giant snake had no time to react, and countless black flames spread along Medusa's snake hair. The flames penetrated the flesh beneath the scales, easily burning away the stone which had no spiritual support, and spread throughout the giant serpent's body. This appears to be a lose-lose situation. Medusa is completely dead, and the giant serpent doesn't benefit either. Not even Medusa's extraordinary ability has dropped on the scene. But Harley had already disappeared from the spot. As Emperor Russell once said, the one who knows you best is always your enemy. The one who knows best how to kill a doomsday witch who has passed the ageless stage will always be another doomsday witch. A dagger slashed through the air, its blade crackling with purple arcs of electricity. Even though there was nothing in the air, a mournful wail rang out. The dagger seemed to be pinned to something, hovering in midair. The demoness of Unaging possesses a very strange resurrection ability, capable of reviving at a preset fixed location, but at the cost of permanently reducing the maximum spirituality. Upon being promoted to Doomsday Witch, this power is enhanced once again, with an increased number of preset resurrection points and a more secretive resurrection process. This ability seems almost invincible, since the witch's resurrection points can be anywhere, making them difficult to find. The idea of waiting for her to respawn and then killing her before she can set up a new resurrection point seems like a pipe dream. The only feasible method is probably to continuously kill a demoness of Unaging, lowering their spiritual limit until they can no longer sustain their resurrection, at which point they can be completely killed. Furthermore, the target is at least a Sequence 3 being, possessing immense strength and numerous magic mirror and wand stands for self-preservation, which is why he gives the impression of being unkillable. However, there is no tree that can block out the sky, there is only one thing that can subdue another. This kind of resurrection is ultimately traceable. Just as the higher sequences of the diviner path can see mysteries like the spirit threads that are invisible to other paths, and the monster path can see the elusive fate, the witch pathway also possesses some mystical powers that cannot be directly observed by other paths, such as special mirrored passages that can be opened without the aid of mirrors. When witches who are ageless or older are resurrected, their extraordinary characteristics are automatically stripped away, and under the influence of their spirituality, they descend directly through a passage to a predetermined location to complete the physical reconstruction. Therefore, only witches truly understand witches. Other powerful beings on the witch pathway can use their control over the mirror world to discover and intercept this passage. For beyonders outside the witch path, only certain special abilities like stealth can prevent them from finding their respawn point. Items and locations that have absolute dominance over the target can also intercept the departure of beyonders. Klein revived, leaving his Beyonder in the Church of Bones. Harley precisely targeted the extraordinary characteristic that was about to leave, forcibly separating it from the mirror space. However, Medusa was clearly unwilling to accept the failure of his resurrection. Despite being wrapped in lightning, his extraordinary doomsday witch nature caused him to struggle stubbornly, trying to break free from the dagger's restraints. Only after several spells struck the dagger, creating a concealed cage around it, did the extraordinary characteristic quiet down slightly, though it still occasionally twitched in resistance. As for Harley herself, her focus at this moment was definitely on the giant python. She didn't hold back from the start, immediately activating her mythical creature form and transforming into Medusa. Countless tentacles stretched out from the void, their eyes either opening and closing or constantly rotating. Anything that came into their gaze was instantly tinged with a grayish-white color and turned to stone. The rocks and buildings touched by these tentacles began to twist and twist, rapidly extending heads and limbs, while the main body became slender, eventually transforming into witches of varying sizes and exquisite appearances. The tentacles, carrying the apocalypse and destruction that could cause everything to collapse, lashed heavily against the giant python. The witches, obeying the will of their creator, used themselves as fuel to ignite the black flames and attempted to get up close and intimate with the giant python. Thanks to the concealment provided by the invisibility cloak, and with its attention always focused on its old friend, the python remained unaware that another enemy was lurking nearby. He was still manipulating the frost, extinguishing the ferocious black flame within him. Caught off guard, various attacks struck the giant serpent's massive body one after another. The giant snake, in excruciating pain, had to interrupt its treatment and was forced to fight back. However, this caused the black flames that Medusa had previously left behind, which penetrated deep into flesh and blood, to become even more rampant, once again devouring flesh and blood and reaping the life of the great serpent. Moreover, this is the city of calamity, where every house contains a mirror, but its mirrored world is polluted, making it impossible to create a magic mirror clone. Unable to transfer the damage, the giant python ultimately followed the same path as its old adversary, its aura gradually weakening. Seeing her opponent about to die, Harley, in the form of Medusa, deliberately kept her distance, allowing the witch and tentacles to engage in close combat, while she continuously hurled icy spears imbued with the concept of the end from afar. Finally, under the relentless pulling, the giant python ignited itself, hoping to use the chaos to give its extraordinary abilities a chance to escape and be resurrected at a predetermined location. However, Harley's intelligence alone was enough to overwhelm him. The flames only destroyed a large number of tentacles, and Harley also captured the extraordinary characteristics of the giant python. Finally got it. Harley looked at the extraordinary properties in his hand, his face full of joy. At this moment, the two Doomsday Witches were still trembling, trying to escape. End. Harley uttered a single word, and the decaying, corrupting power instantly enveloped the extraordinary ability, obliterating any remaining will within it. As it was being wiped out, Harley felt that a small portion of its own potion was instantly digested. The core of the Doomsday Witch lies in the apocalypse. By bringing about the end of the world's creatures or inanimate objects, it can digest potion. The digestion effect was surprisingly good when the two Sequence 1 Doomsday Witches were brought to their doomsday. Harley felt like she had only digested 1/5 of Doomsday Witch potion, at this point, has been more than half digested. Without conducting a more detailed investigation, she swallowed the extraordinary ability whole, quickly retrieved her scattered power, and then disappeared into the corner with the help of the invisibility cloak. Harley stopped walking long after she had left the battlefield. Having witnessed such a fierce battle, Harley dared not linger. The City of Calamity had not reacted initially, but who knew what might happen next? After finding an ordinary room, Harley didn't dare sit on the blood-soaked chair. A tentacle stretched out from the void, and Harley sat directly on it. It was a special circumstance, so she had to make do. Harley did not accept the two extraordinary properties that had been swallowed, since she had not yet fully digested the potion in her body and certainly could not take that risk. After a brief moment of thought, Harley selected her two best quality stand wands and infused them with magic and broken snake hair, transforming them into stands. These two extraordinary characteristics are stored in the clone, which can mobilize their power to a limited extent, making it barely worthy of being considered a first-order fighter. Dark bombs were planted in the hearts of the clones to prevent any accidents from happening. Harley, the former owner of these two Doomsday Witch extraordinary properties, simply ignored them. Since they lack any extraordinary characteristics, they are essentially gone. If it were a regular Doomsday Witch, a devout follower could still have a chance to awaken it but would lose most of its power. But where would such an extraordinary monster, influenced by the City of Calamity but without any role-playing experience, get the brain to establish an anchor? Harley turned her attention to another matter, one of paramount importance, the encroachment on the City of Calamity. Throughout the journey, Harley had been trying to avoid using his own power, relying instead on extraordinary items such as his pocket watch and pistol, as well as alchemical magic items. However, when hunting her target, Harley was ultimately forced to use her witch powers. Despite her ability to wait in comfort and act swiftly, she was still inevitably eroded. Harley had to temporarily halt his journey in pursuit of the original and deal with the erosion first. After an unknown amount of time, all the erosion was absorbed into the mark between Harley's eyebrows, which even further strengthened Harley's connection with the City of Calamity. But Harley didn't look happy, since the marker's capacity was already a quarter full. A small amount of erosion would be beneficial to her, but if it went too far, she would probably be left here forever. Harley sighed, jumped off the tentacles, and headed toward her ultimate goal. At that finish line, Peter suddenly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. "You've finally arrived. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 419 Child of Chaos. To borrow a line from the Mother Goddess, I want to have a child with you." In the heart of the City of Calamity, Harley landed safely on the ground. She made it very smoothly. After dealing with the two Sequence 1 monsters, the City of Calamity was completely peaceful, and no monster dared to roam the streets. They were clearly terrified by the previous battle and feared they would suffer an undeserved fate. At the heart of City of Calamity stands a 3-story tavern with no sign. And, according to Harley's spiritual guidance, the uniqueness of the witch pathway lies securely within that tavern. Harley vaguely guessed that this uniqueness was probably not accepted by the monsters, nor did it generate autonomous activity and will like the hidden sage. Otherwise, after fighting for so long, it's impossible for uniqueness to remain unmoved. Without hesitation, Harley floated directly to the door and gently pushed open the tavern door. The tavern was empty, there wasn't a single living person or creature in it. This is understandable, given the existence of a unique entity here that hasn't yet been claimed, and that uniqueness inevitably spreads contamination in all directions. For any low-level creatures, simply getting close to this place could drive them mad, or even lead to their immediate death. Harley had just stepped into the pub with her left foot when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her toe. The leather shoe on her left foot, which had been imbued with alchemy, had completely disappeared, and the decaying doomsday power was still eroding Harley's soul. At this point, the skin on her feet was completely ulcerated, and you could see blood and muscle inside, and even faintly see the white bone. Harley frowned, and without hesitation, chopped off his own left foot with a swift chop. The flesh and blood disintegrated while still in midair, while Harley's left foot remained intact, as if nothing had happened. A magic mirror shattered instantly, bearing the brunt of the damage. This is the power of uniqueness. Without being suppressed, I could easily get hurt. Harley sighed softly, dressed herself again, and slipped into the tavern. Even though there was no wind, the tavern door closed gently and automatically. The inside and outside of the tavern seemed to have become two separate worlds, completely isolated from each other. The interior of the pub was decorated in a style similar to Wizarding World, and Harley felt a vague sense of familiarity with it. It wasn't until Harley saw the small courtyard diagonally behind the counter and that familiar wall that she realized this place was exactly the same as the interior of Leaky Cauldron. This gave Harley a slightly uneasy feeling. After all, everything was too strange. The wand and dagger he had been holding were gone, replaced by a revolver and a pocket watch. The pistol's magazine, which had been empty, was now full of special bullets. The 5 bullets were all different colors, and the alchemy patterns on them shimmered with different lights. The stairs weren't long, and Harley quickly reached the second floor, where uniqueness was located. The contamination from uniqueness grew stronger, and Harley was covered by a layer of apocalyptic power to prevent her from being contaminated and falling into madness. She stood in front of her spiritually locked room, just a wall away from the uniqueness of the witch pathway. Aside from uniqueness, Harley's spirituality discovered nothing. Harley took a deep breath and gently pushed open the wooden door to the room. With a creak, the wooden door opened. Strangely enough, this door, which was clearly just an ordinary wooden door, was not corroded by the power of the apocalypse. Harley looked around the room and her gaze was immediately drawn to an item on the table. It was a black mirror, and although the mirror was clearly upright, all the witnesses could inexplicably see a 3-dimensional image in the mirror. The back of the mirror is carved with a beautiful girl with emerald green snake eyes. She is wearing an elaborate long dress and is surrounded by a series of items such as daggers, wands, mirrors, spider silk, and various natural disasters such as tsunamis, hurricanes, and blizzards, symbolizing the various sequences and abilities of the witch pathway. The front of the magic mirror is a smooth, shiny mirror that reflects the entire room. However, the room in the mirror and the room outside the mirror cannot be said to be completely identical, they are simply different. The room outside the mirror was clean and tidy, with all items arranged neatly and in an orderly manner, but the reflection in the mirror was decaying, with the house collapsed and covered in cobwebs. The inside and outside of the mirror seem to be two opposing sides. The outside is beautiful, while the inside is dilapidated. Besides the objects, the people reflected in the mirror are also completely different from those in the outside world. For example, the young male wizard sitting to the side of the mirror has a smiling face and looks sunny and cheerful, but he is wearing a blood-red robe, which ruins his image. The robe was made of a very strange material, seemingly from flesh and blood, covered with human faces contorted in agony. Flames were also rising from the robe, which was now more than half burnt. However, the young man in the mirror had a cold expression, one could even say he was cold-blooded. His eyes contained no emotion or humanity, only absolute rationality. His robes, however, remained as ugly and bloody as ever, unchanged. From this perspective, what is reflected in the mirror is not the opposite of what is outside the mirror, but rather the darkest, most destructive and destructive side of the people and things outside the mirror. Upon seeing the mirror, Harley felt a surge of hunger. Every inch of her skin, every piece of flesh, and even every strand of her snake hair yearned for the mirror, wanting to devour and contain it. But before that, Harley has to overcome an obstacle, the young wizard sitting in front of the mirror. That was Peter Peverell, Harley's final opponent in that dueling tournament. His appearance hadn't changed at all. He was still wearing the white shirt and black trousers he had worn when he first met Harley, except that the ordinary wizard robe had been replaced with the flesh and blood robe he was wearing now. "Good evening, Miss Harley Potter." Peter greeted Harley politely. "It's been a long time since we last met." Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar face before him, Harley's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She had always felt that Peter was no ordinary person, but she never expected to run into him here. "Long time no see, Mr. Peter Peverell," Harley replied politely, after a moment's thought. "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" Peter retorted. "Aren't you here too?" Let me think." Harley tilted her head. "Professor Dumbledore said that the Ministry of Magic has not yet caught the intruders, and Lord Voldemort's men are all present. In addition, if we investigate carefully, some of the events don't match up. So you were the one who hacked into the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve 6 months ago." Although it was a question, Harley was already certain of her guess. Yes, it's me. Peter nodded. Didn't I tell you? I've teamed up with Lord Voldemort. He wanted to get rid of me, make me and my men do hard labor to hold off Dumbledore, and go kill and burn, while he dreamt of usurping the throne of death. Then I'll just have to go along with him. Looks like he really did get a good price, making you a first-order doomsday witch. Harley felt a chill run down her spine, her whole body turning as cold as an ice cave. Although subconsciously I had a premonition that Peter's arrival here was likely related to the sequence pathway, and that he was on a similar path to me. However, there are other possibilities, such as Peter being able to arrive safely simply because of his superior magic skills, which even surpassed those of Professor Dumbledore. But now, Peter has called out that name himself, Doomsday Witch. Aren't you shocked, even a little panicked? Peter said to himself, but, which outer god's servant are you? Harley suddenly interrupted Peter. No, you shouldn't be a servant. Servants don't have such a strong status to come here. Are you, a specially created avatar of some outer god? Peter froze. A deathly silence filled the room. After a long pause, Peter nodded. A very keen sense of smell. Yes, that's right. I am the old days. Then why would you, a great deity, go to such lengths to pay attention to me, an ordinary little angel? Harley asked softly, her finger on the trigger of her pistol. Look, why did you interrupt me just now? Peter smiled helplessly. I was just about to tell you that I meant no harm. My goal is the same as gods and mysteries, I just want to make some investments. Then could you step aside? Harley glanced at the magic mirror on the table, and her reflection returned a sinister smile. As long as I obtain the uniqueness, your investment will have already yielded an initial return, and you yourself will not even need to make any sacrifices or contributions. But that's not enough. Peter shook his head. I need a commitment, a crucial commitment. I need you to personally guarantee that after you become the cataclysmic disaster and the root of calamity, you can only possess the pathways and essence of the eternal darkness, the singularity of all things, and the one who unifies time and space. You cannot choose to contain and drag all of our past back to the starting point. His expression turned unusually serious, and his voice became completely devoid of emotion. When he stated his request, Peter seemed like a completely different person. Harley frowned again, puzzled. She's not stupid. After all, she doesn't want to die herself, so why would she choose to drag everyone else down with her? Anyone who saw the other party's request would think it was unnecessary. However, he couldn't possibly agree, since the other party was an ancient being whose identity and abilities were unknown. If he easily agreed, he might get caught up in certain abilities. If he didn't agree, a battle would be inevitable, and besides, his chances of winning were by no means high, unless he used various backup plans. Harley hesitated for no more than 5 seconds before Peter spoke again. What? You're unwilling to make a guarantee? Before she could finish speaking, the white silk gloves on Harley's hands suddenly burst into flames. The flames were intensely hot, and although they didn't cause Harley any harm, they easily burned both extraordinary items to ashes, without even removing their extraordinary properties. You are child of chaos. Harley reacted instantly, and lava suddenly erupted from beneath her feet, burning the door of the room to ashes. Harley had already darted into the corridor, his pistol pointed at the ceiling, ready to fire at any moment. Strange. Child of Chaos looked at the ashes on the ground in confusion, sensing their dispersed nature as they dissipated into the air. Where did these extraordinary properties of corruption and punishment come from? I control the Order Mist Kingdom, and my subordinate lawyers and arbitrators are still under my control. In theory, I have almost absolute dominion over these two paths, but I didn't notice that you possess these two extraordinary characteristics. So you're admitting your identity. Harley knew exactly what was going on, but she couldn't let the Child of Chaos continue thinking, so she changed the subject. So, were all those previous promises a trap you set for me? That's right, it's me. Child of Chaos no longer felt there was any need to hide it and admitted it directly. It seems my first plan is not going to work. I'll have to try another approach. May I ask what your original plan was? Harley asked tentatively, a seed quietly rolling out of her hair and falling into a crack in the floor. It's nothing. Child of Chaos shrugged humanely. As long as you twist things, I can twist what you say. You agree with my suggestion of banning it from becoming the fourth pillar, so you agree with my proposal. With a little twist, I can change it into any proposal I want. So, please don't misunderstand, I have no ulterior motives, Child of Chaos said politely. My purpose is very simple. To borrow a phrase from the Mother Goddess, I want to have a child with you. Something's not right. Before Harley could reply, Child of Chaos muttered to himself, something seems off. It's different from the human muggle proposal I saw. He smacked his head hard. Look at my memory. The seed fell to the ground and grew into a rose. So roses can grow on the ground. There is ground here, so roses should bloom here. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room transformed, filled with vibrant red roses. Simultaneously, invisible chains of order materialized, briefly suppressing the pollution emanating from the unique witch pathway on the table. Then let's do it again. Child of Chaos, holding a large bouquet of roses, his eyes filled with affection, displayed his profound understanding of human nature. Miss Harley Potter, I love you, and I want to have a child with you. P.S. This line should actually be said by Cassava, but since the power of reproduction of the third pillar is in the hands of the Mother Goddess, it's more appropriate for the Mother Goddess to say it. Additionally, Child of Chaos the first possessed an unknown source substance, which, after being split into the disordered kingdom and the uncertain mist, led the author to create the ordered mist kingdom, a combination of the two. End of chapter. 420 My lord, times have changed. Take this rocket. Happy New Year, please vote. The scene was exceptionally warm and intimate, as if it were a wedding. In addition to the roses on the ground, petals were also scattered from the ceiling, and beautiful music echoed in the air, subtly carrying the inducing effect of extraordinary abilities. Any ordinary witch or even a male wizard would probably agree to all of the other party's requests in a daze. But Harley felt a chill, because all the blooming roses had eyes, and all those eyes were staring intently at Harley. His eyes gleamed with hunger, as if he wanted to physically devour Harley and take everything from her. My dear son of chaos, sir, Harley carefully chose his words. To put it tactfully, although witches don't really understand love, I still think your approach is wrong, and your understanding of human nature is somewhat flawed. Okay, I'm not good at lying. Forgive me for being blunt, but I just think you're a bit of a pervert, no, extremely perverted. My understanding of human nature is flawed. Child of Chaos's face suddenly turned cold. I think human nature is such a useless thing that it's not worth spending time trying to understand. It seems you've rejected my offer. But I am the whole old day, not the mysteries and God, who have lost their power and are left with only an empty person. The power of the fourth pillar is mutual destruction at the level of rules. How can I feel at ease if I don't have it in my hands? It seems I have no choice but to corrupt you and make you agree to this proposal to give everything to me. Before he had even finished speaking, both sides attacked simultaneously. Their earlier exchange had been both a test of each other and preparation for battle. The floor on the second floor suddenly cracked open, and a giant tree burst forth from the ground. Those were the seeds of Whomping Willow that Professor Sprout gave to Harley. Thanks to the magic of plants, this Whomping Willow grew lush and leafy in less than 3 minutes, becoming even larger than the Whomping Willow outside Hogwarts Castle. Black flames blazed from the branches of the Whomping Willow, which lashed violently against the tavern walls. If it were a regular leaky cauldron, the entire tavern would have been torn to shreds by the berserk Whomping Willow. However, the tavern's exterior walls were intact and appeared to have suffered no damage whatsoever. It's useless. This place is already covered by various laws, simulating a small, chaotic nation. Child of Chaos's voice turned cold and devoid of emotion. Even if I only possess earthly angel level strength now, one sequence lower than you, with my experience and prior preparations, I can still capture you. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Primal One for fighting here, especially since your true nature is that of an outer god? Harley concealed himself beneath Whomping Willow, his eyes filled with intense wariness. What do you think? Of course not. Child of Chaos chuckled softly, mimicking human manners. The laughter was gentle, yet chillingly cold. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the old one who holds the rules, the Child of Chaos, the disordered one, the fog of uncertainty, the shadow of order. The rules are under my control. Whether it is the formulation or the distortion of the rules, it is all within my authority. Is it so difficult to create a clone specifically for me and then conceal its connection to me through the rules? In this situation, even if the first notices this clone of mine, without reclaiming its authority over the rules, it will not be able to see my true identity and will only think that I am an ordinary sequence 2 earthly angel. Besides, how easy is it for the first to awaken? Unless Chaos Sea and Source Castle both show signs of disturbance, he will continue to slumber until he is fully prepared to reorganize. Do you think I would give you that kind of opportunity? No, it's not even certain that you'll be able to access these source substances. While earnestly explaining to Harley, Child of Chaos waved his hands, attaching layers of new rules to the bar walls, making the place even more impregnable. Harley's expression grew increasingly solemn. It seemed that this tavern was now practically the true divine realm. She was still able to contact her clones outside of City of Calamity while inside City of Calamity, but now she has completely lost contact with them. It looks like we're headed for a tough battle. Harley sighed. Our opponent is a Sequence 2 rule-type fighter with experience in combat at the ancient level. They've made prior preparations and have a miniature source-type support. Looks like we're going to have to fight to the death. Whomping Willow trembled, and suddenly the entire trunk burst into flames. All its branches automatically became firewood, merging into the trunk and making the black flames even more intense. At the same time, countless tentacles emerged from the fiery trunk, their large, emerald-green eyes gleaming. The wooden floor suddenly began to petrify, and the grayish-white color rapidly spread towards Child of Chaos's feet, exuding an aura of collapse and destruction. Petrochemicals are prohibited here. Child of Chaos took a step forward as he chanted. A golden light spread out, and the walls of the tavern emitted a light of the same color in response. The petrification stopped, and all the gray stones turned back into fragile wooden floors. Within the tavern's outer walls, mystery diminishes, reality amplifies. Another rule was issued, and Child of Chaos precisely confined the rules within the walls of the tavern. Harley immediately felt his extraordinary abilities and the power of the magic he could use rapidly decreasing, and even extraordinary items were subtly affected. Do you feel your power in the realm of mysticism weakening? Child of Chaos seemed to be a bit talkative, chattering on and on. But don't worry, I have to abide by the rules I set, or I will suffer extremely serious harm. You'd be so kind. Harley scoffed. Of course not. Child of Chaos slowly walked towards Harley. In fact, I could create specific rules for you, only restricting your abilities. But my current body is only at the level of an angel, so it would be too slow for such detailed rules to be formulated and fully implemented. Anyway, as long as you can't escape this bar, isn't that enough? The lawyer path has the arbitrator sequence, which improves physical abilities much more than the assassin sequence. In close combat, the advantage lies with me. At this point, the mystical power within the entire tavern had dropped to a very low level. Harley at this point only retained the power of Sequence 6, while Child of Chaos, empowered by the Kingdom of Chaos, possessed a power level nearly identical to Harley's. The giant fire tree behind Harley and the countless tentacles growing from its trunk had completely collapsed, and the situation seemed to be sliding into an irreversible abyss. But Harley didn't seem as serious as before. In fact, she seemed somewhat relieved. So that's what you were planning. Harley's voice was barely audible. That's fantastic. The revolver that Harley had been holding for a long time suddenly burst into flames, and a silver bullet exploded in midair. Thick fog quickly spread throughout the tavern, obscuring the view of both sides. Smog dispersal is prohibited here. Obstruction of vision is prohibited here. Child of Chaos has manipulated the previous rule, keeping both sides' abilities at Sequence 6. The Sequence 6 judge's abilities took effect, and 2 new laws were promulgated. The fog dissipated instantly, ending its mission in less than 2 seconds. It's useless. These little tricks aren't enough to change the course of the battle. I deliberately kept our strength at Sequence 6 so that I could continue to formulate laws. Child of Chaos hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly froze on the spot. He looked at Harley with slight confusion. What is this? This is a weapon created by humans you look down upon. At this moment, in addition to the revolver in his hand, Harley also had a large amount of other weapons around him. A large number of rocket launchers were suspended in midair by Spider Silk, and 10 heavy machine guns had been installed. Spider Silk was ready to pull the trigger at any time. Back in Alps, when the Muggle guy climbing the mountain pulled out a submachine gun, Harley had already set his sights on him and smuggled a lot of guns and ammunition from his father's company. After robbing the leader of the Italian Muggle Mafia, Harley also acquired a considerable amount of weaponry through his connections. Harley had no idea this day would come. She just thought there would definitely be a lot of oddball monsters in the City of Calamity. After all, when she met God and the Mysteries, the tavern was packed with ugly people, which couldn't have been deliberately created by the 2 pillars to maintain their high-class image. The monsters were sitting quietly at the table drinking when they entered the City of Calamity, but Harley couldn't be sure if they would remain so docile when he stepped into the city alone. However, Harley was also afraid that if she used too much of the Witch Pathway's power in the City of Calamity, it might trigger unpredictable mutations. That's why Harley acquired such a large quantity of weaponry. The task of clearing out the grunts will be handled by these Muggle weapons. Surprisingly, the monsters didn't attack them, and these weapons actually came in handy on this high-level battlefield. The mid to low-rank extraordinary individuals were not capable of withstanding such artillery fire. Harley, after leaving the Demoness sect, also felt that assassinating with a pistol was much more convenient than using a dagger. Even when dealing with certain high-sequence non-extraordinary beings, the armies of the kingdoms of the northern continent prefer to have demigods of the arbitrator pathway first issue laws of mystic weakening, reality strengthening, and then have the army suppress them with firepower. Harley is now facing a situation not much different from those, except that these laws that weaken the mystery were issued by the other side. Well then, my lord, times have changed. Try the gunpowder and firearms made by the Muggle, the humans you despise. Without giving the other side any time to react, all the spider silks pulled the triggers at the same time, and metal bullets rained down like a storm, mixed with many rockets. After the two sides broke off relations, the area inside the tavern quietly expanded more than tenfold. Even so, the rockets easily covered all the open space around Child of Chaos, delivering the most beautiful New Year's fireworks. Happy New Year. A golden light barrier rose up. Child of Chaos didn't know enough about Muggles' weapons, so in his haste, he couldn't formulate a suitable law and could only activate a certain extraordinary item on his body. However, this was of no use. This two-slot item was severely weakened under the laws personally enacted by Child of Chaos, and its defenses were extremely vulnerable. The metal bullet instantly tore through the light barrier, causing secondary damage to Child of Chaos. Harley himself was carrying a revolver, which was loaded with bullets. One bullet in particular stood out. Its tip resembled the head of a small snake, complete with black and white stripes. Harley stroked the pistol as he quietly waited for an opportunity. In less than 3 minutes, Child of Chaos could no longer hold on. Harley felt a sudden lightness in her body as her suppressed and stiff magic quickly regained its vitality. At the same time, perhaps because they had been dormant for too long, these magical powers were more vibrant than before, yearning for a life or death battle. Muggle weapons are prohibited here. The law was enacted instantly, and all machine guns and rockets simultaneously fell silent. But that was enough. Harley didn't expect the other side to be killed by the Muggle weapon, and besides, she had waited for the opportunity she wanted. Ancient alchemical runes shimmered on the revolver. Thanks to these runes, the revolver was not considered a Muggle weapon and was therefore not subject to legal restrictions. The magazine was emptied instantly, and the golden halo on the wall behind Harley stopped flowing for a moment, as if time had been paused. The remaining 4 bullets followed in quick succession, and lightning flashed on the wall. Clatter. Harley put the revolver back into her pocket and pressed the button on her pocket watch. The air suddenly became as sticky as glue. The golden halo, which was already locked in a stalemate with the lightning, was now forced to retreat further after being disturbed, unable to maintain the law on the wall in time. Outside the tavern, the 2 newly created clones suddenly appeared, summoning the Calamity in unison. Purple lightning reappeared in the red sky above City of Calamity, and countless bolts of lightning rained down on the tavern, all targeting the outer wall where the golden halo had temporarily disappeared. Boom! With a loud crash, the wall collapsed. Then another cloud of dust rose up. The tavern couldn't withstand such an attack. After one wall collapsed, all the rooms and floors were affected by the chain reaction and collapsed instantly like dominoes. Harley nimbly leapt out of the tavern and arrived beside her 2 clones. Mr. Child of Chaos, it's my turn now. ... Thanks to the generous donor, rarely confused, for the donation. P.S. The Uncertain Mist does seem to be a title for the Child of Chaos, and should be listed alongside the Disorderly Ones. Okay, the author made a mistake, but I won't change the previous chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 421. What kind of scene haven't I seen? Crossed out. I really haven't seen this scene before. The complete collapse of the tavern stirred up a cloud of dust, and at the same time, the rules that had been sealed within the walls were thrown into complete chaos. The rampant spiritual energy overflowed, destroying large areas of surrounding buildings and showing a tendency to continue expanding outwards. The City of Calamity seemed to awaken suddenly, with dark red clouds rapidly gathering, brewing all the abilities that the pinnacle beings of the primordial demoness and red priest pathways could control. Everything was poised and ready to land in this small space. Boom! Another loud bang, and a layer of golden light of rules flew out from the ruins, spreading rapidly. The dust instantly dissipated under the influence of the rules, and the raging spirituality calmed down and automatically retreated into the ruins. When the spirituality vanished, the City of Calamity automatically lost its target. The accumulated power of terror and calamity circled the heavens once before dissipating on its own. However, the air was filled with a burning smell. The entire City of Calamity had awakened after sensing the power of the intruder, and its spirituality and magic had become much more active. Countless bricks flew up and smashed everywhere, and the Child of Chaos crawled out of the ruins. However, his condition at this time was not good at all. In fact, it could be described as extremely poor. Child of Chaos's body was riddled with holes, with a gaping hole in the place where his heart was. Harley could even see his mutilated internal organs, the texture of his muscles, and the ruins behind him through this hole. Another layer of golden light spread out, and suddenly a large number of fresh fleshy spheres grew on Child of Chaos's body. The ball of flesh rapidly expanded and filled all the holes, large and small, on his body. In less than 15 seconds, Child of Chaos's body was completely healed. A very interesting little toy, which has a considerable deterrent effect on the bodies of low-level extraordinary individuals. Child of Chaos glanced down at his tattered white shirt, studying his newly grown, pale skin through it, and nodded in a calm, understated compliment. Even I was injured when I was careless. Although the injury was not serious, it is something that the people who made these weapons should be proud of. You previously said that these are weapons created by humans without relying on extraordinary abilities or the Mahautokuro of this planet. It seems I can preserve some humans for research on human society and human nature. I recognize their research value. Unfortunately, the usefulness of these human gadgets ends here. Even without the miniature chaotic kingdom prepared in advance for you, I can still capture you. A violent spirituality once again gathered within Child of Chaos, and the rules began to distort. If I were to create rules specifically for you, one by one, would you be able to cope? Within a 1-kilometer radius of my prototype area, the burning of black flames is prohibited. Child of Chaos had just stated the first rule when he suddenly froze on the spot. He clearly saw the black flames rising from beneath the girl's feet. The flames transformed into a hand, extending its little finger and beckoning towards him, seemingly in a provocation. At the same time, Child of Chaos also realized that the rules he set were not spreading, and the entire space seemed to be rejecting him and refusing to obey his commands. He, the ancient being who governs the rules, the one who controls the rules, has now failed in his attempt to establish new rules. The skeptical Child of Chaos wanted to try it out, but then he realized something and reluctantly put his hand down. Because he saw the bright silver gem slowly falling off Harley's forehead, and saw the red patterns fully revealed after the gem's concealment ability was removed. So you've already gained the City of Calamity's approval, Child of Chaos murmured softly. I knew you would use that invisibility cloak, but I didn't expect you to combine it with magic like this. I never expected to fall for human tricks twice. Although he didn't understand human nature, Child of Chaos had at least played the role of wizard for a while, so he had some understanding of the novel power of magic. That's why Child of Chaos was able to recognize the origin of the silver gem at a glance. Harley scoffed. What do you think I went to all this trouble to come out here for? Wasn't it just to get in touch with the City of Calamity? If you can use rules to construct miniature source matter and achieve a similar suppression effect, why can't I? Besides, this is the City of Calamity, 100 times better than your tavern, and I am the real witch, this is my home turf. That's true, but aren't you afraid of being corrupted by City of Calamity if you use its power now? Child of Chaos asked coldly, as the tattered, blood-soaked robe he wore burned faster and faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye within the time it took to utter a few words. No extraordinary being can borrow the power of source matter for an extended period of time at sequence 1, unless he is a resurrection tool of some ancient being. The fourth pillar has never been born, so there is no retention of consciousness. It cannot be resurrected, only a new fourth pillar can be born. So, you think you can kill me in a very short time? Then I won't trouble you, you old codger, Harley said with a smile, but her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. The old man should just lie obediently in his coffin and give me a bunch of gold coins while he's at it. The red mark on Harley's forehead became even more vibrant. The previous encroachment of City of Calamity on it had now become a great asset to Harley, making Harley's connection with the entire city even closer. The calamity that had dissipated in City of Calamity has now regrouped and is hovering in the sky. Sequence 2 of the Witch pathway is called Demoness of Catastrophe, and Sequence 1 is called Doomsday Witch. Sequence 2 of the Hunter pathway is called Weather Wizard, and Sequence 1 is called Conqueror. These 4 sequences all have extremely strong control over natural disasters, or rather, natural disasters are their core ability. While Harley recklessly unleashed his power, disregarding the City of Calamity's erosion of him, his witch pathway power reached the level of Angel King, who possessed uniqueness and 3 Sequence 1 extraordinary traits. He also mastered all the abilities of a regular Hunter path Sequence 1 Conqueror. As a result, the entire core area of the City of Calamity became a land of natural disasters, with no inch of land finding peace. Lightning, micro-meteorites, hail, skyfire, magma. All sorts of disasters descend from the clouds. Some natural calamities are incompatible, but at this moment they can coexist. Child of Chaos was shimmering with golden light, barely managing to withstand Angel King's full-force attack. As an ancient being in the realm of rules, he had not been unaware of the possibility of facing the opponent unleashing their full firepower. However, in Child of Chaos's vision, he would only be facing an ordinary Doomsday Witch. He had calculated countless times but never anticipated that Harley would dare to allow the source matter to erode her in exchange for a short period of powerful strength. Therefore, the rank of the talismans and extraordinary items she had prepared in advance was naturally insufficient. Isn't he afraid of becoming a complete puppet of the City of Calamity? As Child of Chaos barely managed to protect this precious clone using the extraordinary items he possessed, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. What's more, if this continues, the first might also be awakened. Feeling the spiritual energy draining from his body at an alarming rate, and watching the extraordinary object in his hand gradually become covered with cracks, Child of Chaos knew he couldn't wait any longer. We can't possibly outlast them now, and if the first wakes up, we're all doomed. Suddenly a crack appeared in his chest, from which a talisman emerged. Child of Chaos looked at the talisman, then gazed at the sky. Harley stared indifferently at his location, the bright red runes on his face so vivid they seemed to drip blood, and they were beginning to spread across his entire face, inspiring fear. Other extraordinary beings or ordinary wizards might not know what this means, but the Child of Chaos understands it very well. This shows that even though Harley himself had already gained the City of Calamity's recognition, he was still severely corrupted and polluted by the City of Calamity. Moreover, his current condition is probably not very good. Even if the first were to be resurrected directly from Harley, Child of Chaos wouldn't be too surprised. The situation is already overwhelmingly unfavorable, unless one uses the biggest contingency plan that their main body has prepared for their clone. He gritted his teeth and resolutely crushed the talisman in his hand. A powerful spirituality and a higher status began to surge from the depths of Child of Chaos's nearly depleted avatar, quickly filling his entire body. The third round of the battle seems to be about to begin. However, Child of Chaos had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint the problem. In the sky, Harley struggled to withstand the prolonged impact of the natural disaster while also enduring the pain caused by the contamination of her body. Just as Child of Chaos had guessed, Harley's condition wasn't actually that good. She felt as if she were being roasted over a fire, her body feeling like it was turning into a giant furnace. At the same time, a consciousness seems to be slowly awakening deep within one's body. Harley knew perfectly well that it was the will of the first. However, Harley still did not give up control of the power, because as long as she dealt with this intruder, there would be time to slowly resolve the problems on the first side. If all else fails, Harley has other backup plans. Suddenly, the golden light below exploded, even temporarily dispelling the natural disaster. Harley and his two clones, each possessing a Sequence 1 extraordinary ability, suddenly scattered, dodging the terrifyingly powerful extraordinary ability. She thought Child of Chaos had pulled out some trump card, such as a more powerful extraordinary item that turned the tide of the battle. Harley was used to this, he would only be surprised if he killed the other person directly. Having lived this long, what kind of situation haven't I seen? But upon closer inspection, Harley's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, I've never seen anything like this before. On the open ground below, Child of Chaos knelt in agony, his robes of flesh and blood bulging high on his back. Through the gaps in her clothes, Harley could vaguely see a transparent bulge, within which was pregnant a young girl. Harley looked at it carefully again and made sure she wasn't mistaken. The gender of Child of Chaos is uncertain. Of course, the concept of gender may not have existed in the past, or it could be changed at will. For example, the Old One, whose full name is Father of Demons, Lord of Others, Source of Curses, Mother Tree of Desire, God of Lost Heart, and Eternal Howler, can be both Father of Demons and Mother Tree of Desire, and has diverse genders. For example, Harley's path of destruction and calamity, the root of all evil, allows him to freely transform if he successfully reaches the top. He can be male, female, or other more unusual genders. It's essentially a Schrödinger's cat scenario, where you'll never find the answer without opening the box and trying it yourself. Therefore, Harley would not be surprised no matter what form Child of Chaos takes. But without a doubt, his current clone is definitely a male wizard. So here's the question. 1. Can male witches get pregnant? 2. If a male witch becomes pregnant, will the fetus develop inside her womb or on her back? 3. Is it possible for a fetus to develop to the physical level of a 16-year-old girl before birth? Harley felt these questions were difficult to answer. Perhaps there were many wizards and muggles in Great Britain who would be interested in this issue and conduct research, but at least so far, Harley had never seen such an eye-watering scene. I admit my ignorance. So, boss, could you please tone down your supernatural powers? Obviously not. The transparent lump on Child of Chaos's back burst open, splattering countless transparent liquids everywhere. The girl opened her eyes, leapt up, and jumped to a place far away from Harley and Child of Chaos. As she completely broke away from Child of Chaos, she also grabbed Child of Chaos's flesh and blood robe. Although Child of Chaos reacted exceptionally quickly, disregarding his injuries and using a layer of golden light to protect his flesh and blood robe, the girl still managed to tear half of the robe from his hands. When the girl landed, she, or rather the robe in his hands, was already draped over her body. The girl didn't seem to mind the blood-stained robe at all, she even licked it with relish, causing Harley a slight nausea. A new disruptor has emerged. 422 Lord of Mysteries opened the door. I've brought back the old days. This newborn girl has pink hair that symbolizes desire. She looks only 16 years old, but her figure makes her look like she is already 28 or 29. At this moment, he had condensed a very gorgeous pink dress into the half of the robe, but the dress gave people an indescribable sense of strangeness, as if it was tempting people to fall. Based on her first impression alone, Harley felt that the being before her was the embodiment of all the depravity in the universe. Before Harley could say anything to this newcomer, the Son of Chaos fired off first. His wounds healed rapidly, and he looked with hatred at the child born from his body not far away. So that's what you wanted from lending me the extraordinary item, Child of Chaos said through gritted teeth. Your target isn't the fourth pillar, but me. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you, fallen mother goddess. Harley blinked and quietly covered her mouth. It is not difficult to discern from Child of Chaos's words that the girl before him is actually the third pillar, the source god who controls the powers of reproduction and corruption, the mother of all things, the filthy nest, the origin of evil, the fallen mother goddess. This is truly an remarkable person. Thankfully, there's a clear conflict between the two sides. Fallen mother goddess obviously tricked Child of Chaos, using her connections to gain access to City of Calamity. Whether they can ultimately align themselves remains to be seen. But that's not necessarily true. These old folks who have lived for who knows how many years are all incredibly shrewd. What's a little grudge compared to that? Harley strongly suspected that any hatred other than the theft of source matter, the plunder of authority, or obstruction of the path could be set aside by these old goblins. As expected, Child of Chaos and Fallen Mother Goddess did not directly engage in combat, nor did they use overly aggressive language, they simply clashed over the content of their arguments. You believe me? Fallen Mother Goddess sneered. Do you even believe that yourself? Who left so many traps in that original contract? Child of Chaos snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That's to guard against someone like you who's always stabbing us in the back. Don't think I don't know how you got promoted to pillar. We're in the same boat, let's not laugh at each other. Fallen Mother Goddess's voice was gentle. Didn't you also become whole by using the trap of rules to devour that fool, the previous uncertain mist? And I didn't break the rules or use any underhanded tactics. This was our agreement. If you can't take it down in a short time, then I will descend. And you really are useless, even being suppressed by the other side. Then I didn't tell you to descend this way. Child of Chaos growled uneasily in a low voice. I should have written that into the rules, I knew you'd try to trick me. Ha! Fallen Mother Goddess let out a cold, ambiguous laugh. So why didn't you write everything down in the rules in the first place? Was it because you didn't want to? It was you who coveted my authority, attempting to launch a sneak attack when I arrived and plunder my power and consciousness. It's a pity you're too useless. You couldn't even take down a mere sequence 1 Doomsday Witch, which gave me an opportunity. If you're bad at the game, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Seeing that Child of Chaos's face remained gloomy, Fallen Mother Goddess curled her lip, still worrying about such trivial matters. Don't forget our purpose. Don't forget, we still have a contract. Even if you break that contract, we will be permanently separated and there will be no possibility of us getting back together. I'm going to die laughing. The first didn't come back to life, but you ruined yourself first. Upon hearing this, Child of Chaos's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. He did indeed peek into the power of Fallen Mother Goddess, and even guessed that Fallen Mother Goddess would descend through his body in a gestation process. That's why he deliberately left a loophole in the contract, hoping to launch a surprise attack on Fallen Mother Goddess when she descended, and gain some benefits for himself. Unexpectedly, the old man who manipulated the rules fell into the trap of the rules and dug his own grave. However, Fallen Mother Goddess is right, the Child of Chaos has no right to break the rules he himself set. Let's deal with the witch in front of us first, and settle old scores later. At least we have this understanding between us. Seeing the two old grudges put aside and joined forces again, Harley gasped softly and quietly took a few steps back. These old fogies aren't going to fight to the death so easily. Looks like I'll have to fight them myself. She began to consider using her second trump card, which she had prepared in advance. After Child of Chaos and Fallen Mother Goddess reached an agreement, their eyes turned to Harley. "Good evening, Miss Harley Potter." Fallen Mother Goddess waved, a playful smile on her face, as if she were truly a 16 or 17-year-old witch. "Nice to meet you. Although you may already know who I am, I still need to introduce myself. I am the root god, the mother of all things, the mother nest of filth, the beginning of evil, the Fallen Mother Goddess. The title is a bit long, but not one of them can be omitted. As for my purpose, it is actually the same as that of Child of Chaos. To put it bluntly, I want your power and identity. Of course, we can choose to have a child together. The child will carry your strength and destiny. What do you think? As for you, you can continue to be your wizard, or you can even choose to become a servant of me or the Child of Chaos, and we will grant you power. So, Miss Harley Potter, are you prepared to fight 2 against 1, or are you going to just surrender?" Fallen Mother Goddess patiently explained things to Harley, while an unusual aura permeated the air. That is the power of depravity and filth, and one of the most important powers of Fallen Mother Goddess. This power, like Child of Chaos's previous marriage proposal, is highly seductive. It was useless against Harley, but disgusting enough. Harley had to admit that for the first time, she felt a little sweaty. Facing an ancient clone that was sequenced to and equipped with extraordinary items of extremely high quality, Harley was still able to use the advantage of the source matter home field and rely on the power gained at the cost to suppress it. However, the Child of Chaos has now faintly reached the level of the Angel King. If Fallen Mother Goddess hadn't taken a portion of her power, the Child of Chaos might have even reached Sequence 0 directly. Fallen Mother Goddess is currently in the same state as the Angel King, and her true form is still the third pillar, which ranks among the top of all the great old ones. Harley has no idea what her abilities are. This looks like a losing situation no matter how you look at it. What do you do when you're outnumbered 2 to 1 and the situation turns dire? Of course, it's a matter of making a hasty retreat and strategically shifting positions. If you can't beat someone in a one-on-one fight, then call for backup. You happen to have the address of a very unfamiliar old friend. "Dear Lord of Mysteries, open the door. I've come to visit with my enemy. Oh no, I've come with gifts. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries, Death Chamber." Under the influence of the demigod spectator pathway, most of the unspeakables suddenly lost interest in their research or suddenly remembered some urgent matter, so they left the Department of Mysteries early. Hedwig was squatting in the corner, idly preening his feathers. On the floor in front of it lay a magic mirror, its surface as black as ink, so dark that it did not reflect the faint candlelight from the wall. Suddenly, the patterns on the edge of the magic mirror lit up with a light green and bright purple glow, which quickly spread and eventually enveloped the entire mirror. Hedwig looked up in surprise, but when she saw the message reflected in the mirror, a look of worry appeared on her face. It bit its lip hard, struggling to look away from the magic mirror, and remained motionless in that position. Only the mirror continued to shimmer with a mysterious light, as if conveying something to the outside world of the Ministry of Magic. Alps, the top of a giant tree. Harley's eyes were tightly closed, as if she were sensing something. A moment later, Harley leapt down from the tree and, with the help of a gentle breeze, landed lightly on the ground. On the open ground in front of her were 4 fresh, high-quality white loaves of bread. 4 loaves of bread were placed at the 4 corners of a square, and in the very center of the square was a piece of parchment with 4 Chinese sentences written on it. Fusheng Xuanwang Immortal Lord. Fusheng Xuanwang Tianjin. The God of Blessing and Prosperity Xuanwang. Fusheng Xuanwang Tianzun. This is a ritual that Harley studied from a plaque she bought from a little girl named Amnesis Fregra. If Harley were to follow any of the paths of a diviner, apprentice, or thief under the Lord of Mysteries, the second pillar, she wouldn't need such a ritual given her current strength. However, Harley had no choice but to use the ritual devised from the sign, since she had chosen the witch pathway. Given the mysterious and unpredictable nature of Source Castle, even the 7 lights held it in awe and were unwilling to discuss it further, so Harley naturally knew very little about it either. Therefore, Harley didn't even dare to modify the ceremony at will, for fear of any unexpected events. After a smooth landing, Harley focused and walked in a counterclockwise square, while softly reciting the 4 sentences on the parchment. After finishing the recitation, Harley felt a gaze from the spirit world falling upon her, and a gray mist descending. She happily waved to the sky. Inside the City of Calamity, Harley is still confronting the two bigwigs. The news has spread, and the clone has started working, but Harley cannot let her guard down. It's said that the most important thing to recruit people in battle is to have connections and channels, especially when recruiting powerful figures. Having powerful backers is just a basic requirement, you also need to have enough value yourself. However, many people overlook a crucial point: if you need to call for backup, you yourself must at least hold out until your help arrives. Right now, Harley is racking her brains trying to figure out how to get through this period of time. Trying to get by with cuteness is probably not going to work. I can dream, but one of them is a super sea king who controls the power of reproduction and is utterly despicable throughout the universe, while the other is a pure law-based ancient being. Who knows if I'll be affected? After much thought, Harley genuinely felt that they should chat for a bit first, and then have a fight. Sister, are you really willing to hurt your younger sister? Even though the person opposite her might be the oldest woman in the entire universe, Harley still addressed her as sister. Look, I'm so weak and frail, I'm no threat at all. With such an adorable little witch in charge of the fourth Pilar's activation switch, what could you possibly worry about? At the same time, the witch's seductive power, which Harley had been suppressing, was also unleashed. Allure and decadence intertwined, and in an instant, the three of them seemed to be surrounded by a rich pink aura. Since our younger sister is so weak, why not just let our child take on this responsibility? Fallen Mother Goddess smiled, her eyes filled with coldness. It seems you're unwilling to relinquish your power no matter what you say. Why waste words with her? Since waking the first, the least probable method, won't achieve our goal, let's finish this quickly. Child of Chaos interrupted coldly. Is your sister really determined to do this? Harley blinked and shrank back a little. Sister is the third pillar, aren't you afraid that if you recklessly display your power here, it might wake up the first? No, not at all. This was clearly the City of Calamity, with crimson earth beneath the gray floor tiles, yet Fallen Mother Goddess was surrounded by blooming flowers. After all, I was born using the body of Child of Chaos, and he paid the price for me. Under the influence of my power and the power of the rules of Child of Chaos itself, I will be considered a child born on this planet. Upon hearing this, Child of Chaos's face darkened even further. Since you're unwilling to make a move, then I'll go first. Golden light enveloped Child of Chaos's body, making it impossible to look directly at him. Trial. Harley uttered those two simple words, but then suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. She felt as if an invisible hammer had struck her body forcibly inflicting trauma upon her. Degeneration. Fallen Mother Goddess may seem carefree and easygoing, but she can be incredibly ruthless when she strikes. The once vibrant flowers were suddenly contaminated, the colors of all the bright petals turned sour, as if they had been tainted by the most intense evil in the world. Growing luxuriantly. A basic extraordinary ability from the Earth Path Sequence 9 cultivator is used, and at this moment, this most basic ability reveals its unique effects. The vines beneath the filthy flowers stretched out rapidly, and the intact filthy flowers were violently flung out by the vines. A flower accidentally brushed against the ruins of a destroyed house, instantly producing a sound like concentrated sulfuric acid being poured on it, and a plume of corrosive smoke rose up. Harley sighed, and the red lines on her forehead regained their radiance, connecting with the City of Calamity. 423 uniqueness acquired, erosion transfer. Boom. Another clap of thunder sounded, and Harley flew through the air, panting heavily. By this time, the scarlet mark on her forehead had already spread silently, and the skin beneath her robe was covered with complex and dazzling patterns. These lines continue to spread and penetrate deeper into the skin, seemingly trying to infect the flesh and blood. This symbolizes the City of Calamity's recognition of Harley, but it also signifies the erosion of Harley's power by the City of Calamity. It is both a blessing and a calamity. The two old clones opposite them didn't look too bad at the moment, but compared to before, they were visibly weaker. Fallen Mother Goddess is surrounded by a full moon that originates from the lunar path, and is encircled by flowers and plants. She holds a long whip of blood that can be formed. However, most of the plants were vaguely decayed, as if they had been corroded by the apocalypse. The full moon was also somewhat dim, no longer so bright. The golden light emanating from the Child of Chaos appeared somewhat disordered, and a layer of drifting mist had appeared around his body at some point, though this mist was beginning to disperse. Both of their former faces still showed deep confusion. Has he gone mad? Fallen Mother Goddess uttered obscure syllables. How dare a mere archangel allow the City of Calamity to so wantonly erode himself? I don't know. When I was preparing for the operation, the rules and powers I controlled evolved countless times. Child of Chaos remained expressionless, though a hint of gloom lingered in his eyes. But I have never predicted this outcome. Perhaps this is the humanity he talked to me about before, although I don't really know what humanity is. Fortunately, though, he is dead, so be it. At least he has opened a door for us, allowing us to invade the City of Calamity without waking the first. Fallen Mother Goddess nodded involuntarily, glancing at the sky unconsciously at the same time. Beneath the crimson thunderclouds and fiery clouds, an ordinary parchment appeared out of nowhere. The parchment spun in the air, its surface now covered in golden veins that twisted and contorted. And in the very center of the parchment was a name drawn in blood, Harley Potter. 2 years ago, during the selection ceremony for the Triwizard Tournament held by Hogwarts, 3 parchment slips with Harley's name written on them were spit out of the Goblet of Fire. Initially, through the connection with the Goblet of Fire, the 3rd parchment also established a link with Harley, but this rule-level connection was immediately taken away by the old ones of the rule realm. Therefore, the parchment in Dumbledore's hands was just an empty shell, and Harley only sensed the magic of the 2 contracts at the time. The core of the 3rd parchment is now before us, and it has taken on its current form. Now, this rule has been distorted by Child of Chaos, becoming his ticket to enter City of Calamity. The City of Calamity was originally only open to Beyonders from the Witch Pathway and the Hunter Pathway. Beyonders from other paths would be rejected by the city, increasing the probability of the first awakening. However, Child of Chaos distorted this rule originating from Harley, thus concealing its own path. Although he himself is an old one whose rules and paths are completely incompatible with the City of Calamity, he can still set foot here. In the midst of the fierce battle, it is this parchment that is twisting the rules, allowing the City of Calamity to still consider these 2 ancient figures as their own, thus preventing them from attracting too much rejection. Their rapidly burning robes of flesh and blood bear witness to the ever-present erosion of the City of Calamity. They are not the extraordinary beings of the Witch Pathway, and cannot freely accept the power from the City of Calamity like Harley. How long can that rule last? Fallen Mother Goddess looked up at the sky. Don't worry, it will be more than enough to last until the end of the battle. Child of Chaos replied coldly. Don't hold back any tricks you have. Kill this Doomsday Witch quickly, and take its extraordinary and unique traits with you as you leave this place. Anyway, we've already achieved our minimum goal for this trip, we've obtained at least 3 extraordinary traits and unique attributes. After we go back, if we join forces to provide resources, we might be able to cultivate a new primordial demoness from among our followers within 15 years and bring him back here to challenge the old order. Sigh, Fallen Mother Goddess sighed, such a fine vessel, why won't it surrender? I truly believe that he is a wonderful mother who helped me conceive my family. Simultaneously, spiritual energy surged from both ancient figures, radiating the brilliance of power. The trembling has gone on for too long, it's time to end the battle. But the 2 old days suddenly froze for a moment, because the Doomsday Witch across the street abruptly fell from midair and crashed into a house. The house collapsed instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. Although the scene flashed by quickly, both of them clearly saw it, and even saw the abnormally red lines. The 2 ancient beings before us are both seasoned powerhouses who have lived for countless years and have complete control over their own source essence. They were all too familiar with the situation that was now happening to Harley. This means that the opponent has reached its limit and will no longer be able to invoke the power of the City of Calamity for a short period of time. The opponent had made a mistake. Fallen Mother Goddess and Child of Chaos's pupils contracted simultaneously. Without any hesitation, the power they had been gathering in their hands instantly blasted towards each other. The chaotic corruption from Child of Chaos and the corrupting influence from Fallen Mother Goddess collided. Although there were no major physical changes, the omnipresent calamity power of the City of Calamity vanished and was completely cleared away in a very short time. The 2 sides tacitly distanced themselves. Giant flowers appeared beneath Fallen Mother Goddess's feet, carrying her away from her original spot, while Child of Chaos left behind a large expanse of golden rule-based mist, serving as a buffer zone to guard against any sneak attacks from the other side. Luckily I had a backup plan. I knew you'd try to ambush me, Fallen Mother Goddess said coldly. So you did have 2 plans, didn't you? If possible, seize the power before I arrive. If the first plan fails, we can still twist the rules to allow you to take unilateral action against me. That's right, Child of Chaos said without hiding it, you should have expected this when you chose to be born from me. You used my flesh and blood, so now you are a part of me, but I am not a part of you. I can attack you, but you can only passively endure it and cannot fight back. That's quite a plan. Fallen Mother Goddess's expression was rather unpleasant. You should be thankful that this isn't the starry sky. Even if it were the starry sky, I wouldn't dare to attack you. Child of Chaos grinned menacingly. How could an ordinary old one like me dare to challenge the great third pillar? But who told you to be so greedy, wanting to compete for the ownership of the fourth pillar without being willing to put in the effort? It's too late to regret it now. A new battle is about to begin, and the two sides are none other than former allies. In the ruins, Harley coughed up another mouthful of blood, but her face was filled with excitement. Because Harley knew he had made the right bet. She didn't believe the other side was genuinely allied, which is why she chose to appear weak. If the opponent still chooses to deal with itself first, then the two clones that contain Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics will retaliate. However, it seems that I overestimated the other side. The two old friends did not miss any opportunity to betray their ally. Once the enemy lost its fighting spirit, they began to fight among themselves. That's good. The first step has been achieved, and Harley now has time to start the second step. She struggled to sit up and pulled up her sleeves. Beneath her sleeves, her fair skin was covered in red marks, a shocking sight. Harley sighed and waved gently. The two clones that had previously disappeared suddenly reappeared, one of them even holding a magic mirror. That's what makes Witch Pathway unique. While Harley and the other two ancient beings were still locked in fierce combat, these two clones had secretly sneaked into the ruins of the tavern at some unknown time. The two former inhabitants were eager to start a war, and they believed that no ordinary City of Calamity natives would dare to approach this unique place, so they boldly left it lying there. The legal constraints that had previously shrouded the area around the uniqueness also shattered when the tavern collapsed. Therefore, Harley's clone encountered no obstacles along the way. Apart from relying on the abundant Calamity power in the City of Calamity to shield its own existence and prevent the old ones from noticing it, it faced no difficulties. Harley's desperate fighting, besides buying time, also served the purpose of drawing attention to her clone. I finally got the unique item. Harley looked at the magic mirror, but didn't take it. It's unclear what method Child of Chaos used, but the magic mirror lay peacefully in the clone's hand, motionless, only unconsciously radiating apocalyptic power. Harley was also unwilling to take over Magic Mirror, fearing she might inadvertently disrupt the stability. She had more important things to do. Harley looked at the other clone, and suddenly a wand appeared in her hand. An obscure and complex incantation resounded, and under the influence of magic, alchemy runes took shape on the clone's body. If Hogwarts, Ancient Runes class, if Professor Busita Babbling were here, she would definitely recognize these alchemical runes. This is an alchemical magic developed by Professor Babbling, combining magic with his demigod-level vampire abilities. When Professor Babbling was helping Nico teach Harley one-on-one alchemy lessons, out of his own mischievousness, he gave Harley this alchemy lesson, along with many other alchemy lessons outside the syllabus. The effect of this alchemy is simple. The wizard carrying this magic will possess certain vampire characteristics and abilities for a period of time, such as one of the most important vampire abilities: blood-sucking. The fangs in the clone's mouth became increasingly sharp, and at the same time, her face began to turn pale. Her waist-length black hair automatically turned golden, and the blackness in the clone's eyes disappeared, turning into the blood red most common among vampires. After the clone completed its transformation, Harley threw a large amount of materials around, forming a simple ritual. Harley closed her eyes and tilted her head to one side, revealing her fair neck, only after all the preparations were completed. The clone knelt on the ground, wrapped its arms around Harley's waist, and gently bit her. The tiger fangs, now resembling those of vampires, pierced Harley's blood vessels, and the clone began to suck them vigorously. Harley's body trembled, and the blood vessels in her body burst open, only to heal themselves under the powerful self-healing ability of the demoness of Unaging. Blood was rapidly drained away, and at the same time, the markings on Harley's body slowly faded and eventually disappeared without a trace. When Harley reopened her eyes, she was completely bloodless. Previously, when the clone was absorbing the City of Calamity's corruption, it almost drained all of Harley's blood. Harley is still able to maintain normal vital signs entirely thanks to the powerful vitality of the demoness of Unaging. However, it was all worth it. The erosion and pollution from City of Calamity in Harley's body had been maintained at a very stable level, allowing Harley to gain the maximum recognition from City of Calamity within a certain range without causing any harm to her body. 2 bottles of potion appeared in Harley's hands. These were potion drinks that Harley had prepared in advance to help her recover. The potion was drunk in one gulp, and Harley's already frantically functioning hematopoietic system was greatly stimulated, making up for the deficiencies in her body at an extremely fast speed. However, Harley's face was still somewhat pale, After all, his blood also contained a large amount of extraordinary properties. It is no exaggeration to say that a single drop of Harley's blood, if it fell onto an ordinary creature, could create an extraordinary monster of sequence 9 or even sequence 8. If this ordinary creature can withstand the invasion, it can become a true extraordinary being. In this situation, having all the blood drained from his body would be a huge burden for Harley as well. However, she would soon resolve this issue, Harley's gaze shifting to the clone that had previously drained her blood. The alchemical runes on his body had dissipated, and his entire body had fully returned to normal. However, the spiritual and magical fluctuations emanating from this body at this moment were extremely terrifying, faintly touching the level of Angel King, who contained 2 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics. The ritual, which he had spent a great deal of time designing and finding extremely precious materials to arrange, was a success. His clone completely absorbed the excess erosion, allowing Harley to escape her previous dangerous situation. Harley knew this situation was only temporary, the clone was still suffering immense damage and couldn't hold on for long. When the clone collapsed, the corruption would return to itself, and the higher level power would vanish. But that's enough, it serves as a disguise and a temporary solution. Harley shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and reached into the clone's chest. The skin there separated automatically, without a single drop of blood flowing out. Harley easily touched the inner workings of the clone, that extraordinary property of sequence 1. Harley didn't hesitate to unleash her extraordinary abilities, while simultaneously imbuing her clone with various new powers. When the extraordinary property was removed, the clone's rank plummeted, eventually stabilizing at sequence 1 with Harley's help. After having its extraordinary properties removed, the clone became so unstable that it could only last for 10 minutes before collapsing. But that was enough, because Mysteries responded and the door opened. 424 Welcome to Source Castle. On the battlefield, fallen Mother Goddess, struggling to defend against yet another attack from the Sons of Chaos, grew increasingly pale. Are you really going to go to such extremes? He demanded sharply. The true form is right outside guarding the place. Aren't you afraid I'll self-destruct and then use my true form to attack you directly? Do you have the guts? Child of Chaos asked calmly. Let's not even talk about whether you dare to make a move near the first sleeping land. Even if you do dare to sacrifice yourself, I can just take these spoils and escape back to my old kingdom. As long as we cultivate the primordial demoness, I think the superstar overlord, the decaying monarch, and the high-dimensional overlord will not refuse to stand on the same side as me. Fallen Mother Goddess fell silent, for what Child of Chaos had said was true. The old folks were too pragmatic, all they pursued was greater power and a longer lifespan. In this situation, whoever can stop the first's resurgence, they will help. Fallen Mother Goddess gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't drag things out any longer. Unable to attack, she could only passively defend, which naturally put her at a disadvantage given the relatively small difference in their status. Moreover, Child of Chaos infiltrated the first slumber through normal procedures, so he was naturally equipped with a full set of extraordinary items. However, Fallen Mother Goddess was born here directly using the flesh and blood of Child of Chaos and an extraordinary item that she had lent to him. Apart from that extraordinary item that perfectly matched her abilities, Fallen Mother Goddess had no suitable equipment. This made things even worse for Fallen Mother Goddess, who was already at a disadvantage. Fallen Mother Goddess gritted her teeth, a ruthless glint in her eyes. His left arm suddenly exploded, and flesh and blood fell to the ground, spreading wildly outwards. A bulge suddenly rose from the ground, as if the ground were pregnant. The bulge grew larger and larger, becoming as high as a mountain in a very short time. Fallen Mother Goddess possessed 4 paths: the earth, the moon, the black goat, and the cradle. The black goat is the core source of his power of reproduction and corruption, while the cradle symbolizes the power of comfort, blessing, and purification. The first sequence of the black goat pathway is called the Mountain of Flesh. A massive mountain of flesh emerged from the bulge, its rank barely reaching the first sequence level. This is the power that Fallen Mother Goddess lent to him. It does not belong to this mountain of flesh, but he can use it. Looking at the summons that Fallen Mother Goddess had created from the earth, Child of Chaos shook his head. What? You think that if the relatives you conceived attack me, it doesn't count as you attacking me yourself? How much do you despise the rules I set? Who would look down on the rules established by the ancients who hold the power of those rules? Fallen Mother Goddess waved her hand. Anyway, you're not the target. Blessings were bestowed upon the mountain of flesh, which then roared and sprouted countless tentacles. That was the sequence 0 of the black goat pathway, the mythical creature form of the black goat. Now, under the blessing of fallen Mother Goddess's power, the wall of flesh was forcibly used at the cost of its own faster collapse. In an instant, black tentacles lashed out in all directions, emitting a strong mental pollution. These tentacles have a unified target, and at the same time, they are pulling away the parchment in the sky. You're insane. Child of Chaos's face instantly changed, and he shouted in a fit of rage, "Are you trying to awaken the first and take me down with you?" A layer of foam rises, each tiny bubble shimmering with golden light, as if containing an entire world. The parchment surrounded by these bubbles becomes hazy, ethereal, and indistinct. Uncertain path, sequence 2, bubble, sequence 1, enigma. The tentacles of the mountain of flesh slammed heavily into the foam, instantly bursting it. However, after being consumed by the foam, the tentacles became weak and were eventually stopped by the hazy mist. The attack failed, but fallen Mother Goddess achieved her goal. She hadn't actually intended to destroy the parchment, but rather to distract the Child of Chaos. Fallen Mother Goddess's figure completely split apart, transforming into countless bats. The full moon, which had become dim during the battle, exploded, using its last radiance to pave the way for fallen Mother Goddess. The last rays of moonlight, bursting forth, clung to the bats, offering them a blessing. An endless mist rises, within which various rules intertwine, weaving a dense, impenetrable net. Child of Chaos immediately noticed that his opponent was trying to escape, but he also had to protect the parchment, so he was unable to stop fallen Mother Goddess with all his might. The golden mist shattered at the slightest touch, and fallen Mother Goddess broke through the barrier, scooping up Harley, who lay motionless in the ruins, and flying towards the edge of the City of Calamity. Damn it! Child of Chaos cursed under his breath. He hates Lord of Mysteries, that old liar, the Mother Tree of Desire, that madman, and fallen Mother Goddess, that unpredictable old goat. Nobody knows what they'll do next, and it always feels like they enjoy walking a tightrope. Fallen Mother Goddess can sacrifice her limbs and power in exchange for a short burst of power and engage in base trading operations. If you don't protect the parchment, everyone will gamble on whether the first will awaken. If you do protect it, you're giving them an opportunity to exploit. However, Child of Chaos cannot do this. Having played the role for so long, seeking stability in any situation has become an instinct ingrained in his bones. Without hesitation, he put away the parchment and chased after fallen Mother Goddess's departing figure. Fallen Mother Goddess has already taken the target, what are you still dawdling for? As for uniqueness, since Child of Chaos has temporary entry tickets, it's not too late to come back and get them after recovering the Sequence 1 extraordinary trait. After the two ancient figures left, two more figures emerged from the distant ruins. It was Harley and her alter ego holding the Mirror of Uniqueness. The fallen Mother Goddess had only taken away the collapsing clone. Harley's main body and the other clone had both hidden themselves away using the powerful aura of the City of Calamity and the invisibility cloak itself. Fallen Mother Goddess is currently only a normal Sequence 1 rank, and her perception has been affected by the City of Calamity, so she didn't bother to carefully examine whether the Harley in her hand was genuine. She simply seized it upon discovering that it was a Sequence 1. When Child of Chaos saw fallen Mother Goddess run away, he naturally assumed it was the real person and went after her, which allowed Harley to successfully hide. However, both the main body and the clone had their eyes filled with emerald green light, seemingly devoid of consciousness and driven only by instinct. Two bodies slowly wandered through the City of Calamity, following a preset route. About 5 minutes later, a stone archway appeared precisely in front of Harley. Harley stepped forward expressionlessly, without encountering any resistance. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries, Death Chamber. If the Unspeakables were here, he would be utterly astonished and begin to celebrate this epic discovery. This stone archway has always been located here. The Wizarding Council, the predecessor of the Ministry of Magic, chose to be built here because of the stone archway. Consequently, the Department of Mysteries and the Ministry of Magic could only be built here as well. In their quest to study the stone archway, the Unspeakables placed all sorts of objects and animals inside, and many even volunteered to sacrifice themselves for the magic. But their sacrifice had no effect. Whatever entered the stone archway would never return. Even if you have an alchemy reinforced rope tied around your waist, the rope will break automatically. After a long period of stagnation, significant financial expenditures, and the sacrifice of numerous researchers, a successor of the Department of Mysteries signed a document temporarily dissolving the Death Chamber, leaving only two of his own directly subordinate Unspeakables to oversee the place and prevent newly joined Unspeakables from accidentally entering. And just today, a creature actually crawled out of the stone gate alive. Unfortunately, there were no ordinary spectators here, and the only demigod-level spectator had already received advance notice and quietly slipped into the next room, so no one knew about this great discovery. After escaping, fallen Mother Goddess intended to continue her escape immediately. Once he returns to his original body, allows his consciousness to revert to his original form, and then destroys this physical clone, severing the connection between the two, Child of Chaos will have no chance of attacking him again. By then, I will have at least 3 Sequence 1 extraordinary aspects in my hands, and whoever gets the uniqueness will have to cooperate with me. At that time, combined with her position as the third pillar and her absolute strength, fallen Mother Goddess would truly be invincible. But all of this is predicated on escaping back successfully. But this requirement seems a bit too high now. While escaping the City of Calamity, Harley, who was being carried by bats, seemed to be held back by an invisible giant hand that did not want her to leave the City of Calamity. This made fallen Mother Goddess even more certain that what she had was genuine, but it also bought her at least 2 seconds. That was enough time for the Child of Chaos, who was traveling at top speed, to catch up. You run really fast. After leaving the City of Calamity, Child of Chaos was no longer the blonde youth he once was, but had become a dignified middle-aged man. However, the man had 4 arms, one holding a scale, one holding a sword, one holding a scepter, and the last holding a thick legal code. He wore a magnificent crown on his head, and his body was shrouded in a drifting mist. These decorations correspond to the 3 paths he controls: the Black Emperor, the Judge, and the Uncertain One. Fallen Mother Goddess transformed back into human form from a bat, but she retained her previous girlish appearance, which was in line with the aesthetics of the Goddess of Beauty and the Mother of the Earth. Child of Chaos's face was full of human-like sarcasm. Since when has the third pillar ever run away on its own initiative? You couldn't wait to reveal your true form as soon as you left the City of Calamity. A crescent moon, condensed with power, appeared in fallen Mother Goddess's hand, while behind her flew a large number of bats, with Harley being held aloft in the middle of them. Harley lay limply on top of several bats, her hands hanging limply at her sides, her eyes tightly closed. The crimson lines on his face faded after he left the City of Calamity, no longer shining as brightly as before. This form is still the most comfortable to use. Child of Chaos tilted his head, the crown radiating a power of order that made people want to kneel down. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the extraordinary properties of the Doomsday Witch, swear an oath with your source matter, and sign a contract, and I'll let your consciousness go. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to see your consciousness locked here for endless years, your body giving birth to a new consciousness, or simply being swallowed up by the first. As he spoke, a faint light shone from the scales in Child of Chaos's hands. Although the physical distance between fallen Mother Goddess and Child of Chaos is not far, on a mystical level they seem to be separated by an infinite distance, standing on opposite ends of a giant scale. At this moment, the code of law automatically opened, and the rules on it began to float in the air, using the power of the rules to create new laws around it. Very good, very good. Fallen Mother Goddess's voice grew even calmer. Lower your terms a bit. I only want one Doomsday Witch with the extraordinary ability, and the other 2 are yours. You can't let me come all this way for nothing, can you? You should be grateful that I let you sign a contract instead of directly imprisoning your consciousness. Child of Chaos rejected the other party's offer without hesitation. From the moment you were born into my body, you have no right to bargain. Hey, I'm telling you, you're not giving me any face at all. Just as the conversation was veering towards whether or not to sign a contract, a third voice suddenly rang out, and both the tone and the content of the words were filled with dissatisfaction. Harley abruptly sat up from the swarm of bats, seemingly unconcerned despite being surrounded by them. Give me some face, will you? Am I just going to be treated like an object to be traded around like this? Also, I think there's no need for you to exchange anymore, because you will become the best material for me to digest potion. Before the 2 old friends could react, the entire death chamber floor, except for the stone archway, suddenly turned into a mirror. A dazzling red light rose, and at the same time, a voice rang out. Welcome to Source Castle. ... Thanks to the generous reader with the last 4 digits of their ID number being 4055 for the donation. P.S. Some of the images are from readers, supposedly posted on the Squid WeChat official account. I'm borrowing them here. Regarding the question of the existence of that consciousness, when Child of Chaos infiltrated and was made into a genie by the Lord of Mysteries, the majority of his body that remained outside seemed to still possess a high status, preventing the other great old ones from bothering him, yet he didn't make any move. If he still had consciousness, he should have been more aggressive than Mother Goddess and Cassava in cultivating followers and rescuing a part of himself, but he didn't. Therefore, it can be inferred that Child of Chaos's main consciousness was trapped inside the lamp, with only certain instinctive reactions remaining outside. This is part of the basis for my writing this chapter. End of chapter. 425 Awaken, the first. Final chapter tomorrow. The Child of Chaos and Fallen Mother Goddess are truly bewildered. Despite their heated argument, it was just a war of words between two ancient beings who didn't want to start a war lightly. Fallen Mother Goddess already knew she had failed this time. After all, although she was more powerful and of a higher status, she had ultimately made a huge mistake in choosing the method of her descent. The Fallen Mother Goddess is currently being utterly defeated by the Child of Chaos. Every time she retaliates, she is completely torn apart because of the oath she made with her source matter. Even with the ability of the resurrection domain, she cannot be resurrected. The only way to break the deadlock in City of Calamity was to destroy this clone. At least back then, Child of Chaos couldn't stop his consciousness from escaping, and there was no need to sign a contract. However, Fallen Mother Goddess hesitated and wanted to take Harley with her, which led to the current situation of maximizing losses. His current efforts are merely aimed at minimizing his losses, at least avoiding signing overly harsh contracts. Child of Chaos didn't really want to push Fallen Mother Goddess into a corner, since he didn't know what that madman on the other side would think. Even if you currently hold the advantage and are qualified to turn the other party's will into an extraordinary object, or even, in a more wicked way, into a wishing lamp like in the Muggle fairy tale, so that the other party can watch helplessly as your original body develops a new consciousness or is divided up. However, the old consciousnesses of both sides can still connect with their original bodies without any hindrance. While it's impossible to regain consciousness or perform overly difficult maneuvers, it's still possible to go berserk in space, engage in mutual destruction, or, in despair, awaken the first and drag the opponent down with them. This made Child of Chaos somewhat hesitant to act rashly, and unwilling to push the other party to the limit. Therefore, the Fallen Mother Goddess and the Child of Chaos are currently in a state of mutual tug-of-war, commonly known as bargaining. As for Harley, she was just an ordinary Sequence 1, and in the eyes of the two old ones, she wasn't even qualified to be at the negotiating table. She was merely a bargaining chip in the negotiations. But now, the goods being traded at the negotiating table have suddenly opened their mouths, showing resistance and even trying to bite back. He used to say that he had never heard such a funny joke in all his years of life. But today, they heard it. Not only did they hear it, but Fallen Mother Goddess and Child of Chaos were also truly betrayed by the traded goods. The two are now in a grayish-white mist, with solid floor beneath their feet. Towering stone pillars slowly emerged before the two, with a wide dome above them, carved with various reliefs that recorded the past of a certain being. Directly beneath the dome, there was a long bronze table with no chairs on either side, except for a tall chair at one end. The back of the chair was dazzling and shimmered with various colors of light. It was a magnificent symbol. Just looking at it made one feel as if they were seeing the starry sky, the flow of time, and their own brain running wild. However, Child of Chaos and Fallen Mother Goddess were not shocked by the scene. Instead, they were filled with deep wariness and fear. Because the two recognized this place, this was the source of the second pillar Lord of Mysteries, the King of Time and Space, the Beacon of Destiny, the incarnation of Source Castle, and the ruler of the spirit world, Source Castle. The true God of Sequence 0 has a divine kingdom as its own realm, and the ancient beings above the true God naturally also have their own ancient realms. Their realms are basically their own source matter. The remaining entities that do not directly use source matter as their ancient kingdoms all rely on their own source matter to establish their ancient kingdoms. Source Castle is the territory of the Lord of Mysteries. The two were currently in the main hall of Source Castle. A chair appeared on each side of the long table, and behind the chairs emerged symbols corresponding to Child of Chaos and Fallen Mother Goddess. Without Harley's chair, it seemed that, in the eyes of some being, she was not qualified to sit down. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from the chair. That being had descended upon this place. The gray fog suddenly became somewhat agitated, but calmed down under the intervention of the Lord of Mysteries. Long time no see, Fallen Ones, Chaos. Lord of Mysteries raised his hand in greeting to his two old friends. Judging from his leisurely demeanor, it seemed as if the two of them were just casually visiting each other and having a chat. However, Fallen Mother Goddess and Child of Chaos were on high alert and had no intention of taking their seats. Instead, they temporarily reunited. "I never expected you to still be alive," Fallen Mother Goddess asked coldly. "Didn't you lose control while trying to seize the river of eternal darkness, causing the first to revive within you?" "That's right." Lord of Mysteries looked extremely pleased. "The first has indeed revived within me, causing my power and status to completely split. But God reacted in time and launched a targeted counterattack against him. In order to forcibly eliminate God, the first paid a very high price, so naturally they didn't have much power left to search for my and God's hidden will. Thanks to the backup plan I left in Source Castle, I can still control this place for the time being. Perfect indeed, Child of Chaos remarked without a change in tone. So you want to start a war with us before you've fully recovered? Of course. Lord of Mysteries smiled slightly. Where did you get the idea that I wouldn't harm you? This is Source Castle, and it's Source Castle that I control, not some unmanned Source City like the City of Calamity. You can't contact your main body here, so you're at my mercy. If we cause a ruckus here, the first will probably be awakened. Fallen Mother Goddess's lower body had transformed into the four hooves of a black goat, and numerous tentacles were growing from her sides, as if she were ready to fight to the death at any moment. Of course, no. Lord of Mysteries let out a long sigh with a mischievous grin. He has already fallen into a deep slumber with the help of the River of Eternal Darkness, and is even able to leave the City of Calamity, the River of Eternal Darkness, and the Chaos Sea with boundaries between the material plane. How could he possibly wake up unless all of these source substances were stimulated? Two extraordinary items appeared in the Lord of Mysteries' hands. Just surrender obediently, and I will turn you two into two wishing lamps without any pain. I happen to have two extra angel-level extraordinary abilities. Mysteries, since you still have to deal with these two ancient beings, I won't disturb you any longer. Harley, who had been leaning against a pillar and observing the entire scene, suddenly spoke up to greet him. I think I can go back and figure out a way to accommodate uniqueness. But Lord of Mysteries smiled and looked at Harley. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wow, Lord of Mysteries, are you trying to force me to stay here too? Harley's expression was unusually exaggerated, and his already listless aura became even more feeble. Not at all. Lord of Mysteries shook his head. I just want you to be parasitized by me first. Before, the City of Calamity wasn't my territory, and God was around, so it wasn't easy for me to make a move. But now, Source Castle is my territory, and you've obediently delivered yourself to my doorstep. There's a saying that's true, if power isn't in my own hands, what's the difference between having no power at all? As he spoke, the Heavenly Venerable's appearance changed again, with half of his face turning into a large number of wriggling worms. Insects burrowed in and out of his body, and every now and then an insect would stare greedily at the three figures below, as if it wanted to have a feast. Stop wasting your breath on him. He's determined to use the power of Source Castle to keep us all here. Child of Chaos roared, put aside your grudges and let's join forces to get out of here, or you'll be parasitized and we'll be turned into extraordinary objects. Fallen Mother Goddess is also directly targeting the Lord of Mysteries, seemingly preparing to fight to the death. Harley was naturally united in her hatred of the enemy. Although she looked weak and powerless, the aura of calamity emanating from her body spread outwards without restraint. The atmosphere in the hall of Source Castle instantly became tense. Nurmengard Castle, rooftop. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were completely drunk, and there were empty bottles all around the bed. A house elf from Hogwarts, brought by a Dumbledore, laboriously carried the two to the bed and thoughtfully covered them with a thin blanket. It was clear that the two elderly people missed the past very much, and even in their dreams they were reminiscing about the story of that summer, occasionally uttering a muttered word. Deep underground in Castle, in that extremely deep underground space. The ripples on the Chaos Sea have subsided, as if waiting for something. And the road next to Chaos Sea leading to Nurmengard in the passageway of the castle, in the cracks between the stones. Suddenly, all those vibrant flowers withered at the same time, and two wands sprouted from them. At the same time, emerald green light flickered on the wand, converging to form two figures. Harley's two clones were covered in emerald green light, and as soon as they landed, they began to operate according to the preset action trajectory. Soon, a sacrificial ceremony was successfully set up, with the pair of manipulating glasses at the center of the ceremony. The glasses were filled with the strong atmosphere of the City of Calamity and the Yang'an River, and the frames were full of cracks, as if they might explode at any moment. The clone, unconcerned, tossed the control glasses into the ritual and began chanting a complex incantation. A flash of light, and the glasses vanished instantly, reappearing above Chaos Sea. The entire eyeglass frame shattered completely under the lost power, with fragments flying everywhere, carrying the power from the other two source substances into the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea, which had returned to calm, began to boil again, as a consciousness was being subtly stimulated and began to awaken. Deep within the Chaos Sea, a figure silently watched all of this without intervening. However, as that will began to awaken, the figure seemed to see immense fear and vanished directly into the Chaos Sea, not daring to show its face even slightly. Harley's two clones also collapsed directly, not daring to face that will directly. The original skies above Azkaban, the base of Centaur, Unicorn, and Merperson. The same scene kept repeating itself, with various offerings being thrown into the source matter. These offerings themselves did not possess great power, but they were all infused with the aura of various source substances. Their function is singular, to stimulate each source substance to the greatest extent possible, allowing the first to feel this stimulation and thus awaken. The Ministry of Magic, at the deepest part of Wizengame's territory. There is a separate cell here, which has been holding a wizard for a year. However, he no longer knew whether wizard could be included, since his soul had already been devoured by Dementor. This person is Barty Crouch Jr. In an attempt to deceive himself and destroy evidence, Fudge had Dementor give Barty Crouch Jr. a kiss from Dementor and imprisoned his body deep within Wizengamot. But today, this soulless shell has come in handy. Following Harley's instructions, Hedwig painstakingly added various special ingredients to Barty Crouch Jr., filling him with the fragrance of the source. Harley even specially gave him an extraordinary attribute from the Thief's Path of the Ministry of Magic's Time Hall, which propelled him to become a Sequence 3 saint. Under normal circumstances, Barty Crouch Jr. would definitely not be able to withstand this potency. Even if he didn't die, he would go insane. But now, he has no soul, and his brain has been removed and placed in the brain room of the Department of Mysteries for research. Who could drive someone who doesn't even have a brain to madness? Even the passive loss of control was contained by Harley. Therefore, Barty Crouch Jr.'s current state is more like that of an extraordinary item that deceives the mentor through the Sequence 3 of the target thief path, except that the body of this extraordinary item is a living person. Based on Harley's existing occult knowledge, it is inferred that in this era, when the source is stimulated through the channels exposed on the material plane, the awakened the first will be the first to descend upon the material plane, and the carrier of their consciousness will be the strongest extraordinary being on the current material plane. Hedwig wasn't powerful enough, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald weren't pure extraordinary beings, but rather unique wizards. Clearly, Barty Crouch Jr.'s body was the only option for the first in the real world. That was exactly Harley's goal. At that moment, Hedwig was standing next to Barty Crouch Jr., holding the magic mirror in his mouth. At its feet is a silver plaque, the ticket to enter Source Castle. Hedwig looked tense. It could sense a powerful being and will awakening within the body beside it. Right now, Hedwig suddenly kicked the sign at his feet and recited the 4 lines of prayer pointing to the Lord of Mysteries at lightning speed. The sign was kicked away and smashed onto Barty Crouch Jr.'s body. The passage to Source Castle has been reopened, and this time it doesn't even require the Lord of Mysteries' approval, since it's a ticket directly to the castle's bedroom. This is the great gift Harley prepared for the old days. Wake up, the first. ... Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. 426 You sleep, I become a god. The finale. In Source Castle, the 3 Ancient Ones, who currently only possess the rank of Angel King, were about to start a battle when they suddenly stopped fighting in unison and turned their attention to Harley. Previously, Harley was on the verge of conflict, wantonly displaying its power to intimidate, giving people a very powerful illusion. However, at this moment, the body's aura suddenly became extremely weak, its spirituality dissipated, and its status plummeted. Her body continued to crumble, falling to the ground like fragments. The 3 Old Ones were not fools, they simply hadn't investigated thoroughly for various reasons. Now that something is amiss, they can't possibly fail to see that this, Harley, is actually an imposter. Congratulations, everyone, on finally discovering the truth. Before the 3 old friends could say anything, Harley preemptively spoke first. As you can see, this is just a clone, not the real person. The 3 former friends' expressions immediately turned ugly. They had no doubt that they had been tricked. Moreover, if he fails to seize the opportunity on his first attempt, the world is so vast that Harley has no place to roam. With the first slumbering on this planet, they were unable to conduct a free search. But Harley's next words turned the 3 former friends' expressions from grim to horrified. By the way, I've also saved a big gift for the 3 of you. This gift is so grand, I think it will allow you to become the material for me to digest potion in the ritual to contain uniqueness. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord of Mysteries turned his head sharply. Behind his chair are 6 steps, at the top of which are condensed gray clouds, and above the clouds is a door. It was a dazzling portal tinged with cyan and black, its frame composed of endless layers of spheres of light. Each sphere of light appears to be an ordinary glass ball that only emits light, but upon closer inspection, one can notice that the sphere of light is actually a bunch of worms. These worms huddled together, constantly twisting and turning, some were transparent, while others were only semi-transparent. Behind this door of light, thin black lines hung down. Those were spiritual threads that only diviners could see, with one almost completely transparent cocoon hanging from them. At this point, most of the cocoons are empty, containing nothing. However, there was only one cocoon, and a resident appeared in the cocoon closest to the light gate, a young man. "Why are the seeds I casually left behind in your hands?" Lord of Mysteries asked, his voice rising several decibels involuntarily, filled with shock and anger. "Sorry, I have no obligation to tell you." After teasing the Lord of Mysteries one last time, Harley's clone deliberately exploded before collapsing, its consciousness flowing backward through a temporarily opened passage. Along with this clone, Barty Crouch Jr.'s body also shattered. Although he had already reached the strength of Sequence 3, he was still too weak to bear the will that descended when the first was awakened. At the same time, something invisible began to spread. The three remaining Old Ones in Source Castle felt a chill run down their spines as they simultaneously realized that the first was beginning to awaken within their bodies. There's no time to be indignant about Harley's conspiracy anymore. Next up is the creator, the first. Lord of Mysteries immediately fell into a deep sleep, attempting to resist the first, who was not yet fully awake. The other two ancient beings were also thrown out by the power of the Lord of Mysteries, spacetime domain, directly towards their defenseless original bodies. As a result, two of the originally bright stars suddenly became dim, and the surrounding stars went out completely. Some beings dwelling on the stars seemed to sense immense fear and scattered in all directions. When fallen Mother Goddess and Child of Chaos returned to their original forms, they immediately fell into slumber in their ancient realms and mobilized all the followers of their origin planet, demanding that they provide them with sufficient anchor points. Fortunately, there were two ancients present whose original forms were still intact, and the first had just begun to awaken, being forcibly awakened by someone. Therefore, this awakening is not particularly powerful, and the few ancient beings can still barely resist it. Before they fell into a deep sleep, they understood Harley's plan, but it was too late. The first thing the three Old Ones must do now is to survive and prevent the first from fully awakening within them and devouring them. After Barty Crouch Jr.'s body was taken away, Hedwig immediately went to the City of Calamity and took Harley's body and clone. To prevent the first from befalling her, Harley used the power of the City of Calamity to conceal her existence. After taking Harley's body, Hedwig left the Ministry of Magic and headed to a mountain range far from the City of Calamity. Harley will be here to accommodate the uniqueness of the Witch Pathway, to be promoted to the apex of the Witch Pathway, Sequence 0 Primordial Demoness. When Hedwig descended directly into the mountains using the power of the spirit world, Harley also woke up. Looks like things are going quite smoothly. The first thing Harley did after waking up was to look into the void. In the path of her gaze, three ancients were painfully resisting the corruption of the first. Harley couldn't directly see the scene of those three people struggling in agony, but he could sense powerful anchors coming from multiple directions. That is the result of the ritual of embracing one's own uniqueness. Witch Pathway Sequence 0, Primordial Demoness Containment Ritual. To allow a powerful race or some great beings to return to their origin. A simple sentence, a few words, that's how Witch Pathway uniquely encapsulates its identity. This statement contains many ambiguous variables and many uncertainties. What kind of powerful race is needed? What kind of great being is required? No one knows, and no one dares to confidently assert that their answer is correct. However, Harley believed that her ritual was absolutely perfect, and that she had even digested the Primordial Demoness's potion beforehand. Because her ritual materials are those three ancient beings. In Harley's understanding, all the old days belong to a certain aspect of the original, which can be compared to the relationship between the original body and its clones. However, these clones betrayed the original body and did not want it to wake up. Their state is the first as nothingness, non-existence. Under Harley's scheme, the primal awakened directly within the bodies of three great Old Ones, two of whom were at the pinnacle of all great Old Ones, the second pillar, the Lord of Mysteries, and the third pillar. Fallen Mother Goddess. They are now in eternal slumber, and their state can be described as worse than death. Although they have not fully returned to the state of the first, to the origin, their high status as ancient beings means that merely being in a stalemate is enough to satisfy the requirements of the ritual, allowing Harley to accommodate uniqueness, accommodate the other two extraordinary traits, and even ascend to the Primordial Demoness. Meanwhile, Harley's body was filled with the Doomsday Witch potion has also fully digested it. After all, her plan was an apocalyptic disaster for those from the past. With the help of these high-level old cells, Harley's digestion went exceptionally smoothly. Now that everything is ready and she's in the right state of mind, Harley is unwilling to wait any longer. The uniqueness of the witch pathway becomes apparent. The mirror floats above Harley's head. Harley reached out and touched the magic mirror, then gently pressed her forehead against it. The mark of City of Calamity and the mark behind the magic mirror both emitted light simultaneously. The mirror pierced through Harley's flesh and blood, beginning its fusion with Harley. Nurmengard beneath the castle lies the Chaos Sea. A figure reappeared here, first glancing at the starry sky, then shaking his head, before looking down at the sea below. His expression was somewhat troubled, but he finally sighed. On the ocean surface that can encompass all colors and all possibilities, there is a sentence written in the oldest language. Harley Potter's efforts to become a primordial demoness have paid off. The anchor point is very stable, and she has succeeded. Moreover, contrary to his usual practice, God did not refer to Harley as he, but instead used she. Each part of this sentence was incredibly difficult to write, as if the quill pen in the writer's hand had run out of ink and needed to be replenished constantly. But the sentence was eventually formed and then disappeared into the sea. I've done all I can, the rest is up to you. God looked up at the sky again, watching the planets that had stopped shining disappear back into the same spot. With the help of 3 powerful anchor points, the magic mirror gradually merged into Harley's body. Nothing interfered with this process, as the Great Old Ones were terrified by the fates of their 2 outer god companions and the Lord of Mysteries, and were frantically fleeing the galaxy. Some of the slower ones even abandoned their own companions, directly controlling them to collapse on the spot and running away with the extracted extraordinary properties. After all, you can raise more relatives, but you only have 1 life. And so, after the latter half of the night had passed, Harley steadily embraced uniqueness. She opened her eyes, sensing Angel King's powerful status, and then took out 2 more Sequence 1 extraordinary properties. As soon as the 2 extraordinary properties appeared, they frantically absorbed the surrounding aura related to the witch pathway and information from the spirit world, automatically forming a beautiful solution without a fixed shape. As soon as the liquid fully formed, it rushed towards Harley, eager to give her a hug. For a moment, Harley even had the illusion that it wasn't that he was going to take potion, but that potion was going to devour him. Potion and Harley merged perfectly. With the support of this powerful anchor, the fusion of the medicine went exceptionally smoothly, and it didn't even cause Harley much mental anguish. Harley's body collapsed and formed a huge magic mirror in midair, which seemed to reflect the entire world. At that moment, all the clocks in the world suddenly and inexplicably went back a second, and the movements of countless living things or inanimate objects automatically returned to the state of the previous second. At the same time, everything in the Yin realm suddenly became powerful, as if celebrating the Yin realm deities regaining their powers. The primordial demoness powers are primal, negative, and cataclysmic. The magic mirror eventually transformed back into Harley's appearance, but Harley was now a new being. She is the true god of Sequence 0, the controller of the witch pathway, and the great, primordial demoness. Congratulations! A voice rang out, and the figure of God slowly appeared, as if witnessing the entire process of Harley's ascension. Congratulations on the birth of the primordial demoness. I have to thank you for your help. Harley showed no unusual reaction whatsoever, as if she already knew that God was nearby. She shrugged. If you hadn't helped me out, I wouldn't have been able to accommodate uniqueness so smoothly. I'm just thinking about the future. God smiled and shook his head, saying gently, to be honest, if you had chosen Chaos Sea as your battlefield instead of Source Castle, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist taking action against you. That doesn't matter then, Harley said nonchalantly. I've always been a realist. What I saw was that you didn't lay a hand on me. I don't care what you were thinking back then. Besides, wasn't it you who deliberately led that little girl to show me the sign leading to Source Castle? It was obvious you wanted me to scam mysteries. Just a casual gesture. God snapped his fingers and conjured a bottle of wine and 2 glasses out of thin air. The wine was just ordinary wine, and the glasses were unremarkable glass cups. They didn't seem to match the 2 people's status at all. But after receiving the glass filled with wine by God himself, Harley took a large gulp with relish. What are your plans next? The 2 tacitly stopped discussing what had happened before and instead steered the conversation toward the future. Let's go to the beach and get some really good fried fish and chips, Harley joked. God was taken aback and didn't understand for a moment. He searched his knowledge base for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was going on. I'm not kidding you anymore. Harley chuckled. What can I do? I'll definitely try to find a way to contain the source matter, and then try to find the extraordinary characteristics of the hunter's path to advance to the ancients. It's a pity I don't know what rituals are needed for ascension to the old ones, and where I should find the materials for these rituals. No rituals are needed. God shook his head. After you ascend to become a true god, every step you take from here on will no longer require the aid of rituals. All you need is an opportunity and for your own life to be strong enough. After all, once we reach that level, there's nothing left to help us. Wow, I wonder if this counts as good news. Harley raised an eyebrow. Does it just need a trigger? There's a lot of uncertainty about that. Fortunately, the first has been forcibly awakened from its slumber and is now bound to entangle itself with the Lord of Mysteries. So I have more time now. God did not reply, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Harley's statement, and turned to discuss the whereabouts of several other extraordinary properties. The uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway and the extraordinary nature of Sequence 1 should both lie within the catastrophe, but you will have to find the exact location yourself. Since you are based on the primordial demoness pathway, for the Red Priest pathway you only need one uniqueness and one Sequence 1 extraordinary property. The extraordinary characteristics of the other two paths of calamity can be used to cultivate followers. How can the old days be without followers? The whereabouts of the river of eternal darkness. I think you know very well. And the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the three pathways under the river of eternal darkness lie within the river of eternal darkness. However, I hope that you will not, at that time, actively embrace the extraordinary characteristics of the river of eternal darkness or other means out of desire. Once you take in one of them, you will go mad, wanting to devour the other characteristics, eventually becoming the complete fourth pillar and bringing about the end and reboot of the universe. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. Harley waved lazily and looked into the distance. The long night had passed, and the sun rose again. No matter what the future holds, I'm going to take a day off today. Then it's up to you, God said gently, his body vanishing into the air like a phantom. Harley breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the old monster leave. Although he had already reached Sequence 0, and his opponent was almost crippled with little power left. However, dealing with such a monster-level former self is still very stressful. Harley stopped thinking about it and stepped into the spirit world. When she reappeared, she had retrieved all the wand and magic mirror stands and returned to Hogwarts. The sun had just risen, and Harley's roommates were still asleep. Having not slept all night, Harley simply let herself sink into the bed and bury her face in the pillow. My own bed was still so warm, and the pillow and blanket smelled of the same fragrance as Hermione's hair, which made me feel at ease. Harley says she wants to take a break, but she's actually very busy. Harley needs to work hard to take over Dumbledore's many titles, such as Hogwarts. Principal, you should make good use of the school's educational function to establish a glorious image for yourself in the long run. Harley certainly couldn't let go of such an important position as the chief executive of Wizengamot and the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. He had to hold onto it firmly. She also plans to help Hermione achieve her wish, enabling her to successfully become Minister for Magic, thereby increasing her own anchor point. In short, Harley must utilize every means to increase his anchor in preparation for advancing to a higher level, and the search for extraordinary traits should not be neglected. Harley's thoughts quickly wandered, already imagining herself as the old self. Perhaps after I have completely stabilized this planet, I can go to space. Perhaps he could also make Hermione and Fleur true gods, or at least Angel King. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Sirius could also have lived much longer. Harley rolled over in bed and couldn't help but sigh. The journey has only just begun. The end of chapter. Author's closing remarks. That's it, the main content ends here. I don't know if it counts as a bad ending, but the author can't think of any more plot developments. The writing isn't great, and there are actually some loopholes that haven't been fully addressed. For example, the extraordinary properties within Harley's body already violate the law of conservation of extraordinary properties. This point was originally intended to be handled using Eamon, but it seems people didn't like Eamon, so the author removed him from the platform, leaving this loophole unaddressed. This book is the first book that the author has written from scratch. He previously wrote Harry Potter and Dragon Raja, but as longtime readers know, Harry Potter was terribly written, even the author himself couldn't stand it and hastily finished it at 420,000 words. As for Dragon Raja, after 100,000 words, almost all the readers left, leaving it only as a last resort. This book can be considered the author's first story to be written completely from start to finish, and also the first book to surpass 1.2 million words. When the author originally planned to write his third book, the first wanted to write Harry Returns from the Three Kingdoms, and specifically a magical Three Kingdoms story, essentially about time travel, where Harry uses a special time tamper to travel to the Three Kingdoms world in a magical realm and then returns. But at the time, I was chatting with an author friend who wanted to write Harry returns from Mysteries, and asked for my opinion. Of course, I had no choice but to agree. Back then, I was a complete flop, and his first book did much better than mine. Since he asked me, I certainly couldn't offer any constructive advice, I could only say yes. But I was also a little tempted, and I wanted to write this too, so I asked him if he minded if I wrote it from a different angle. He didn't seem to mind, since there are quite a few people who write mysteries plus Harry Potter, but no one has written Harry's Return yet. He wrote The Fortune Teller, so I chose The Witch, and instead of using Return as the title, I used Witch Pathway. And to be honest, I didn't actually have a complete outline when I first started writing the book. That very night, I wrote 6,000 words and sent it out, and got an editor I knew to sign it. The rest of the plot was just what I came up with, which I jotted down in my notes and organized weekly. At that time, I had even finished reading Lord of Mysteries a long time ago and had forgotten most of the plot. I was writing the first volume while rereading the Lord of Mysteries plot, and I was quite flustered at the time. This book also encountered quite a few setbacks along the way. The issues with Eamon, Lockhart, and Fudge were all handled poorly. Frankly, if these problems hadn't arisen, the book might already have received a featured badge. It just goes to show that writing the plot and the outline simultaneously is what happens. The author suffered from being a novice with no experience. In addition, the author is currently a student, and while writing the book, he encountered final exams, as well as the civil service exam and thesis proposal in his senior year, so it was always intermittent. Many other books published around the same time have already been completed, and many of them have achieved much better results than the authors. It's unbelievable that The Witch has survived to the end. There should be quite a few extra chapters in this book later on. The author wants to write until the end of this month to earn an extra month's worth of attendance bonus. After all, it's a full 1,000 yuan, enough for the author's accommodation fees next semester. As for the specific content of the side story, it's probably about Harley's life after escaping the demonist sect. Anyway, it's about the authors having ideas for writing these stories, but they weren't suitable for the main text. As for the new book, the author has 2 ideas but hasn't decided which one to use yet. There's no rush, though, as the author needs to resolve the graduation thesis and internship issues first. The book should be started in early April this year, by which time the drafts and outline should be ready, avoiding the current rush. That's all I wanted to say. This is the first time I've written a postscript, and I don't have any experience with that, so it's a bit incoherent. Thank you all for your support and companionship along the way. Hope to see you again someday. 427 Extra Chapter, 20 years later. 20 years later, Wizarding World. If time travelers truly existed and traveled from 20 years ago to the present, they would surely suspect that their time travel had gone wrong and that they had actually traveled to a parallel world. Because the current Wizarding World is completely different from the previous one, it could even be described as 2 different worlds. From the Middle Ages until 1995, life in Wizarding World remained largely unchanged. The most popular wizard street in every country remains the same, with shops passed down through generations and the general range of goods sold in each shop never changing. Magic schools have basically remained the same few for centuries, only one, Ilvermorny, has existed. The rise of magic schools is remarkable, but there are underlying reasons for their success. Although the textbooks used at the magic school have been revised many times, the general scope and theories have not changed much. At most, some dangerous knowledge has been deleted over time. Every year, magic masters advance knowledge in various fields, but this has nothing to do with ordinary students. Only certain gifted students can learn this knowledge from professors. For the remaining ordinary students, even with a joyful education system, they already have to do their best just to receive the basics taught in school. Every wizard starts at the age of 11 and goes to the magic school, graduates at 17, and then simply repeats the same professions that have existed for thousands of years. Apart from a brief period of excitement when cameras and radios appeared, Wizarding World was basically stagnant. As for the so-called trends for young people, they are actually just old relics that Muggle has already finished playing with. Even so, adult wizards strongly oppose the trends for children and teach them the traditions that have been passed down in the Wizarding World for a long time. Looking at the entire timeline, the development of Wizarding World has actually shown signs of stagnation, and even a trend of decline. But everything changed after 1995. In just 20 years, Wizarding World was completely transformed. These many changes began 20 years ago. After Harley became the true god of Sequence Zero, she chose to reveal a lot of information to Hermione, Fleur, and some other relatives. Harley naturally wanted to keep the existence of the first and certain celestial beings a secret. After all, simply knowing about these beings would corrupt those below the level of angels. Harley was able to learn of their existence entirely because of her own uniqueness and the protection she received in the past. Hermione and the others, however, did not have this unique protection. If they revealed any more information, they could be directly contaminated or even die. But aside from these, Harley can speak freely about other information, such as the power of sequence pathways. Everything Harley said sounds incredible, unscientific, and certainly not magical, but it's true. After demonstrating some strange abilities, those in the know quickly came to believe everything Harley said. To Harley's surprise, the vast majority of people rejected this new power after learning more about it. On the one hand, they are unwilling to go against their own desires and do cruel things just to play a role. On the other hand, most people don't seem to have much fear of death, and in a sense, they might even look forward to it. Professors Dumbledore and Grindelwald were in complete agreement, stating that death is simply another great journey. While the world outside the universe sounds wonderful, the world after death is just as fascinating. They long to embark on this journey after death, to experience the sights of the world of the dead, and to see certain relatives, such as their parents, and Professor Dumbledore's sister, Ariana. Sirius and Lupin shared similar opinions with Professor Dumbledore. They were already starting to miss Harley's father, James. Out of love for life, they would not choose to end it, but out of respect for death, they would not refuse to embrace it. Professor McGonagall, however, was very interested in the xenopathic pathway and wanted to understand its cursed transformations in order to further develop transfiguration. However, she would rather not drink potion than enjoy teaching her students in the final moments of her life than endure the repression of restraining her desires. Moreover, Professor McGonagall's husband had already passed away long ago, and Professor McGonagall had no desire for immortality and no attachment to it whatsoever. Others also declined. Hagrid did take the moon pathway potion out of interest, but he was only willing to advance to Sequence 8 Extraordinary Beastmaster, solely for the purpose of making it easier for him to chat with his animal friends. After that, Hagrid refused to be promoted to Sequence 7 Vampire. Of course, Hagrid was initially devastated when he was promoted to Animal Trainer and could understand the thoughts of animals. Take Manticore as an example. Hagrid always thought he had found a mate for this lonely female manticore, and a full 60 fire crabs at that, which could be considered a great deed. But once Hagrid could understand what the animals were saying, he realized that the female manticore had already verbally abused his family tree countless times. Fire crabs relentlessly hurled insults at Hagrid, using almost every vile word they could think of. After all, Manticore was completely unappealing to them, and Hagrid's behavior was utterly criminal to them. There are many more such examples, and the protagonists in these cases are all people whom Hagrid had previously helped. This caused Hagrid to lose interest in magical creatures for a period of time, and it took her a long time to recover. However, everyone in the know felt no sympathy for Hagrid. After learning about what Hagrid had done, everyone felt that he truly deserved to be condemned. In conclusion, judging from the final results, only Hermione and Fleur were interested in extraordinary pathways, and they both chose relatively mild pathways. Hermione once hesitated between the three paths, the Black Emperor, the Judge, and the Seeker, unable to make up her mind. She has a great passion for occult knowledge, and when she was in school, her favorite thing to do was to spend time in the library. However, Hermione also harbors very lofty political ambitions. Back in her freshman year, when she experienced some discrimination, Hermione resolved to enter the Ministry of Magic, become the Minister for Magic, and change that situation. For those extraordinary individuals aspiring to a political career, the Black Emperor and Judge pathways are undoubtedly the best choices. After much hesitation, Hermione ultimately rejected both of the two approaches in the realm of rules. She believed in her own strength and political acumen, which she considered a devastating blow to this group of wizards who had been isolated for so long, and did not need the assistance of demonstrations from the Black Emperor or the judges. At the same time, the Black Emperor pathway and the Judge pathway were not particularly favored by Hermione. Hermione was disgusted by the Black Emperor's strict and complex rules, which defied normalcy. While the Judge's various demands were in line with Hermione's moral standards, the different ways of playing the role made Hermione feel psychologically uncomfortable. Ultimately, Hermione chose the path of the Esoteric Seeker, which greatly improved her efficiency in studying occult knowledge. Fleur chose the Earth path. After all, she has the blood of a Veela. Veela are essentially magical creatures, part of the extraordinary beings that originate from nature. From this perspective, Fleur was equally suited to take the Earth pathway or the Witch pathway, but Fleur ultimately rejected the Witch pathway. Although Harley has become the end of the Witch pathway, it can change the mythical creature form of this path, arbitrarily delete or add the mystical information that extraordinary beings can obtain when taking the sequence potion of this path, and even determine the direction of this path to a certain extent. However, some necessary roles cannot be interfered with by sequence 0. For example, playing an assassin means you can't avoid killing, and playing an instigator means you can't avoid instigating bloodshed. Therefore, Fleur ultimately rejected this path and chose the more secure path of the earth. Harley did not interfere with their choices and even gave them her full approval. After the two made their choices, Harley began searching for an opportunity to accommodate the City of Calamity while helping them collect extraordinary traits. These extraordinary properties are still quite difficult to find, since most of them have already been retrieved by the first and stored in various source materials. However, Harley was, after all, the last true god at sequence level 0 on Earth, and to some extent, he had mastered the source matter corresponding to the dual pathways of Calamity, the City of Calamity. Although Harley has not yet extracted the uniqueness of the Hunter Path and the Sequence 1 extraordinary ability, he can already use the extraordinary ability of the Hunter Path at the Angel King level. For a hunter, finding items is incredibly easy. So Harley eventually found the source material in the spirit world that corresponds to the paths of the Hermit and the Perfect One, the Wilderness of Knowledge, and managed to obtain a complete set of extraordinary characteristics from it, from the Seeker to the Emperor of Knowledge. As for the Hermit's uniqueness, Harley's current level of expertise is not yet capable of successfully stealing it without disturbing the primal. Therefore, we can only wait until Hermione has fully digested the extraordinary characteristics of the Knowledge Emperor before making any further plans. The extraordinary properties that Fleur needed were even more of a headache for Harley, since most of the extraordinary properties of the Earth Path were still on Fallen Mother Goddess or in her world. Harley searched the entire planet and found only one extraordinary trait, ranging from Sequence 9 Farmer to Sequence 3 Coffin Bearer. As for the other extraordinary traits, Harley can only wait until he becomes an Old One and then plunder them from Fallen Mother Goddess's Old One realm. However, according to Harley's plan, this shouldn't be too difficult. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be too long before I'm promoted to an Old One. Having been forcibly awakened, the Primordial One has likely returned to slumber. The forceful awakening has depleted much of his power, and given that he preemptively seized the pathway of the fourth pillar, he will be completely unable to awaken before his demise. After a long and drawn-out war of attrition, Fallen Mother Goddess likely didn't have much combat capability left. Harley can easily take advantage of this situation and effortlessly acquire all the resources available to Fallen Mother Goddess, paving the way for Fleur's next steps. After acquiring all their extraordinary abilities, Hermione and Fleur began their ascent. Their advancement was extremely smooth. After all, Harley had extracted the most perfect formula from the vast amount of information stored in the spirit world, prepared complete and high-quality materials, and provided all the most convenient ways to play the role. Harley has not been able to interfere with Fleur's portrayal process. After all, this approach requires a long period of refinement. However, the way Hermione chose to follow the path of the Seekers gave Harley a lot more room to maneuver. Strictly speaking, the role and advancement ceremony of the Seeker path only requires two things: money and knowledge. Each sequence along this path is extremely expensive. Starting with Sequence 9, the Mysterious Seeker, one needs to learn a great deal of occult knowledge and magic rituals. The subsequent Sequence 7, the Wizard, Sequence 6, the Scroll Professor, and Sequence 5, the Astrologer, require an even greater investment of money to purchase materials. If the Warrior path is the most suitable path for the poor, then the Seeker path is exclusively for the rich. However, none of this was a problem for Harley. As one of the strongest beings on this planet besides the first, what materials and mystical knowledge could Ed Harley obtain? Harley directly and without limit supplied Hermione with the mystical knowledge she needed for her advancement. When Hermione was promoted to Sequence 4 Mystic, Harley even provided a drop of blood from a mythical creature at the level of a true god, which he had prepared in advance. Ordinary mystics are not qualified to use the blood of mythical creatures at the level of true gods in their ascension ceremonies, nor would they dare to. After all, the moment the secret is fully revealed, most mystics will be overwhelmed by the complex and vast knowledge contained in their blood, as well as the pollution that comes with that knowledge, causing their brains to burst, their advancement to the next level to fail, and them to lose control and become monsters. However, Harley manipulated the source of the blood supply, allowing Hermione to complete the analysis successfully. After completing the analysis, Harley, imitating the abilities displayed by the two powerful figures who had once glimpsed the secrets of the 5 Seas, the mysterious Queen Belnade and the Star General Catalia, offered Hermione numerous suggestions. Harley unearthed many ancient mysteries from even earlier times and provided them to Hermione to help her digest potion more quickly. If ordinary extraordinary individuals knew about the treatment Hermione received after her promotion, they would probably be green with envy. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. 428 extra chapter, 20 years later. Although her advancement had been smooth sailing, when she reached sequence 3, Hermione chose to switch paths, jumping to the perfect one path which was adjacent to the mysterious one path, becoming an arcane scholar, also known as the mysterious demon. Her choice was, to some extent, influenced by her political ambitions. From her first year, Hermione has been striving to change the status quo of Wizarding World, elevate the status of Muggle-born wizards, and make respecting Muggle-born wizards not just an empty slogan or a politically correct statement without practical value, but a concrete action. After officially graduating from 7th grade, Hermione naturally joined the Ministry of Magic and became an employee of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Given her unique background and strong practical abilities, Hermione's promotion path was smooth sailing, and she quickly became the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And currently the Minister for Magic under Amelia Bones's patronage, she also frequently had access to documents that the Minister for Magic could access. Almost all Ministry of Magic employees believed that Hermione becoming the next Minister for Magic was a foregone conclusion. The process seemed to go exceptionally smoothly, but Hermione still vaguely sensed that certain forces were rejecting her. Hermione is, after all, a wizard who came from a Muggle background, a fact that cannot be hidden, nor does Hermione want to hide it. This has led to many old-fashioned people disliking her but unable to get rid of her, so they can only resort to nonviolent non-cooperation, neither explicitly protesting nor cooperating with her work. Harley asked Hermione if she would help solve these problems physically, but Hermione refused. She wanted to solve these difficulties herself and turn them into a ritual for her ascension. It was at this moment that Hermione chose the jump path. After all, the Sequence 1 Enlightener of the Perfect One path also has two other titles, Enlightener of Civilization, and Light in Darkness. The ceremony and manner of promotion are somewhat similar to the two paths in the realm of rules, but they are absolutely different at their core. The ascension ceremony of the Civilization Enlightener is to bring a completely new civilization to a race and lead them into a new era. The subsequent role of the Civilization Enlightener is also related to the ascended civilization, requiring the Civilization Enlightener to guide the development of this civilization. The more powerful a civilization is, the higher the potion assimilation rate of its enlighteners, and the more stable the foundation for their advancement to perfection. Hermione's chosen path is to find ways to break the restrictions of the secrecy law, allowing the scientific civilization established by Muggle and the magic civilization established by Wizard to merge, thereby completing the ritual and advancing to the level of an enlightened one. Hermione predicted that, considering the size of both the magic and scientific civilizations, the requirements for their respective rituals would have been met when the two officially began to merge. Without a doubt, Hermione succeeded in the end. Despite the numerous difficulties along the way, Hermione completed this process of cultural exchange, successfully, enlightening the scientific civilization of Muggle and the magical civilization of Wizard, and ascending to the status of an enlightener. To promote the integration of wizards and Muggles, Hermione launched various reforms after becoming minister, suppressing the old wizard families who had remained neutral in the wizard wars and were not purged but were still inflexible, and promoting a group of ambitious young wizards. Subsequently, with Harley's assistance, Hermione gave several speeches at the International Confederation of Wizards. The initial speeches were not very effective. Most of the old fogies still wanted to hold onto their little piece of land in Wizarding World and refused to obediently generate gold coins. Only a few young officials supported reforms worldwide. During the discussion, several rounds of melee broke out in the Great Hall of the International Confederation of Wizards. The verbal sparring between the first person escalated to throwing shoes, cups, and boiling water at each other. Finally, someone threw a curse, which triggered another small melee. Most officials are used to it, since a fight breaks out at almost every meeting. Representatives who have never been in a fight are embarrassed to call themselves representatives when they return to their own country's Ministry of Magic. Some of the attendants and bodyguards even found a corner to sit down, eating desserts and waiting for their boss to decide the winner. But this time, the chaos at the meeting ended quickly. Harley herself was present and easily subdued the representatives of the Ministries of Magic and ministers from various countries, making them willing to listen attentively to Hermione's analysis of the necessity for communication and integration between the Wizarding world and the Muggle world from multiple perspectives. Professor Dumbledore was also pulled away from his trip by Harley, who used his credibility to stand up for Hermione. With the endorsement of both the former and current Wizarding World Number 1, coupled with its own rigorous logic, all descriptions of the future are realistic, and the development blueprint it paints is very tempting. Hermione finally managed to persuade the ministries of magic in various countries to agree to carry out reforms in an orderly manner, promoting the integration of the wizard and muggle civilizations, thanks to the charm of language and the power of wand. With wizard dealt with, the rest of the journey became much easier. Even the usually benevolent Hermione now deeply understood the principles of survival of the fittest, and truth lies only within the range of artillery fire. If language communication fails, Hermione has no qualms about Harley's suggestion to use force. Hermione first contacted leaders of several important countries individually, and later demonstrated wizards' power at an important and publicly announced international conference. At first, the Muggles were shocked. How could such a group of beings who could arbitrarily control their lives and deaths appear above them? It was simply absurd. The Muggles' anti-wizard sentiment has become so high that even prime ministers who were already aware of the wizard's existence have had to carefully consider their approval ratings for the coming year and have chosen to remain silent. A certain major power, which already knew a great deal of detailed information about the wizards and was supported by an organization called the Purifiers, even took the lead in proposing a plan to force the wizards to submit through war, obediently accept human experimentation, and hand over the secrets of the magic to benefit all mankind. And then that was it. To help Hermione, Harley traveled directly to that country and put on a grand performance in front of countless satellite broadcasts. She first froze the hail of bullets, then pretended not to understand the power of missiles, only to be torn to pieces by them. While the Muggle military was celebrating the killing of the monster, Harley resurrected from thin air in the most bizarre way possible, without even getting his clothes dirty. Finally, she even crushed a nuclear bomb with her own hands, tasted the radiation, and said it didn't taste good. After demonstrating the wizard's power and various bizarre resurrection abilities to the Muggle world, the Muggle leadership consciously abandoned their plan to plunder magic resources through war and chose peaceful coexistence. After all, people who can reach this level are generally pragmatic. Not everyone is as naive as Fudge to believe that power governs force, rather than force supporting power. Of course, after this so-called war, which was actually more like an adult teasing a child, the Muggle community consciously lowered its status when communicating, and many Muggle people even began to idolize wizard. Having a wizard in the family becomes a symbol of progress, and that wizard child will be the pride of the whole family. Moreover, public opinion has been shifting again and again, with Muggle residents eagerly anticipating entering Wizarding World to witness the magic of wizards. After less than 3 months of discussions and exchanges of interests, and the sacrifice of several organizations including the Purgers, the two sides reached a preliminary consensus. Hogwarts became the vanguard of the integration of wizard and Muggle, and was the first to open up to the Muggle world. Both sides will send students to each other for exchange and learning, all for a better world. To make it more impactful and to improve Wizard's image in Muggle's mind, Hermione gave Hogwarts a major makeover. Hogwarts Castle itself was the first to be affected. Hermione used the mystical knowledge she gained through the Seeker Path, and combined it with the magical support of Alchemy and Harley, possessed by the ancient alchemist of the Fleur Earth Path Sequence 4, to transform Hogwarts into a floating city. Hogwarts Castle, in the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office had been completely transformed by this time. Apart from the portraits of the old principals and the books donated to Hogwarts by Professor Dumbledore, all the other decorations were brand new. The headmaster's office has been expanded to at least twice its original size thanks to the undetectable extension charm, and in addition to the original door leading to the principal's dormitory, there are 2 more additional doors in the room. The wooden doors were ajar, and through the cracks, one could vaguely see the potion materials stored inside the room, as well as the crucibles still emitting heat and burning with magic flames below. Several oil paintings, framed in gold, were displayed on the walls on both sides. Near the back wall of the room stands a full-length mirror, the back of which is covered with exquisite patterns. However, the old principals seemed to be terrified of the magnificent oil paintings and the mirrors themselves, and never even considered going near them. Even the portrait of Headmaster Dumbledore that he left behind after his retirement, which could be used to connect with his true self, was kept as far away from oil paintings as possible, which clearly indicates that there were some unpleasant memories between them. Opposite the full-length mirror was a display case, entirely gold and red, with a bird's nest on top. The cabinet is full of various medals, trophies, formal attire, scepters, and certificates of honor, items that symbolize honor. Simply by standing in front of the cabinet, any knowledgeable visitor would immediately feel a sense of awe for its owner. At the far end of the office, the familiar long wooden table was still there, paired with that familiar wooden recliner. But the old man sitting in the chair was no longer the familiar one. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore and Grindelwald, having retrieved two extraordinary items with minor negative effects from Harley, resumed their journey through the world. Harley now owns the headmaster's office. She is the current principal of Hogwarts, and also an honorary professor for Transfiguration and Potion classes. Harley is even willing to guest lecture in any course if necessary, and such guest lectures pose no challenge for her. Harley was holding a cup of tea, looking at the many letters in front of her. Those letters were nothing more than invitations from various ministries of magic and official organizations in the field of magic to invite Harley to visit and give lectures, or inquiries from senior figures seeking academic opinions. For 2 decades after Harley's successful promotion to Primordial Demoness, she remained active. Besides helping Hermione and Fleur find materials, Harley was also looking for an opportunity to advance to the level of the cataclysmic calamity and the root of calamity, while expanding his own influence. Clearly, Harley did a great job. She now holds numerous positions, including but not limited to Chief Wizard of Wizengamot, Honorary Senior Advisor of the Ministry of Magic, Chief Wizard of the International Transfiguration Alliance, and Senior President of the Pharmacist Association. Even international wizards, thanks to Harley's exceptional Quidditch skills, the Quidditch Association pleaded and pulled strings, eventually managing to get him a position as an honorary senior advisor. However, among all these identities and honors, Harley still values the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry the most. The position of principal. If there's nothing else going on, she'll always stay here. The resurrection point for resurrection and reorganization is also set up in this office. Even the City of Calamity, which had just been incorporated a year prior and was a newly established ancient kingdom, had its entrance set by Harley within Hogwarts Castle. After all, this is the core area where Harley was nurtured, and it is also the place that holds Harley's most important memories. The centuries Harley spent as a defector from the Demoness sect were filled with little joy, only endless escapes and bloody pursuits. The time at Hogwarts was the only truly happy time for Harley. The Quidditch Cup she won with her upperclassmen, the College Cup she secured for her college, and the days spent attending classes with so many friends. Knowledge from others can serve as an anchor, helping Harley's consciousness to be stable enough not to be replaced by the first. However, such ordinary anchors cannot interfere with human nature in any way. If only this anchor derived from faith were available, Harley would quickly become as cold and ruthless as the first under the influence of her extraordinary qualities. These fragmented memories from Hogwarts together form the important pillars that maintain Harley's humanity. That's why Harley often stays in the office, and even when she has to go out, she leaves a clone there to guard the place. After reading through the numerous letters, Harley snapped her fingers lightly and then picked up a cup of hot tea. For certain academic discussion letters and other correspondence from several magic schools regarding the next championship, spider silk automatically descended from the ceiling, coiling up quills to write replies. As for the invitations from various wizard and muggle organizations, they were basically all swallowed up by a black flame. Opening parenthesis. End of this chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.